After he refreshed his spirit sealing strength, he directly used lightning escape to the east. This time, his entire body was wrapped in black lightning, and his body disappeared on the spot. Wherever he passed, no creature or building could stop his escape spell penetration, just like a small stone being thrown into the water. Moreover, he tried his best to control his lightning escape distance, and at the same time as he executed the lightning escape, he revoked the lightning escape. But even so, when he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was already 30 miles away from Fanua City. Damn it! This lightning escape is so fast that it's hard to grasp. Xianxia frowned and could only run west again to find Fanua City's beast pen. Although the lightning escape was powerful, it was too difficult to control. Could make Xianxia appear 100 miles away without even using it for a moment. In such a limited amount of time with Xianxia's current realm, he was far from being able to control the precise distance. Fortunately, there were no high-level patrolling martial artists in this area, which allowed Xianxia to narrowly avoid a difficult situation. After that, he returned to Fanua City and took the Gale Griffin away, heading east towards the fourth city, Daluo City. Daluo City was located 23,000 miles east of Fanua City. Xianxia had already arrived at the vicinity of Daluo City in the middle of the night. I can't wear this anymore. I just made a commotion in Fanua City and wore a tiger pattern. Didn't I tell everyone that I came from Fanua City? Xianxia tore off the tiger pattern on his back. In the distance, the night lights of Daluo City had already appeared. From afar, the entire Daluo City was covered in multicolored lights. There were only 6 months left in the Battle of the Nine Firmaments. Everyone was celebrating the arrival of this grand occasion happily. Above Daluo City, a huge gem was floating quietly, not shining with Xianxia's arrival. At this moment, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. His eyes narrowed slightly and he cast his gaze towards a tree in the dark night. The wind in the suburbs was very loud. The trees on both sides of the official road were rustling with leaves. Only that tree was motionless. The leaves of the trees were as silent as death. On the treetop of the tree, there was a black figure standing quietly with his shoulders crossed. 7th level of origin return. Xianxia saw through the black-clothed man's realm and pretended not to see him as he continued to fly. When Xianxia flew over the man's head, his body flickered slightly and he reappeared. He was already standing on the back of the Gale Griffin, standing behind Xianxia. Flower killer. Xianxia's eyes narrowed into a line. The killer's perception was extremely strong. They could see through the camouflage in the night and detect the existence of disguise techniques. The killer's movements were incomparably light. He quietly stood on the back of the griffin, his weight actually resembling a feather. The griffin didn't even sink in the slightest. There's no need to pretend. The assassin hugged his shoulders and said indifferently to Xianxia's back, "You've already noticed that I've appeared, haven't you?" Xianxia originally wanted to pretend that he didn't know anything and continue flying forward, but his actions were exposed by the killer. Xianxia pretended to be shocked and hurriedly turned around to look. He cried out, "Who are you?" The killer said expressionlessly, "Your expression can be disguised, but your heartbeat is incomparably steady. It seems that it should be you." "Ha." Xianxia shook his head and smiled. "It's not easy to deceive top assassins like you." The assassin snapped his fingers. Suddenly, 3 black shadows rose into the sky in the night. The Gale Griffin plunged down without warning, and the head of the entire griffin had disappeared. Amongst the 3 killers, a killer directly opposite Xianxia suddenly turned into an afterimage in the air and disappeared. He attacked Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. This speed was frighteningly fast, even faster than the killer Xianxia had encountered in the Devil Sea. Elite. These 4 people, even in the Flower Organization, belonged to the killer elite. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Momentum. The frontal assassin was originally going to dodge in front of Xianxia, and then seize Xianxia's head with a saber strike. However, just as Xianxia's momentum was released, it disrupted the killer's judgment, causing him to have a mismatch in the timing of his attack. The assassin appeared 3 meters in front of Xianxia. He shouted and formed an arc with the willow blade. In the end, the blade was still a full meter away from Xiangnan's neck. As for Xiangnan, he also charged forward. The giant saber in his hand flashed with a cold light under the moonlight, and the killer's body was silently split into two halves. Oh! The other three killers were slightly stunned. Two of the killers had already appeared beside Xiangnan when they made the O sound. Unfortunately, Xiangnan was still unfamiliar with the use of momentum and was unable to send and receive it freely. This time, he had no time to use it and could only fight. The two assassins drew the lancet blades from the left and right, one towards Xiangnan's throat, the other towards Xiangnan's right leg. The killer behind him quickly moved closer to Xiangnan, using both hands to grab Xiangnan's swords, while his knees pressed against Xiangnan's back. The speed of these three people was astonishingly fast. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a perfect clamp. Well trained. Xiangnan nodded and said, "Unfortunately, your judgment of the enemy's strength is wrong." Xiangnan quickly used the power of the vermilion bird. His body trembled, and the killer behind him who had restrained Xiangnan suddenly felt his body tremble. In an instant, his hands went numb, and he involuntarily let go of Xiangnan. Xiangnan turned around and punched the killer's head with his left fist. At the same time, his right hand swept out and the killer on the left was slashed at the waist. The right-hand killer willow leaf dagger had already hit Xiangnan's right leg. Xiangnan raised his leg and chopped down, directly shattering the right-hand killer's shoulder. A terrifying force pierced through the assassin's body, causing half of his body to spray with flesh and blood. Shua! Xiangnan landed lightly on the ground and sighed as he looked at the headless Gale Griffin. 70,000 gold coins is gone just like that. This amount of money is enough for a commoner to be free for a lifetime. Xiangnan shook his head and burned the corpses of the griffins and killers before running towards Dorothy on both legs. 10 minutes later, two shadows slid through the sky and landed. One of them tilted his head and sensed. There seems to have been a brief battle here. The air is still suffused with a faint smell of blood. Another person turned to look at Dorothy City and said, "I wonder if it was Xiangnan who fought here again. I hope there won't be any accidental killings this time." After saying that, the two of them also hurried towards Duoluo City. The entire western regions was searching for Xiangnan's whereabouts, so it was inevitable that they would accidentally kill him. Many originally innocent martial artists had died inexplicably after being suspected of being Xiangnan. Xiangnan, male between the 3rd and 7th stages of the origin realm, was between 1.7 and 2 meters tall. He had the appearance of a person from the Central Plains, or had already disguised himself as a person from the western regions. Weapons, blades, martial skill characteristics, azure dragon going out to sea, shocking dragon sunshine, flying ability of Yuan Qi feathered wings, cultivation technique characteristics, sun shen technique, vast heaven pure elemental technique. This was the basic information that all black and white martial artists possessed, but the target range of this information was simply too large. This was especially true for martial arts techniques, which could not be seen with the naked eye. In Duoluo City, the night was bustling with noise as the city celebrated the Battle of the Nine Heavens. One by one, beautiful and handsome young men and women dressed in beautiful exotic costumes walked up and down the noisy streets, laughing incessantly. There were people who sold all kinds of small accessories, some who guessed lanterns and riddles. There was also a clear river in the city that passed through the city. Lotus lanterns floated on the river water, and from time to time, flower boats that traveled across the river would pass by. Xiangnan casually bought a map of Duoluo City and compared it with the map of the spirit sealing position in his hand. Tisk! He frowned. Right now, the spirit sealing formation in Duoluo City was the only coliseum below. The coliseum was huge, and there was a grand performance tonight. At least tens of thousands of people in the city had gone to the coliseum to watch the demonic beasts compete. It was obviously impossible to directly release the lightning escape and charge into the underground spirit sealing array. The distance was too difficult to control. If he were to open the void stone and sink into the underground spirit sealing array in a freefall, he would have to enter the coliseum. If they were to sink now and dig underground, then their target would be even bigger. There were still a large number of Western regions martial artists on the surface that could cover their existence. If they appeared underground alone, they would become the most conspicuous target. What a headache! Xianxia rubbed his temples and bought an ordinary young man's costume on the spot. He found a place to change his clothes and walked towards the Colosseum. As he walked along the clear river, he saw 3 Origin Realm martial practitioners being questioned by the soldiers. Xianxia lowered his head and turned around to walk by the river. There were a few women putting on lights in the river. Xianxia walked over to a woman and smiled. "I heard there's a performance in the Colosseum tonight. Can you take me in?" The women turned their heads and saw that Xianxia was a handsome man with a very beautiful body. So they all laughed coquettishly. "Young master, isn't it too rude to look for a girl like this?" Xianxia smiled and took out 10 gold coins from his storage ring. He said to one of the most beautiful women, "Take me there. These are the tolls." Xiangxia's words were very clever. The word toll made them feel no sense of rejection. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up and she hurriedly walked over to take the gold coins away. She said, "I'll take you there. You are not allowed to take the money back." "Ha, I gave it to you. Naturally, it's yours." Xianxia hugged the woman's shoulder. As the woman frowned, he whispered, "I'll bet with my friends. If I can let you take me to the Colosseum, I'll win against them. Help pretend to be my lover. When we get to the Colosseum, I'll give you 10 more gold coins." When the woman heard this, she felt that it was very interesting. She smiled craftily and said, "Young master, you have a lot of money. I'm afraid your gambling money isn't just that little. I want 15 gold coins." "All right, whatever you want." Xianxia smiled heartily and hugged the woman's shoulder as he walked forward. When the soldiers sensed Xianxia's cultivation realm, they looked towards him. But when they saw that Xianxia was a man and a woman, they didn't stop him because they were talking and laughing. Xianxia thought to himself, the Western region's military was indeed searching for him. One of the soldiers was holding a portrait of him. Next, the two of them talked and laughed along the way. Xianxia was not good at teasing women, so he told her about the customs of the Central Plains. As an ordinary person, that woman probably wouldn't have the chance to go to the Central Plains for the rest of her life, so she listened with interest. After walking for a while, Xianxia tilted his head slightly and felt as if 2 pairs of eyes were sweeping past him. Xianxia calmly pointed at a stall on the roadside and said, "Look, those gold and silver jewelry are so beautiful. Don't you like it?" The woman smiled charmingly and said, "I like it, but how can an ordinary girl like me afford it?" Xianxia said, "Go ahead and pick 10. I'll buy them all for you." "Yeah, really?" The woman was overjoyed. She hurriedly pulled Xianxia to the stall and concentrated on picking it up. The resistance of a woman to this type of gold and silver jewelry was basically zero, and it would never end once it was provoked. Xianxia smiled and slowly took 2 steps back. At this moment, the 2 figures chasing after him were already quietly approaching. Xianxia retreated across the wide street until he reached the river, and with a flash, he disappeared behind the trees. The 2 martial artists exchanged glances, quickly approached and surrounded them from both sides. The facial features of these 2 people also changed with it, carrying a less obvious beastly facial feature. When the 2 of them circled behind the tree, they discovered that Xianxia was not here. The 2 of them were shocked at the same time and looked up at the tree at the same time. At the same time, Xianxia floated down from the tree and placed his hands on the shoulders of the 2 of them. The invisible palm power of the 2-way Tuo's palms poured directly into their shoulders. The 2 of them died without even snorting. Xianxia smiled and dragged the 2 of them back up the tree, hanging their corpses in the dense foliage. Half-demon body. After Xianxia landed, he nodded slightly and said, "Looks like the Profound Sky Sect has already selected some martial artists with good strength from the Western regions and trained them into half-demon bodies to catch me. These people should be the main force." However, the 2 who had just died were only at the 5th level of origin return. "Look, does this step look good?" The woman grabbed a step shake and turned around to show it to Xianxia. "Good looking, I want it." Standing behind the woman, Xianxia smiled and said, "Have you picked it out?" "No," the woman said happily. "There's no need to choose. I'll give you more." Xianxia grabbed a handful of gold coins and placed them on the stall. He took out a large handful of small accessories and stuffed them into the woman's hand. "It's all yours. Let's go." The woman was so happy that her flowers trembled. She felt that she was too lucky today. The Western regions had a strong and free style, and there were not many restrictions on etiquette between women and men. "This is the Colosseum. Do you want to go in and take a look? Do you want me to accompany you?" The woman was in a good mood and took the initiative to invite Xianxia in to watch the show. "There's no need. I still need to collect the gambling money from my friends. Take these." Xianxia gave the woman 20 gold coins. "The extra is to reward you for your good performance." The woman took the money and went happily. Xianxia paid for the tickets and entered the Colosseum. He found a seat and sat down. At this moment, there was a human martial artist fighting with a demonic beast on the huge field. Cheers, cheers, waves after waves, bustling with excitement. Xianxia lowered his head and quietly displayed his lightning vision. He discovered that the spirit sealing formation was actually immortal. It was right under the arena of the Colosseum. With so many people watching the arena, how could he sink into the ground under the tens of thousands of pairs of eyes? He was thinking that the battle in the Colosseum was over. The human martial artist had his heart pulled out by a claw of the demonic beast and died miserably on the spot. The audience cheered in excitement at such a bloody and cruel scene. At this time, a Colosseum staff member shouted, "From now on, we accept the challenge of any martial artist. On the contrary, a martial artist who can defeat our three-eared red panther demonic beast will receive a reward of 2,000 gold coins. This is the opportunity." Xianxia smiled and immediately found the staff and was the first to sign up to participate in the battle. "Now, let's invite the first challenger to the arena," the staff member shouted loudly. Accompanied by enthusiastic cheers, Xianxia walked into the arena. After giving the order, the red leopard demonic beast immediately ferociously pounced towards Xianxia. Xianxia was not strong enough, so he was immediately pounced on by Red Panther and took a big bite on his shoulder. Xianxia dodged in time and was bitten to pieces by the red leopard. At this moment, there was a burst of exclamation from the spectators' seats. Xianxia stood up in a sorry state and punched down on the red leopard. The red leopard quickly dodged, causing Xianxia's punch to hit the ground. Yuan Qi surged, causing a large amount of dust to rise. Amidst the billowing dust, Xianxia was about to descend, while the red leopard ran through the dust and tried to bite Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he stared at Red Panther. Momentum. The red leopard was stunned for a moment, but from Xianxia's eyes, it could feel a faint dragon aura. This caused the red leopard to immediately crawl on the ground in fear, not daring to move at all. Xianxia immediately began to sink into the void stone 50 meters below the surface of the earth. He found the spirit sealing formation there and refreshed the power of the formation on his body. Then he used the void stone twice and ascended to the Colosseum, feeling dizzy. However, the red leopard still didn't dare to attack him. Xianxia staggered out of the dust and waved his hand. "I failed. I'm not going to fight anymore." The audience immediately burst into laughter. Amidst the boos, Xianxia left the Colosseum and rushed towards the east of the city. At this moment, his heart suddenly shrank, as if it was being grabbed by an invisible hand. That was an unprecedented death threat, causing Xianxia to send out a strong premonition. Not good. It's a high-level martial artist. Xianxia knew that there was no way to avoid it, so he immediately stood on the spot and remained motionless. In the sky, an incomparably intense Yuan Qi fluctuation also arrived. A super heaven-scrying realm expert slowly flew over Dorothy City and enveloped the entire city with his powerful perception. In this city, almost no martial artist was able to escape the detection of that heaven scryer. All the martial artists in the city were so frightened by this feeling of scrutiny that they stood still, not even daring to move a single finger. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and walked beside the river in horror, trying not to do anything that could affect his yuan qi. Very quickly, the Heaven Scryer realm martial artist's perceptual range swept across Xiangnan. At that moment, Xiangnan felt as if he had been stripped naked and swept around wantonly. No martial artist liked this feeling. That perceptual ability swept back and forth through Dorothy City 7 times before gradually disappearing. Xiangnan finally let out a long breath. It turned out that his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, the spirit sealing formation blocked his yuan qi attributes. Although Old Monster Heaven Scryer could sense his yuan qi, he was unable to determine that he was Xiangnan, almost exposed. Xiangnan walked towards Dongcheng with a heavy heart. He thought to himself, even though he had dealt with the enemy very secretly, he was still unable to erase the fact that the enemy had disappeared. They must be in regular contact with each other. Otherwise, the Heaven Scrying Realm expert would not have come to Daliao City for no reason. However, it was good that he had managed to avoid the Heaven Scryer martial artist's search this time. So he had given them the effect of misreporting once again. When Xiangnan was ready to rent a new Gale Griffin, what he saw on the map made his mood even heavier. The next city that had a spirit sealing formation was called Lone Moon City, and it was 70,000 kilometers away from Dualuo City. Even the fastest Gale Griffin in the Beast Pen wouldn't be able to travel 70,000 kilometers in 3 days. At that time, the effects of the spirit sealing formation on his body would definitely be ineffective. Shit, this is really bad. May I ask if there are any cargo flying ships passing through Lone Moon City recently? Xiangnan stuffed 10 gold coins into the barnkeeper. The administrator smiled and said, "You're lucky that there's a flying freighter coming through. The ship is replenishing its cargo near the south of the city. Hurry up and go. They are leaving in 2 hours." Xiangnan rented a land-based mount and immediately rushed towards the south of the city. After paying a full 1,000 gold coins, he persuaded the merchants to bring him along. Later, the cargo flying ship took off and started to sail through the boundless clouds. The speed of this cargo flying ship was very fast. It could fly 30,000 miles every day, and it only needed a little more than 2 days to reach Lone Moon City. Xiangnan tried not to appear on the deck, but hid in the cabin to avoid anyone's attention. From tonight onwards, at noon the next day, the flying ship had already advanced 20,000 li. However, Xiangnan felt that the flying speed of the flying ship had suddenly slowed down. He had no choice but to walk onto the deck. Looking at it, he discovered that the entire sky was enveloped in dark clouds, and dense lightning would occasionally cut through the night sky. "What's going on? Why are you slowing down?" Xiangnan grabbed a businessman and shouted. The merchant said, "There's nothing we can do. We've encountered a storm of thunderclouds. We have to move slowly at low altitudes. Just fly above the clouds." Xiangnan asked with a frown. The merchant looked at Xiangnan as if he were an idiot and said, "Are you crazy? Isn't that courting death? That would make us living targets of lightning strikes." Only then did Xiangnan react. Ordinary people's understanding of thunder and lightning was that thunder and lightning would strike the land. However, this was not the case. The lightning struck the ground because there was a target that attracted lightning. If there was a target above the clouds, the lightning could also go up. Once the flying ship was higher than the clouds, it would simply become the sole target for lightning. It was truly an act of death. "But I still have to hurry." Xiangnan frowned. The merchant said, "We also want to get to Lone Moon City as soon as possible. But the reality is like this. There is no way." At this moment, the boatman shouted, "Quick! Everyone cover the entire ship with waterproof fur. Don't expose any metal objects or wood. Also, descend again." The unrelated personnel returned to the cabin immediately. All flying ships had a complete set of lightning protection measures, but no one could be 100% safe. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and thought to himself, this was not the way to go on. Once the deadline was exceeded, he would be completely exposed. At that time, the gemstones above every city would be able to detect his existence. He forcefully raised his head and looked at the rolling dark clouds. He gritted his teeth and said, "Go all out. I hope there are no high-level martial artists patrolling nearby." After saying that, he took advantage of the fact that no one saw him and jumped straight into the clouds. In the boundless dark clouds, he spread out his Yuan Qi feathered wings and rapidly sped through the sea of black clouds, circulating the 9 transformations of thunder. At that moment, thunder rumbled in the dark clouds, and dense thunder and lightning were attracted over. All of them landed on Xiangnan's body with a rumble. He wantonly soared, continuously diluting the thunder and lightning in the clouds. In some areas, the clouds were not enough to form powerful thunder, but the 9 transformations of the thunder-shocking lightning had also caused the thunder and lightning elements to be sucked out. Gradually, the lightning attributes in the vast sea of clouds became thinner and thinner, and only downpours fell. It should be about time. Xiangnan took a deep breath and prepared to turn back. At this moment, he suddenly felt an intense Yuan Qi fluctuation rapidly approaching him. Shit! Xiangnan's pupils constricted. If you're not afraid of 10,000, then you're afraid of that. You're actually discovered. Xiangnan immediately cast his lightning photoelectric eyes towards the west. His eyesight greatly increased, and he saw a dazzling light rapidly approaching him from the western sky. Judging from the Yuan Qi fluctuations of the light, he was actually a Heaven Scryer level 5 expert. My God! Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly descended. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping that he would just pass by and not be lured over by me. However, what happened next completely dispelled Xiangnan's luck. As he descended, the old monster at the 5th level of the Heaven Scryer stage also changed its direction of flight. After adjusting its posture from afar, it tilted towards Xiangnan and pressed down on him. Moreover, the old monster also sent a voice transmission to Xiangnan from 100 miles away. Xiangnan, surrender. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and said, What's Xiangnan? You have the wrong person. The old monster said, Since you admit your mistake, there is no reason for you to escape. Stop and let me monitor you. Xiangnan was helpless and angrily said, Don't think that I don't know where you came from. Your special Yuan Qi fluctuation is clearly the Western region's military. You, the dignified military general of the Western regions, actually participated in such a disdainful hunt. Aren't you afraid that the Haotian Empire will retaliate against you? Xiangnan did not wait foolishly. After he discovered that he had been locked onto by the heaven-scrying old monster, he had already begun to fly with his essence feather wings close to the ground. Ha 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 ha! You've come to my western regions to stir up trouble. I haven't even asked you to punish me yet, but you're still biting back. Today, even if you insert your wings, you won't be able to fly back to the Central Plains. Stay here. As he spoke, old monster Heaven Scryer's flying speed suddenly soared. With a loud explosion, the old monster's entire body emitted a fierce power of the heavens, forcing him into a beam of intense light. The speed of the strong light was simply too fast. As the old monster flew at high speed, it even continuously emitted rumbling sounds of air explosion. The super-high speed of flight made the air unable to withstand such a powerful pressure. Large amounts of air were crushed together, producing a shocking explosion. Before Xiangnan could even react, old monster Heaven Scryer had already arrived 10 miles behind him. The remaining 10 li was simply a blink of an eye to old monster Heaven Scryer. Behind him, a circular cage with a diameter of 100 meters was the first to leap 10 kilometers at an even faster speed. With a rumble, Xiangnan was covered on the ground. Pong! As Xiangnan flew, he didn't react in time and crashed into the cage of light, causing his entire body to feel intense pain. The cage of light was condensed from the power of the heavens. No matter what kind of martial skill Xiangnan used, it would not be able to break it apart. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and shouted in his heart, Lightning escape! His body suddenly turned into a streak of black lightning and disappeared from the light cage. Oh! Almost in the next moment, old monster Heaven Scryer suddenly appeared above the cage. He looked at the empty cage and frowned deeply. How did this kid escape? However, when he sensed it again, he realized that he had already lost Xiangnan's essence target. Little bastard! You dare to play tricks in front of me! The old monster roared angrily. Heavenly eyes. As he spoke, old monster Heaven Scryer sat cross-legged. He used a martial skill that could increase his perception by several times in a short period of time. At this moment, his perception spread out like crazy, instantly engulfing an entire 300-mile radius. I found it! The old monster quickly stood up, stepped on the sky, and turned into a beam of light, chasing after Xianxia. Xianxia had just appeared 100 miles away and continued to fly wildly with his Yuan-Chi feathered wings. However, he felt that he had been locked onto by an invisible gaze from the far west. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Xianxia continued to fly close to the ground and took out the last breath confining pill in pain. Although the old monster could not judge his Yuan-Chi attributes, he could still detect his Yuan-Chi. Especially since there were no other martial artists in the wilderness. He was alone and could easily become an independent target. The last one, Xianxia gritted his teeth and swallowed the last breath-holding pill. 100 miles away was nothing to an old monster at the Heaven Scryer realm. In the blink of an eye, he had chased after him for 70 to 80 kilometers. Xianxia had only used this pitiful amount of time to fly about 10 li. But the moment the effects of the medicine in his body began to take effect, he did not hesitate to use lightning escape again. Whoosh! Xianxia turned into a streak of black lightning and instantly appeared 100 miles away. At this moment, he had a splitting headache and stumbled down into a wide river. He lay on the river bed that was as deep as 50 meters deep. Above his head was the turbulent river water that surged past him, and beneath him was a deep layer of mud. Where is he? The heaven-scrying old monster quickly chased after Xianxia for 100 miles, but he lost his target once again. This little bastard's escape methods are really endless. The old monster cursed angrily and sat cross-legged in midair, heavenly eyes stretching out. The magnificent detection ability spread wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered a radius of 300 kilometers. Or not? The heaven-scrying old monster frowned slightly. The Howran sect is indeed divine. Its disciples actually possess the ability to evade perception. Actually, he overestimated the nature sect. Very few people completely blocked their own Yuan-Chi and realm existences, not even the spirit-sealing formation. He did not know that Xianxia had a very powerful breath-sealing pill. I don't believe he can escape a radius of 300 kilometers. If you have the ability to hide, then this sovereign will have the ability to chase you out. The old monster continued to mutter to himself. As he spoke, old monster Skypeeper used his gaze to lock onto a general direction, then quickly flew towards the east, continuously releasing a vast amount of heavenly energy. The power of the heavens transformed into the shape of mountain peaks that continuously smashed into the ground, splitting the land into pieces. Crushed rocks, soil, and trees were all sprayed into the sky, and they were crushed into powder by the boundless power in midair. Beneath the river, Xianxia was lying on the river bed. The headache still hadn't disappeared, and he didn't dare to try to escape the lightning again for a day. Although the consciousness devoured by the Void Stone could be restored, the more times it was used, the more the amount of consciousness devoured by the Void Stone would accumulate. If Xianxia used the Void Stone for the third time, it would not be the strength of a single devourer, but would accumulate to the third time. At this moment, the Heaven Scryer old monster had already approached the 20-mile radius where Xianxia was. Boom! 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 Mountains condensed from the power of the heavens descended from the sky. Even the fast-flowing river water was blasted high into the sky. Coming! Xianxia felt his scalp go numb and the veins on his forehead jumped violently. Get out! In the sky, the heaven-scrying old monster shouted and cursed as he continued to bombard Qingshan. The closest Qingshan bombardment was only 3 miles away from Xianxia. In the river region where Xianxia was located, all of the river water was blasted into the sky. Xianxia hurriedly dug the river bed with his bare hands and hid himself in the mud, but even the mud was blasted up. After consuming the breath-severing pill, Xianxia was like a dead person, unable to be sensed by anyone, just like a lifeless sculpture. He was sent flying into the sky, his entire body wrapped in mud. which was hard to tell with the naked eye. The old monster flew and bombarded the earth, but he didn't notice Xianxia hiding in the mud. After landing on the ground, Xianxia lay motionless in the mud. He slowly opened his eyes and looked out from the shallow part of the mud. The old monster was hovering in mid-air, his pair of eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. He muttered to himself, "The aura of the little beast of the nature's nature sect clearly disappeared in this vicinity. If it wasn't for him flying out of my range at an extremely fast speed, he would have used some sort of method to dodge my perception." He already had some sort of method to speed up his movements 100 miles away. It seems that this time, it should be the same. No one can escape from my perception. He must have run even farther. After saying that, the old monster lowered his body and suddenly turned into a strong beam of light and headed east. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared at the junction of heaven and earth. Xianxia maintained a high degree of vigilance. He did not come out of the dirt, but continued to lie on the ground and wait slowly. Very quickly, the side effects caused by his use of lightning evasion passed. Slowly, another 10 minutes passed. He was still lying in the mud, and if he wasn't very confident, he wouldn't have come out so easily. Old monster Heaven Scryer is full of tricks, especially since this person is a military general. He is even more adept at using tricks. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. He lay in the mud, motionless in the silent darkness, not even moving a finger. Half an hour had passed since he had been lying here. Perhaps we've really gone far. It's been so long. It's almost time to come out. A big stone in Xianxia's heart landed on the ground. He intended to adjust his breathing and hurry out to look for the cargo ship. But at this moment, less than 2 meters away from Xianxia, 2 bubbles suddenly appeared in the mud. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He slowly rolled his eyes and looked at the bubble. Under this gaze, Xianxia's entire heart was raised to his throat. Holy shit! It was that heaven-scrying old monster. The old monster was lying beside Xianxia. The distance between the two of them was too close. It turned out that he had said to himself that he didn't believe that anyone could escape his perception just now. He had purposely told Xianxia to listen. He didn't know if Xianxia was hiding nearby, so he used words to cheat him first. At this moment, the old monster was lying flat in the mud with his eyes closed, earnestly sensing the yuan qi fluctuations in his surroundings. He did not know that the target he was looking for, Xianxia, was lying beside him. Xianxia was shocked. When did this old thing come back? He had clearly seen him fly into the distance with his own eyes, but he had never expected that he would always be by his side. This distance was very, very dangerous. As long as the old monster used his hand to pull at his side, it was very likely that he would touch Xianxia. Xianxia remained motionless, doing everything he could to make his mood less tense. He slowly relaxed himself and kept an eye on old monster Heaven Scryer's actions. Another 10 minutes passed. It had already been 40 minutes since Xianxia laid in the mud, and the effect of the breath-severing pill had reached its limit in 20 minutes. Finally, the old monster sighed and stood up from the mud. Am I really mistaken? The old monster trembled slightly, and all the mud on his body was immediately thrown clean. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Could it be that there really is some kind of movement technique in this world that can allow a returning Origin Realm martial artist to escape 300 kilometers away in an instant? If that's the case, then I've been hiding here for so long. I'm afraid that the little beast of the Howren sect has already escaped very far. It's really a step in the wrong direction. Old monster Heaven Scryer sighed. He took out a total of 5 signaling orders and said to them, Xianxia is heading east. The 5 of you must hide your auras and search slowly. This person has a lot of tricks, so you must be careful. After saying that, he ran out of the martial arts messengers. Those messengers turned into 5 streaks of light and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Originally, I wanted to personally capture that little bastard and go to the Profound Sky sect to receive a reward. Now, I'm going to give it to someone else. I'm really unwilling. The old monster shook his head and flew east. Another 10 minutes passed before Xianxia emerged from the mud. After shaking off the soil on his body, he flew west to welcome the cargo ship. At this moment, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat for no reason. Immediately after, he felt that his body was instantly tightened by a force. A powerful force of the heavens transformed into a rope that tightly bound him to the spot. What? Xianxia's heart sank. Hee, I got it. Xianxia raised his head to look. In the dark clouds in the sky, a figure descended with a whoosh, transforming into a middle-aged woman. There were actually two people. Mantis catching cicadas was behind them, and Xianxia had never expected that the other party actually had two heaven-peeping realm experts. This woman was probably a heaven-scrying fourth-stage expert. It was extremely difficult for a low-level martial artist to escape the perception of a high-level martial artist. On the contrary, it was easy for a high-level martial artist to escape the perception of a low-level martial artist. Little brat, you can do it. Your calm is strong enough. The middle-aged woman laughed loudly. You almost got me through. The male heaven-scrying old monster flew away and turned into a ray of light from afar, instantly returning to Xianxia's side. Evidently, he was fooled by Xianxia, and his expression was extremely ugly at this moment. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, Old man, this brat has always been lying beside you, but you actually didn't notice him. If you weren't here, this little bastard would have really run away. I was completely tricked by him just now and was ready to go to the east to find him, the old monster said with a gloomy face. The middle-aged woman said, This little bastard is very deep, and his determination is astonishing. Letting this kind of person live is a great threat to us. Even if you don't want to, you can't kill him. We have to send him to the profound sky sect, the old monster said. In that case, how about we split the reward equally between you and me? The middle-aged woman thought for a moment and said, All right, you and I will bring him to the profound sky sect to ask for a powerful cultivation technique. At that time, the two of us will definitely increase in strength. Ha 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 ha. The two of them were talking when Xianxia suddenly spoke. Two old monsters of the Heaven Scryer realm are truly shameless to surround a young man at the 5th level of the Origin realm. The middle-aged woman didn't care and laughed loudly. Shameless? What is shame? How much is it worth? If you want to blame us, then blame yourself for not having enough cultivation. Could it be that you can blame us for being too high? Xianxia took a deep breath and said, What you said is correct. Since that's the case, I don't need to show mercy to you. Be merciful to us? The middle-aged woman and old monster Skypeeper exchanged glances and laughed heartily. Are you ready to pay the price? Xianxia looked sideways at the two of them and said, You military experts of the western regions disguised as ordinary martial artists to capture a person from the central plains at the Origin realm. Xianxia's expression turned cold. Aren't you really afraid of paying a painful price for doing this? I'll give you one last chance. Let me go now. I can pretend that nothing happened today. The two of them were still smiling. The middle-aged woman said, We are just shamelessly capturing you. We are just being disrespectful to the old man. If you have any ability, just use it. Could it be that we are still afraid of your little Origin returning martial cultivator? This is ridiculous. Xianxia let out a long sigh and said, I really don't want to do this. Killing two Heaven Scryer realm experts in a row will definitely cause great turmoil in the western regions. But since you guys have done such a great job, why should I be afraid anymore? At this point, Xianxia's gaze suddenly became sharp. He said in a deep voice, At most, it will disturb the western regions. As he spoke, Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and a sun power that could destroy heaven and earth suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. The power of the sun instantly condensed into a heavenly and earth-shattering sword chi. The tip of the sword pierced through the heavens, and the hilt of the sword connected to the earth. Ah! What is this? The two Heaven Scryer realm experts were instantly frightened out of their wits. As soon as the sun sword chi emerged, the power of the heavens that bound Xianxia also collapsed, allowing Xianxia to gain freedom. Xianxia grabbed onto the hilt of the sun sword chi and angrily said, You are courting death. The two of them were scared out of their wits and immediately thought of escaping. You dare to kill us? The middle-aged woman screamed in panic. We are all military experts of the Heaven Scryer realm. If you kill us, the officials of the western regions will definitely not let you go. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, they will still find you. Xianxia roared. Come on, come on. Who's afraid of who? I will face you head-on today. Even if I die, I will make you pay an unbearable price. Run! The 2 Heaven Scryer realm old monsters turned around and fled in a panic. I only know now that I'm scared. It's too late. Xianxia held the sky-bearing sword in his hand and slashed down the sun sword Qi with a loud shout. This sword slashed down, and it actually sliced the old monster of Heaven Scryer into 2 halves on the spot. The heaven-destroying sun sword Qi didn't even leave behind the corpse of the heaven-peeping old monster. The terrifying power of the sun directly burned the remnant corpse of the heaven-peeping old monster to ashes. The middle-aged woman, who was running for her life, was so frightened that her face was deathly pale, and her eyes were covered with ashes. The middle-aged woman let out a scream of fear from the depths of her soul. It was you who killed the Heaven Scryer realm. Xianxia threw out the sun sword Qi. The middle-aged woman flew far faster than Xianxia in order to reach the 4th level of Heaven Scryer. In an instant, her entire body had disappeared from the horizon, leaving behind only her endless screams. But the sun sword Qi was even faster. This enormous sword that pierced through the heavens and the earth turned into a streak of residual light and immediately disappeared. Dozens of miles away, the middle-aged woman was desperately flying. She had even started to burn her blood essence and wanted to escape from the circle of death regardless of any cost. However, that sun sword Qi could even instantly kill a Fortune realm expert, so it was extremely easy to chase after this Heaven Scryer realm expert. The sword Qi only took less than 2 seconds to catch up to the middle-aged woman and pierce through her. Before the middle-aged woman died, her eyes were filled with inexplicable fear and disbelief. How could this be? My grand 4th level Heaven Scryer expert actually died at the hands of a Origin Realm kid. I'm not willing. I'm not willing. Boom! The sun sword Qi exploded, blasting the woman to the point where not even a single drop of dregs remained. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! In the distance, Xianxia looked up at the sky and laughed. What a western region. He actually sent a Heaven Scryer realm martial artist to capture me. You guys aren't afraid of making things big. Let alone me. I'm just going to play to the end with you guys. I want to see how many more experts you have. Send them over for me to kill. With that, Xianxia turned and flew west. At this point, Su Kaiwe had already used 2 strands of the sun sword Qi that she had given Xianxia. One was used to kill Yu Ziheo, while the other was used to kill 2 Heaven Scryer realm experts. Xianxia was already prepared to risk his life. And finally, there was a ray of sun sword Qi. At worst, everyone would be burned together. Whoever is afraid. Xianxia found the cargo ship again and sneaked into it. No one noticed that he had left before. The dark clouds in the sky had gradually faded away. Lightning no longer shone in the clouds. The cargo ship began to rise and regain its original speed. Originally, the scheduled voyage was to arrive at Lone Moon City in less than 2.5 days. However, when he encountered a thunderstorm halfway through, he was delayed for a while. In the end, it was already the evening of the 3rd day when he arrived at Lone Moon City. After tonight, it was exactly 3 days. At that time, the spirit sealing formation on Xianxia's body would disappear. After the cargo ship docked outside Lone Moon City, Xianxia immediately rushed to the city without stopping to search for the spirit sealing formation in the city. Somewhere in the western regions. In a dark room, there was an old man quietly sitting in the shadows. Outside the door was a middle-aged man with a nervous expression. The old man in the room was sitting behind a wooden table. Under the wooden table, there was a beautiful woman lying between the old man's legs, her head rapidly rising and falling. Later, the old man finally let out a long sigh of relief. He grabbed the woman's head with his right hand. With a slight shake of his wrist, the woman's eyes immediately turned white. Her entire body was melted into liquid, and it actually merged into the old man's body. The old man smiled happily and said, "Come in." The middle-aged man outside wiped away his cold sweat and pushed the door open. The old man looked at the middle-aged man indifferently and said, "Everything has come to me." The middle-aged man lowered his head and did not even look at the old man. He said respectfully, "Elder Hai, there is something very difficult right now. We are pursuing a origin realm martial artist from the Central Plains." As he spoke, the middle-aged man's voice was trembling. Obviously, he was afraid of the old man to the bone. When the old man heard this, he said, "Don't hesitate to finish what you have to say." The middle-aged man hurriedly wiped away his cold sweat and said, "We have already laid a heavenly net, and the profound sky sect has laid ancient soul-chasing gemstones on top of each city. However, we haven't caught him yet. That's why I dared to ask your Azura group to take action." The old man leaned back and said lazily, "Such a big battle, yet you can't catch a origin realm martial artist? What a bunch of trash." Yes, that brat is from the nature sect. He has a lot of tricks. He has more than once escaped our encirclement. Especially since we don't know his exact route, we don't know what method he used to avoid the detection of the gem. Seeing that he has gone further and further, if we really let him return to the Central Plains, then we will really fail. The old man gently tapped the table with his fingers, as if he was pondering. Every time he tapped the table, the middle-aged man trembled in fear. "My Azura group has always been responsible for training top-notch killing machines for your military. I never ask about anything else," the old man said. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "The various dark forces have already made their move. Even the assassins from the Flower Organization have mobilized quite a bit. However, we were unable to catch that brat. We are truly powerless. We can only come to invite you. I hope that you can lend a helping hand." The old man snorted coldly. "If it weren't for your greed for the heavenly profound sex rewards, why would you make such a big joke? How would our Western region martial artists be able to establish themselves in the dark forces in the future? But after what you said, I'm really interested in that brat. How about this? I'll send a few members of the Azura group to help you." As he spoke, the old man clapped his hands. A young man pushed open the door and entered. He was about 18 or 19 years old, and he had reached the 5th level of the Origin Return realm. After he entered, he stood by the side with his hands lowered and did not say a word. 5th level Origin Return? The middle-aged man's face was bitter as he pleaded, "Can you send a heavenly Yuan realm Azura member?" The old man's face suddenly turned cold as he said, "Impudent! Are you looking down on my Azura group? I've already given you a lot of face by sending a 5th level Origin Returning Cultivator. Our Heaven Origin Realm Cultivator is used to resolve disputes in the Heaven Scryer realm. How can we waste precious resources on low-level cultivators?" Yes. The middle-aged man did not dare to retaliate and could only express his gratitude. The old man said to the young man, "Luo Shang, find 2 people and accompany you. Go capture that boy from the Central Plains. Go down." With that, the middle-aged man and the young martial artist named Luo Shang respectfully left the room. Outside the door, Luo Shang said to the middle-aged man, "Tell me all the information you have and where the man from the Central Plains last appeared." "Within the western regions, somewhere within the Flower Organization." "What? You didn't catch it?" A beautiful woman was sitting in the pond. On the surface of the pond, there was a phantom that looked exactly like a woman. Yes. Outside the pond, a man stood quietly and said, "Please give the order to send out the trump card killer." The phantom woman on the surface of the pond said, "Only 1,000 good seedlings with good aptitude can produce a qualified killer. Only out of 1,000 killers can a trump card killer be cultivated. Do you know what I mean?" The man nodded. "This subordinate knows. But if we don't act seriously, I'm afraid that the officials will take the lead. There is a clear message outside. The Western region's officials have already gone to seek the help of the Azura group." "Azura group?" The shadow woman on the surface of the water's surface suddenly changed her expression. "I understand. Take my order with you. Take 5 elemental return 6th layer ace killers. Remember, minimize the damage. Don't fight with the members of the Azura group unless you have to. I don't want to provoke that old man right now. Understood. The man's body flashed and disappeared. In the western region's Lone Moon City, Xianxia sat at the window on the 2nd floor of a restaurant, eating and drinking while quietly observing the movements outside. Although he had arrived at Lone Moon City in a hurry, it was fortunate that he had managed to find the spirit sealing formation and refresh the power of the formation on his body. Even the Iron Man needed to rest and eat. Xianxia took advantage of his rare free time to find this restaurant to rest for a while. He took out the map and looked at the next city, but he couldn't help but frown. He didn't know much about the situation in the western regions, but the next city was very famous. Even warriors in the Central Plains had heard of it. Moongazer City. This was an extremely ancient city. It was once built by the western regions as a capital city. Later, because Moongazer City was relatively close to the border of the Central Plains, it moved its capital southward. Meanwhile, Moongazer City, the ancient capital left behind, became even more prosperous because there were no restrictions here. Moongazer City was also one of the world-famous underground exchanges. Martial practitioners from various countries had gathered here, and there were even sect disciples and traders from other continents. Especially this city, it was still a city of the sky. It was floating in the clouds. It's not far away. It's only 20,000 li. We can arrive in less than a day. It's just that Moongazer City's environment is complicated. Xianxia shook his head and put away the map. I didn't expect the Haotian army to be so generous that they built the spirit sealing formation in the capital. That was naturally a good thing for the war, but it was not necessarily the case for the current Xianxia. The cargo ship was still unloading cargo at Lone Moon City. It would not take off until about 2 hours later. Xianxia still had some time. At this moment, the person at the table outside the 2 tables caught Xianxia's attention. There were only 3 people at that table, 2 men and 1 woman. Among the 2 men, one was extremely handsome, the other extremely ugly, while the woman's figure was as thin as a skeleton. The 3 of them were at the 4th level of origin return. This level was nothing to Xianxia, but he could vaguely sense that the 3 of them were hiding their levels. The handsome man said, "The incident in the western regions has caused quite a stir this time. We've come to the right place. It's just the right place to stir up the water here." The ugly man's face was full of pockmarks. His nose was high up to the sky, revealing 2 black nostrils. It was extremely ugly. "Shall we capture Xianxia?" the ugly man said as he ate. The woman drank her wine and said, "Captured it and gave it to the Profound Sky sect? I'm not interested." The ugly man laughed and said, "I didn't say I wanted to give it to the Profound Sky sect. Since the Profound Sky sect values that Xianxia so much, why don't we just kill Xianxia with the Profound Sky sect?" "Oh, that's a good idea." The handsome man laughed. "Those trash from the Profound Sky sect have been very bad lately. It's interesting for us to find an opportunity to ruin their plans." From their conversation, it seemed that they did not place the Profound Sky sect in their eyes. This made Xianxia feel strange. Just what kind of people in the world despised the Profound Sky sect like this? It wasn't that the dark forces couldn't contend against the 8 great sects, but they were all scattered and never united. In particular, there were some ancient dark forces that had a long history, and their legacies were even older than those of the 8 great sects. On the other hand, some countries on the continent were directly controlled by the dark forces, and they were puppet regimes worthy of the name. Right at this moment, 5 martial artists quickly walked up from downstairs. All 5 of them were at the 7th level of the Origin Return Realm. All warriors above the Origin Realm and below the Heavenly Origin Realm. "Immediately accept the interrogation," one of the leaders shouted. Although the 5 of them wore the clothes of ordinary martial artists, their auras were clearly that of soldiers in disguise. There weren't many martial artists on this floor. There were only 4 tables. One of the tables had only a Xiantian realm martial artist, so they were directly excluded. The other 3 tables were Xianxia and the 3 mysterious people. There were 7 martial artists at the other table. These 7 didn't want to cause any trouble, so they took the initiative to stand up and cooperate with the inspection. Everyone was not stupid. Everyone could tell that the 5 martial artists who rushed over were soldiers. However, it was fine if they didn't tell anyone. No one would be so stupid as to say it out loud. After interrogation, the 7 people also checked their origin energy attributes, weapons, appearances, and were even asked to cut their fingertips and drip 2 drops of blood. It's none of your business. Scram. The leader of the 5 waved his hand and drove the 7 martial artists out of the restaurant. Then, the 5 of them arrived at the table next to the 3 mysterious martial artists. The leading soldier said, "Stand up." Among the 3 of them, only the ugly man stood up, but he didn't do it to cooperate with the examination. "This daddy is eating. Don't you have eyes? Scram. Don't make yourself uninteresting." The ugly man continued to chew on a chicken leg as he spoke. The leading soldier frowned and said, "Little 4th-level origin returning martial cultivator? Are you courting death by saying this?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ugly man's right hand suddenly shook, and a fierce yuan qi surged out, causing the 5 soldiers to retreat 3 meters away. The 5 soldiers looked at each other and felt that the ugly man's strength was extraordinary. "Don't cause any trouble. It's best to be examined honestly," the 5 soldiers shouted in unison. Immediately after, their bodies began to explode and they completed their demonic transformation. Watching this scene, Xianxia thought for a moment. Previously, he suspected that the profound sky sect had already refined a portion of the western region's martial practitioners into half-demon bodies and had these people act as the backbone to capture him. Now, it seemed that not only did the dark forces receive the help of the profound sky sect, there were also people from the western region's military who participated in the refinement of the demonic transformation. "Oh, roar! Roar!" The ugly man immediately became excited. "This is the half-demon body that the profound sky sect is proud of? Today is truly an eye-opener. I would like to experience how powerful your half-demon body is." As he spoke, the ugly 4th-level origin returning martial artist's arms trembled as he charged towards the 5 half-demon giants. As for the 5 soldiers, all of them were at the 7th level of the origin return stage, so they didn't put ugly men in their eyes at all. The 2 soldiers came forward together, their muscular arms trembling as they smashed their huge fists towards the ugly man's face. "Let me test your physical strength." The ugly man didn't retreat and punched out with his fists. The fists of the 3 of them collided, and the ugly man was immediately sent flying. Just as he was about to crash into a table and chair, the handsome man and the skinny woman stood up at the same time and received the ugly man with 2 strands of gentle yuan qi. "Ha! I thought you were so capable. So you're just a piece of trash." The soldiers burst into laughter. The ugly man's chest rose and fell, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, even Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. The handsome man smiled and patted the ugly man on the back. "How are you?" Judging from his appearance, he didn't seem to be worried at all. The ugly man wiped the corners of his mouth and said, "Looks like the half-demon body is really not for fun. The strength of this bunch of trash is astonishing. Breaking through their defenses is not easy. Zhang, lend me your high-grade earth weapon dagger." "Take it." The handsome man smiled and put a small black dagger into the ugly man's hand. This dagger was very dexterous, only as long as a palm. But when the ugly man took the dagger, the floor beneath his feet suddenly sank. Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that this dagger was very heavy. The ugly man had already used a portion of his yuan qi to reinforce the floor, but it still caused the floor to sink. The weight of this dagger was at least 10,000 kilograms. It was about the same as Xianxia's 3-meter saber. It was indeed very rare. The ugly man weighed the dagger and laughed. "5 little brats, your ugly master has prevented you from leaving this restaurant today. What an ugly person." The 5 soldiers laughed loudly and immediately surrounded the ugly man. A strange smile suddenly flashed across the ugly man's face. He lowered his body and swooshed into the formation of the 5 of them. The ugly man's figure was as nimble as a monkey. Once he charged into the group of 5, He used his left foot to tap the ground and his body soared into the air. The dagger in his hand swiftly circled around, and the head of a soldier split up on the spot. Then, he crossed his right leg around the arm of another soldier and swung his body. He pierced the dagger through the back of the second soldier's neck and slapped the handle of the dagger heavily with his right hand. The dagger was pierced through the neck of the second soldier by intense yuan qi. Moreover, the dagger had the strange stickiness of the soft yuan qi. As it flew out of the soldier's neck, it suddenly turned halfway through. Its flexibility was as if it was being held by a perceptive palm. The dagger drew the Z 3 times in a row, piercing through the necks of the other 3 martial artists with astonishing dexterity. 5 half-demon soldiers at the 7th level of the Origin realm didn't even survive for 3 seconds in the hands of the ugly man. In the end, the dagger flew out with a whoosh and instantly stopped at about an inch between Xiang Nan's eyebrows. The dagger was hovering in front of Xiang Nan and was buzzing with vibrations. It was controlled with incomparable precision by yuan qi. Xiang Nan's expression did not change. He was still drinking lightly with his glass in hand. The dagger floating in front of him only needed to advance an inch before it could directly hit the center of his eyebrows. "You're not hiding?" The ugly man looked at Xiang Nan with a faint smile. Xiang Nan smiled and said, "You don't want to kill me. Why should I hide?" "Oh, interesting." The ugly man waved his right hand and the dagger obediently fell back into his hand like a living creature. The handsome man cupped his fists and cupped his hands at Xiang Nan. "Friends are so courageous. We never know each other. We won't make things difficult for you. Sorry to disturb your drinking." After saying that, the handsome man took the dagger and said, "Let's go." The 3 of them turned around and left. Just as they were going downstairs, the handsome man suddenly looked up at Xiang Nan and smiled. "Could it be that you are the legendary Xiang Nan?" However, before Xiang Nan could reply, the 3 of them had already smiled and went downstairs. Xiang Nan held the wine glass in his hand and muttered to himself, "It's really lively now. I didn't expect even the Shadow Hunter to come." The Dark Shadow Hunter was an ancient and mysterious legend. The name of this organization was Night Demon, and the members of Night Demon were called Dark Shadow Hunters. More people tended to believe that the Night Demon organization did not exist at all and was a terrorist force that people had fabricated. However, Xiang Nan knew very well that this power was real. This was because Xiang Nan had received a gracious invitation from the Night Demon in his previous life, but Bai Mukin had refused at that time. The history of this Night Demon organization was still a very obscure history, and not many people truly knew about it. One of the most important factors for a sect, especially an ambitious sect, to survive in the world was self-discipline. Take the Heavenly Profound sect as an example. When the ancestors of the Heavenly Profound sect founded the Heavenly Profound sect, they secretly set up a judgment hall. The only function of the Hall of Judgment was that when the Xuanzong sect was accused by the corrupt elders, these mysterious members of the Hall of Judgment would interfere in the sect's internal affairs by powerful means, and they could directly execute those in power without the orders of the sect master. Therefore, the qualifications of the members of the Hall of Justice were extremely strict. To enter the Hall of Justice, a martial artist had to undergo as many as 18 rigorous trials. To enter the Hall of Judgment, only powerful talent was far from enough. At the same time, one had to possess an unparalleled fighting consciousness, an understanding of martial arts, an in-depth understanding of martial techniques, and an innate fighting instinct. Even if you possess the terrifying 3 heavenly spiritual meridians, you may not be able to enter. Perhaps you were eliminated, but instead, a person with only 1 heavenly grade meridian entered. Because of your talent, it doesn't mean that you have a good fighting consciousness. In real life, ordinary people often have small men defeating strong men. That's called fighting, and the martial arts world also has such examples. The most mysterious thing was that the members of the Hall of Judgment had to be personally selected by the current sect master and not be appointed by any elders. In other words, even within the Profound Sky sect, the vast majority of people did not know that there was such a mysterious organization. However, reality was always full of drama. The power of the Judicial Hall had led them to walk a crooked path instead. This group of top battle maniacs had rebelled. They quietly left the Profound Sky sect and formed their own faction. In fact, not only did the Heavenly Profound sect have such a mysterious organization, there were also other sects, including the Howran sect at the early stage of its establishment. These top sects, the most mysterious and top experts, had collectively defected, causing a huge uproar in the martial world back then, and these people had joined forces to form an organization called Night Demon. Thousands of years had passed, and the Night Demons had no relationship with the 8 great sections. However, they still existed in a mysterious way and continued to absorb the most elite martial artists by unknown means. Back then, the Night Demon had taken a fancy to Bai Mukin and used all sorts of coercive and tempting methods to absorb him. In the end, his plan failed. Xianxia held the wine cup and looked upstairs at the 3 leaving figures. He muttered to himself, "After so many years, the strength of the Night Demon's members still hasn't decreased. They only choose the experts among the experts and the elites among the elites." Even though he had won the championship in the 12 joint examinations, Night Demons had not taken notice of him. It could be seen how stringent their requirements were in selecting their members. It was almost time for Xianxia to leave the restaurant and embark on the cargo flying ship again, heading towards the next destination, Moongazer City. Coincidentally, when Xianxia put on the cargo, he met the 3 shadow hunters. These people had no bottom line, no principles, and no purpose. What they did was entirely based on their personal preferences. Sometimes, they continuously assassinated more than 100 disciples of a first-rate sect just because it was interesting. Xianxia did not intend to have any interactions with these people, nor was he interested in creating friction with them. Under the speed of the cargo flying ship, it took less than a day to arrive at the destination. Within the boundless sea of clouds, a grand old capital of the western regions appeared in front of him. The flying ship slowly docked at the edge of Moongazer City and began to unload its cargo. Xianxia and the 3 shadow hunters also got off the ship one after another. Xianxia waited for the 3 of them to enter the city before he took out the map and looked at it carefully. The situation was not optimistic. Back then, when Moongazer City was the capital of the western regions, it was still on the ground. After the capital was moved, it expanded several times, and was later pushed into the sky by many experts from the dark forces. Today's Moongazer City was no longer the same concept as before, and its total area had more than tripled. The most troublesome thing was that Moongazer City was floating in the sky, slowly spinning. In other words, the city marked on the map in Xianxia's hand could not be determined. The spirit ceiling formation on the map was located outside the east gate of Moongazer City. After expansion, it should have already become central. The city was expanded many times, and it was divided into 3 rings. The first ring was the original old city, and the second ring and the third ring were added later. Xianxia nodded. In his heart, he drew out 4 target points for the central region. These 4 target points all had the potential to be the former east of the city. After confirming the general direction in his heart, he stepped into the city. Just as they entered the grand Moongazer City, a wave of clamorous voices rushed towards them. As soon as they entered the city gate, the first thing they saw was the huge slave market. There were over 100 booths in the slave market. On each booth, there were young human men and women, demon men and women, and even martial artists with decent strength. Amidst the noisy crowd, people continuously walked onto the exhibition stand and opened the mouths of the slaves like they were examining livestock, or stripped the slaves naked on the spot, carefully examining them. Moongazer City was filled with shady underground transactions, and it could buy almost anything that the outside world could not buy. This included the stolen storage rings, the treasures of various powerful sects, and even the enemies of certain powers. For example, if Xianxia was captured by the dark forces, one possibility was that he would be sent directly to the Profound Sky sect, and the other was that he would be escorted to Moongazer City for auction. Xianxia walked along the outer edge of the slave market, looking at the slaves on the stand. The so-called slaves had expressionless faces and ashes in their eyes. It seemed that they had long since accepted their fate and gave up resisting. There were strong men in charge of auctioning slaves in public. They held whips and kept beating the slaves. The slaves who were beaten were not because they were disobedient, but because someone wanted to hear their screams. Were they miserable enough to cause the warped bloodthirst in the buyers' hearts? Xianxia couldn't bear to stay in this kind of place any longer, so he prepared to directly go around and head towards the central district. But at this moment, a strong man's loud shout attracted Xianxia's attention. "Come over here. This is a lion demon man. Especially since he was raised by humans, he is very proficient in human civilization. This kind of slave is not common. Everyone, make your move as soon as possible to prevent others from taking advantage of it." Lion demon man? Xianxia suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. Upon seeing this, the veins on Xianxia's forehead suddenly bulged. On that exhibition stand, a man was tied up. He knelt on the ground with his head lowered. His entire body was covered in whips. There were many cracks on his skin. Blood had already stuck to his clothes, and he couldn't tear them apart. And this person was actually Xianxia's demon friend, Chen Hengjuan. Xianxia had always had good feelings for Chen Heng. He admired this iron-boned demon man, especially Chen Heng, who yearned for the civilizations of the human world. He liked the kind of life that came and went freely and happily. However, he never imagined that Chen Hengjuan would be captured and sold as a slave ever since he separated from Xianxia at Feiyun Temple. At this moment, when Xianxia saw Chen Hengjuan's miserable state, the anger in his heart was about to break through the clouds. He wished he could rush forward right now and kill all those who had tortured Chen Hengjuan. However, his rationality told him that doing so would not save Chen Hengjuan, but would even implicate him. If those people were able to capture Chen Hengjuan and openly sell him here, there must be a powerful dark force backing them. If they forcefully robbed him, they would surely attract more calamities. Xianxia took 3 deep breaths in a row to calm himself down. He quickly walked to the exhibition stand and whispered to Chen Hengjuan, who was kneeling with his head down, "Brother Chen." When Chen Hengjuan heard this voice, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Xianxia, his eyes still filled with confusion. "It's me, Xiangbei." Xianxia reported the alias Chen Hengjuan knew and said, "I've changed my appearance." Chen Hengjuan's eyes flashed with a bright light, but he lowered his voice and said very quickly, "Hurry up and leave me alone. You can't afford to offend this group of people." Seeing Chen Hengjuan's dried lips, Xianxia felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. He quickly took out a small pot of liquor and handed it over. "Don't talk. Drink some liquor and strengthen your spirit. Don't worry. I will definitely save you." The person in charge of the slave discovered this scene. A strong man with the 8th level of origin return walked over quickly with a steel whip in his hand. He pointed the steel whip at Xianxia's nose and said, "No food is allowed to be fed to the slave. This is the rule. God knows what the buyer will feed the slave. If he feeds the slave some poison, the seller will suffer a huge loss." Xianxia's eyes flashed with an icy coldness as he said in a deep voice, "I'll buy this demon slave." The sturdy man's expression immediately eased. He smiled and said, "The guest has a good eye. This demon male is... There's no need for nonsense. Just quote directly." Xianxia waved his hand and interrupted. "This slave is worth 120 million gold coins," said the sturdy man with a smile on his face. "Are you crazy?" Xianxia's eyes widened. 120 million gold coins? Why don't you just ask me for a city? The strong man said, "I was going to introduce you just now. Why is this slave so valuable? You didn't listen to me. That's the price. You either leave money to buy him, or move aside and clear the way for others." The commotion here immediately attracted the attention of more buyers. Everyone surrounded Chen Heng, and they were also quite interested in Chen Heng. Xianxia knew that the seller was talking big, but he didn't care anymore. If he could solve the problem with money, it wouldn't be a problem for Xianxia. "These 3 ores are enough." Xianxia took out 3 pieces of fire-burning yellow crystal stones and threw them on the exhibition stand. Fire-burning yellow crystal stone was the main ingredient for refining intermediate-grade earth weapons, and its market value was extremely high. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the crowd. The sturdy man hurriedly held the 3 oars in his hands as if he had picked up a treasure. He had already blossomed with joy. "Can I take someone away now?" Xianxia asked in a deep voice. The burly man chuckled and said, "Sorry, I was wrong just now. This slave is worth 220 million. "What are you talking about?" Xianxia said angrily. "You actually went back on your word? Even if this is an underground trading market, you still have to abide by the rules." The clan had its own laws and rules, and the dark forces also had their own rules which could not be broken. The sturdy man clearly saw that Xianxia was a fledgling and wanted to knock on Xianxia's door. "Can you raise the price temporarily? The buyer can bargain, so the seller can naturally raise the price, right?" The burly man smiled sinisterly and looked at the crowd. "That's right, that's the truth." Unexpectedly, a large number of people in the crowd immediately echoed. The sturdy man smiled at Xianxia and said, "If you don't buy it, someone will buy it." "Haha, I'll buy it. I want to pay a higher price." Someone had already started to heckle. These people definitely wouldn't pay such a high price for a demon male. They just watched the fun without being bothered by the big deal. They were clearly looking for fun. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, 220 million. "It's agreed. Will the price be increased again?" "Absolutely not. There are so many people watching here. If I add more, who else will buy our things?" said the sturdy man. "All right." Xianxia took out 3 pieces of fire-burning yellow crystal stones and threw them to the strong man, saying, "Take your things and I'll take them away." After saying that, Xianxia jumped onto the stand and untied Chen Hengjuan. Chen Hengjuan looked at Xianxia gratefully and said guiltily, "I made Brother Xiang waste money." "Wait!" At this moment, the burly man suddenly reached out to stop Xianxia. Beside the burly man, there was another person whispering to the burly man in a low voice. "You still want to raise the price?" Xianxia's anger could no longer be suppressed. He touched his storage ring with his left hand and was ready to light up his weapon at any time. However, the sturdy man no longer laughed. Instead, his expression was solemn. He handed the 6 fire-burning yellow crystals to Xianxia and said, "Sorry, we won't sell this slave anymore. You said you wouldn't sell it if you didn't want to? You have to give me a reason." Xianxia pulled out his huge saber and his yuan qi began to surge. This time, even the buyers couldn't take notice of it. Someone shouted, "All right, let's just make a fuss. It doesn't make any sense if we don't sell it even after we've agreed on the price." "Yeah, aren't you smashing your own trademark by doing this?" The sturdy man's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. But with so many people denouncing him, he couldn't really go against everyone. The sturdy man gritted his teeth and said, "It's not that I refuse to sell, but I can't. The military has put down their words. They found out that Xianxia once interacted with a lion demon man at Feiyun Temple. Right now, they are searching for all the Origin Realm lion demons and bringing them back for strict interrogation." At this point, the sturdy man shouted to the crowd, "Damn him, what a shame. The business he got is so yellow." Hearing that it was an important person from the military, no one else had anything to say. Although the dark forces were not afraid of the military, they still had to give them some face. "No, I must have someone today." The giant saber in Xianxia's hand trembled, and he angrily said, "I've given you the money. I have to take the person away." The sturdy man's expression changed. He waved his hand and said, "Little bastard, do you want to cause trouble here?" With a wave of his hand, 17 or 18 strong men immediately surrounded him. Each of them had the 8th or 9th level of the Origin Return realm. They were high-level martial artists who were specifically responsible for guarding slaves. Xianxia threw all the fire-burning yellow crystal stones on the exhibition stand and slashed out a blade light at the strong men. "Brother Chen, let's go." He grabbed Chen Hengjuan's arm and ran out of the city. "Stop him." 3 of the dozen or so strong men were killed on the spot by Xianxia. This time there was a big mess. The wide city gate was suddenly blocked by more than 100 martial artists, and the pursuers in Xianxia's rear continued to increase. These people were colluding secretly. The people who came to surround Xianxia were not just slave trading gangs, but also a large number of experts who rushed over when they heard the commotion in the other trading markets. There are clear rules in the underground trading market. If you have money, you can buy everything here. If you don't have money, don't get into a bad mood. If they were to snatch it here, it would be equivalent to declaring war on all the sellers in the trading market. This kind of thing is not allowed to happen. By the time Xianxia arrived near the city gate, there were already 200+ martial artists surrounding him, and the number of pursuers in the rear had also increased to 300 or 400. These people were all martial artists whose realms were close to the Heaven Origin realm. Their numbers were large enough to send half of the outer city flying. "Brother Xiang, put me down." Chan Hengjuan grabbed Xianxia's arm and whispered, "I can't finish it. Even if you can kill these Origin Realm martial artists, there will still be experts from the Heavenly Origin Realm chasing after you. They will definitely not let their goods be robbed. Even if you have the ability to kill many experts of the Heaven Origin Realm with the Origin Return Realm, Heaven Scryer Realm experts will still come because this is their bottom line and cannot be violated." Xianxia gritted his teeth. A strong light blossomed on the giant saber and shouted, "No matter how many people come, I can't. Today, I have to save you." What a big tone. "Go on. Kill those two." Behind him, the strong man had already rushed over with 300 to 400 people. Following the sturdy man's command, a total of 500 to 600 Origin Realm martial artists roared loudly. For a moment, fierce yuan qi condensed into a ball and soared into the sky. All the spectators here were stunned by this scene and ran around with their heads crossed. A great battle was about to break out. As long as Xianxia used his personal strength to kill all the martial artists present, it would definitely cause a huge sensation, and he would even be suspected to be Xianxia himself. However, Xianxia could no longer care about that much. Even if he fought to the death, he could not leave Chan Hengjuan behind. At this moment, a burst of exclamations suddenly came from the crowd not far away. "Look, that's..." Everyone raised their heads and saw that the sound of breathing in cold air could be heard everywhere. Heavenly Devil Religion. On the city wall, an entire row of people wearing white robes and white spikes had already stood. There were more than 1,000 of them. Those people silently appeared, and until now, not a single believer had spoken. "What's going on?" The sturdy man led the martial artists to retreat and shouted, "Heavenly Demon Sect, what do you mean?" But no one answered his question. The Heavenly Devil Religion had a very frightening habit, and that was they never negotiated with anyone. As long as they decided on something, they would do it directly regardless of the consequences. The strong man's final voice was still floating in the air, but the Heavenly Demon Sect members had already jumped down. "Damn it! Damn it! Run! Run! Don't fight with this bunch of lunatics!" The sturdy man paled in fright. However, it was already too late. The crowd was surrounded by white-robed, holy apostles. Xianxia looked at the large number of Heavenly Devil cult members, and his heart trembled slightly. Could it be that Dream Butterfly was helping him? The western regions were so large that even the local dark forces could not find Xianxia, especially the Heavenly Demon Religion. However, judging from the current situation, the Heavenly Devil Religion clearly didn't care who was right or wrong. They directly scattered many believers throughout the western regions. As long as they discovered that someone was similar to Xianxia, they would immediately rescue them. Boom! A violent explosion immediately disrupted the order of the scene. A white-robed man slowly descended from mid-air. He pointed at the members of the dark forces and said, "Holy Church, those who have nothing to do with it, quickly retreat. Clear the field." As soon as he finished speaking, more than 1,000 disciples seemed to have come alive in an instant, rushing towards the dark forces' martial practitioners one after another. For a moment, the saber soldiers faced each other. 1,000 sects and more than 500 sellers were fighting in a chaotic battle. It had to be said that it was very difficult for the Heavenly Devil cult to maintain their overall strength at an extremely high level, because there were simply too many of them. Meanwhile, the dark forces in Moongazer City were relatively large, and each of the thugs hired by the sellers had extraordinary strength. Just as the two sides exchanged blows, those thugs actually suppressed the thousands of heavenly devil cult members with the number of more than 500 people. However, in the next moment, the heavenly demon sect disciples tore open their robes and charged into the crowd at their fastest speed. Immediately after, a self-detonation exploded. The waves of fire rose into the sky, and more congregations rushed forward to self-destruct, completely ignoring their own lives and sacrificing themselves for glory. Whether it was the thugs or the tourists of Moongazer City, they were all dumbfounded. Boom! 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 The scene was chaotic, and large parts of the city walls were shattered by the shockwaves created by the self-destruction of the believers. Hundreds of ordinary tourists had died in the sea of fire. The white-robed man lightly landed beside Xianxia and said, "Leave him to me. Find a way to escape by yourself." Xianxia was shocked. "You didn't even ask who I was?" The white-robed man said expressionlessly, "It doesn't matter who it is. As long as you are the target of our suspicions, we will save you regardless of the cost. Now let's go." Xianxia gritted his teeth and handed Chun Hengjuan over to the man, saying, "This is my friend. I hope you can send him to a safe place. If you see Meng die, tell her that I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me, and you don't have to look for me." When he heard the word Meng Dai, a trace of surprise flashed through the man's eyes. "There are many people who want to capture you. We cannot forcefully bring you out of the western regions. Do your best. The wind is about to blow here." With that, snow-white flying ships appeared one after another in the sky. Those flying ships quietly appeared from the sea of clouds, and thousands of white-robed followers jumped off each ship. The man said, "I can create chaos for you. Find a way to escape by yourself." After saying that, the man waved his hand and said, "Listen to the orders of the sacred church and surround Moongazer City." What courage! Suddenly, a powerful Yuan Qi shot out from the core area of Moongazer City. The Yuan Qi light suddenly hung above the crowd and transformed into a middle-aged man. This man was at the first level of Heaven Scryer and was very powerful. "Heavenly Devil Religion, you dare to cause trouble in Moongazer City?" The middle-aged man shouted sternly. The white-robed man raised his hand and said to the middle-aged man, "Within 2 days, Moongazer City will be taken over by the sacred sect. If we resist, we will flatten the city within 7 days." The middle-aged man was so scared that his face turned pale. He knew that the heavenly devil religion would never speak nonsense. He said that he would trample on you in 7 days, and only in 7 days. In order to accomplish this goal, the heavenly demon church did everything in its power. If you have a Heaven Scryer Realm City Guard, I will send a Fortune Realm Cultivator. If you have a Fortune Realm Reinforcer, I will send a Divine Martial Realm Cultivator. If we don't destroy the city, we won't let it go. The middle-aged man felt his scalp go numb as he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll give you 2 days. Not even 1 more day. Thank you." Xianxia cupped his fists to the white-clothed man and said to Chen Hengjuan, "Brother Chun, if you have the chance, leave the western regions. We are destined to meet again." With that, Xianxia immediately rushed into the city. In the sky, the middle-aged man of Heaven Scryer Level 1 made an agreement with the heavenly devil religion on the spot. Within 2 days, Moongazer City would be taken over by the heavenly devil religion, but that was all. If a high-level heavenly demon sect martial artist came over, then Moongazer City would also seek support. Apart from that, only the heavenly devil cult members who were already in the city were allowed to move freely, and no more disciples were allowed to enter. The white-robed man was still unable to determine whether Xianxia was Xianxia or not. Nor did he know what Xianxia was up to. He was only responsible for helping Xianxia contain the experts of the dark forces. Apart from that, he was also relying on Xianxia's own abilities. This was the only thing the heavenly devil cult could do for Xianxia. Xianxia ran quickly in the city. His destination was Moongazer City's central district. However, there were always 2 flying ships following him in the sky. As long as someone surrounded Xianxia, the heavenly devil cult members would immediately jump down. But in this way, Xianxia was exposed. Although those heavenly devil cult members weren't afraid of death, their realms weren't high. They were just a group of origin realm martial artists. If they were to encounter real danger, even if they jumped down from the explosion, they would not be able to save themselves. Xianxia waved his hand at the two flying ships and used his yuan qi to transmit his voice. Go! Don't follow me! You exposed my whereabouts. The two flying boats slowly slowed down, and after communicating with the white-robed man in the distance, they slowly retreated. Moongazer City was divided into 3 rings: the outer ring, the middle ring, and the inner ring. Xianxia had 4 goals in mind, all at the junction of the inner ring and the central ring. At this moment, the outer ring was already in a mess because of the sudden arrival of the heavenly devil religion, but the central ring had not been affected, and it was still as usual. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xianxia successfully crossed to the central district and headed towards the current east of the city. After he entered central, he slowed his pace. Although the powers of Moongazer City would not make things difficult for him for 2 days, the powers outside the city were still free. If the Dark Forces martial practitioners outside the city had entered the city before, they could also pose a threat to Xianxia. The central district was even more prosperous. There were practically no ordinary people in this city. All of them were local martial artists and martial artists in exile. Along the way, all kinds of pedestrians wore different clothes, and the shops on both sides of the road were extremely rare. There were even restaurants where signs of human flesh were flagrantly hung, where fresh human flesh could be eaten. Although the inner ring's perimeter was small, it was more than twice the size of an ordinary large city. Xianxia crossed through the outer ring in a straight line. It wasn't far, but now he was running horizontally towards 4 corners, and the distance was incomparably far. Fortunately, there were also small airships in the city that could be used. Each of them was only 10 meters in size, but the amount of money they could use was as high as 400 gold coins. Xianxia quickly stepped onto a flying ship heading to the east of the city. The flying ship shook a few times and began to fly. In the distance, at the top of a certain building, there were 3 figures standing on it. One of the 3 was Luosheng from the Azura group. He quietly looked at Xianxia's flying ship and said, "He is the main suspect. Since the Heavenly Devil sect has temporarily taken over Moongazer City, does that mean that we can do whatever we want here?" A young woman beside him smiled sweetly. "Yes." Luosheng nodded and pointed at the flying ship. After he finished speaking, there was a short dwarf standing beside Luosheng. He was a male, 18 or 19 years old, at the 3rd level of Origin Return, and was only about a meter tall. This dwarf's martial arts realm wasn't high, but his methods were very frightening. Chasing Shadow clasped his hands together, and his 4 fingers twisted into a strange imprint as he said, "Chasing! Ha!" Standing on the deck, Xianxia was looking east. Suddenly, he felt that the ship was locked onto by a powerful spiritual force. Profound Tao Cultivator? What a powerful spiritual force. Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he decisively soared into the sky. Just as he was about to jump into the air, large patches of red insects suddenly appeared on the ship. The insects slowly wriggled and then exploded. In the blink of an eye, a flying ship that was only 10 meters long was blasted into pieces. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Xianxia's figure rushed out and quickly jumped towards the top of a building not far away. Target appeared. Luosheng narrowed his eyes and said, "Lock it down." The dwarf smiled and formed another seal with both of his hands, locking onto Xianxia, who was jumping in the air with his incredible long-range spiritual energy. As Xianxia was in the air, he felt the inexplicable spiritual energy transfer to his body this time. He frowned slightly and pointed at his chest with a heavenly pivot. The finger power of the heavenly pivot finger pushed the spiritual energy out of his body. Immediately after, a loud explosion occurred when the spiritual energy was shot 10 meters behind Xianxia. So strong! Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the cultivator who had used his spiritual energy to lock onto him was not at a high realm, and was far inferior to Mo Rushi and Tan Buhui. However, the cultivator was using a very high-grade profound Dao technique, which was more than 1 level stronger than Mo Rushi and the others. This technique was still not as brilliant as Tan Buhui's, but it was barely enough to injure a Origin Realm martial artist like him. Yeah. The dwarf licked his lips and said, he can actually bounce my spiritual energy away. What a good method. Luo Sheng nodded and said, chase after the shadow. Continue to track the target. Black shadow, head to the front to intercept. After saying that, Luo Sheng put his hands behind his back and leapt towards the eastern sky. He was in mid-air, but with a pung sound behind him, he unfurled a pair of giant black origin energy feathered wings. The flapping of his wings caused him to chase after Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. The charming woman nicknamed Black Shadow giggled. Her eyes were fixed on the shadow of a building 500 meters away. Immediately after, her entire body suddenly sank into her own shadow. In the next instant, she floated out from the shadow of the building 500 meters away. She continued to lock onto the shadow of another building 500 meters away, and her body sank again. Then, she emerged from the shadow 500 meters away. This woman's speed was extremely fast. She drilled into the shadow, and the connection outside the shadow was very smooth. In just 5 seconds, she had already sunk and surfaced 10 times. Each time, the limit distance was 500 meters. 10 times was a full 10 miles away, already surpassing Xianxia. Xianxia was running when a strange yuan qi fluctuation suddenly came from behind him. He suddenly turned around and saw a man with black origin energy feathered wings smiling at him in the sky behind him. You won't be able to escape. Luo Sheng smiled, and his body suddenly split into 5 identical Luo Sheng. Expert. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as the giant saber flew out of the storage ring and landed on his palm. At the same time, Xianxia focused his attention on Luo Sheng and didn't expect that he would be locked onto by another wave of spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia immediately placed his arms in front of him and exploded. The waves of fire engulfed Xianxia. In the sea of flames, Xianxia's figure gradually became clear. He slowly walked out with his huge saber in hand, but he did not receive the slightest bit of real damage. Luo Sheng's right hand trembled, and a 1-meter-long sword appeared in his hand. The other 4 Luo Sheng avatars used yuan qi to condense 4 swords. Your strength is not bad. Luo Sheng licked his lips and said, I just don't know if you're strong enough to warrant our special trip. As he spoke, he suddenly slashed towards Xianxia, and a strange sword light shot out. This sword light was actually vibrating at high speed. During the flight, the entire sword light shook at an extremely fast frequency. At first glance, the sword light had already shaken into an illusion. At the same time, the other 4 avatars also used the same moves as Luo Sheng, and 4 high-speed vibrating sword beams slashed out. It's not simple. Xianxia frowned slightly. He took a step forward and stabbed his horse. Then, he swung the huge saber in his hand horizontally and slashed out fiercely. This was an ordinary raptor's tail swing, but the intensity of its blade light was extremely shocking. The saber light collided with the 5 sword lights. The first time the 2 collided, the saber light immediately occupied an overwhelming advantage. However, the 5 rapidly trembling sword lights were actually recombined with the same frequency, the same amplitude, and the frequency of the 5 vibration points, causing the powerful sword lights to scatter. However, the 5 sword lights were also consumed by the blade lights. Oh! Xianxia raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, this move is really good, just like a group of well-trained soldiers. Maintaining a uniform pace across a bridge can cause a bridge to collapse. What a strong yuan qi. Luo Sheng did not expect that his sword light could only perish together with Xianxia's saber light. At this moment, Xianxia felt another surge of spiritual energy condense towards his body. He could clearly feel the rapid approach of that spiritual energy. Xianxia stomped his left foot on the ground, and his body rose from the ground. When he dodged the first chase of his psychic power, the huge saber in his hand slanted upwards. A sharp blade light shot towards Luo Sheng's true body, sticking to the ground. The corner of Luo Sheng's mouth rose slightly. He pushed his right hand forward and quickly condensed a yuan qi shield. The yuan qi shield was actually shaking at an astonishing frequency, make a buzzing sound. Xiangnan's saber light struck the Yuan Qi shield, but it was shocked by the high frequency of the Yuan Qi shield and scattered. At this moment, the spiritual energy immediately returned and accurately determined Xiangnan. Xiangnan crossed his arms in front of his chest. Boom! Xiangnan's mental energy exploded, and he didn't even hurt his flesh at all, but he was knocked backwards by the explosion. The moment Xiangnan started to slide backwards, Luo Sheng chased after him and swung his hand. His true body and 4 avatars simultaneously chopped out a sword light. Xiangnan was unable to dodge in this extreme environment. He shouted in his heart, "Vermilion Bird's power!" His feet firmly grabbed onto the ground, causing the speed of the backsliding to suddenly stop, and he still maintained his arms crossed in front of his chest. The 5 sword lights followed closely behind, all of them hitting Xiangnan. Buzz buzz! The 5 sword lights stuck tightly to Xiangnan's body, cutting him with crazy vibrations. Xiangnan used 6 times his terrifying physical strength to resist the 5 sword lights. Your Yuan Qi is far inferior. Before Xiangnan could utter the word, his heart suddenly sank, because he discovered that the 5 sword lights had already cut into his skin due to the high frequency of vibration, but also continued to vibrate and cut inwards. Drink! Xiangnan shouted loudly, and his body erupted with vigorous Yuan Qi, shattering all 5 sword lights. Luo Sheng's avatar didn't seem to be able to move independently. All of their actions were consistent with Luo Sheng's original body. In other words, this avatar's ability was far less flexible than Xiangnan's avatar. My Yuan Qi is indeed far inferior to yours, but killing the enemy requires methods and methods. I cannot act recklessly. Luo Sheng smiled faintly. When he said this, he had already clapped his palm against Xiangnan. Xiangnan had just used his Yuan Qi to shatter the sword light when Luo Sheng struck him in the stomach. To Xiangnan, the palm power of this palm was a drop in the bucket. Could not break through Xiangnan's defense at all. The key was that Luo Sheng's palm was also vibrating at high frequencies. Xiangnan's expression suddenly changed. He felt his stomach tremble as Luo Sheng's palm trembled. Even the Yuan Qi in his body was no longer smooth. He waved his saber to cut Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng's right hand was against Xiangnan's stomach, and his left hand flipped backwards, accurately grabbing Xiangnan's wrist. His left hand instantly trembled. Xiangnan felt his right hand go numb, and he could no longer feel the existence of the dragon blood saber. Boom! At this moment, Xiangnan was struck by spiritual energy for the 3rd time. His body lost its balance and was sent flying by Luo Sheng's palm. This won't work. Xiangnan frowned as he looked into the distance. That Xiandao cultivator had been sneakily attacking him, making it difficult for his battles to form an effective rhythm. He had to kill that cultivator first. Lightning photoelectric eye. Xiangnan wiped his eyes with both hands. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and he instantly found the source of his spiritual energy. It was a short man standing on the roof of a pavilion 7 miles away. Annoying ant. Xiangnan clenched his saber tightly and shot out in the direction of the dwarf. His speed was extremely fast. He used 6 times the strength of his body to shoot down the ground, blasting out a large crater on the solid land. Xiangnan himself turned into a dotted line and quickly approached the dwarf's direction. Which way? Luo Sheng withdrew his 4 avatars and turned into an afterimage as he chased after Xiangnan. But his speed was far from catching up to Xiangnan. However, Luo Sheng's entire body suddenly trembled. The violent frequency caused the air to emit a strange rumbling sound. This vibration caused the air to vibrate, and the vibration of the air affected the buildings on both sides. He saw that those buildings had not been hit by any Yuan Qi, but had automatically disintegrated. One after another, they collapsed. Luo Sheng's high-frequency vibrations allowed him to immediately get rid of the resistance of the air. His speed increased by 3 levels, and he instantly maintained his balance with Xiangnan. Heh! This kid's speed is really strong. Luo Sheng tilted his head slightly and realized that, even if he was shaken, he could only match Xiangnan's speed. In a short period of time, he would not be able to catch up with Xiangnan. "Io, you're looking for me." In the distance, the dwarf smiled faintly. His hands joined together, and waves of spiritual energy continued to chase towards Xianxia. As Xianxia sprinted, he flicked his heaven pivot finger and sent the spiritual energy flying in the air. A distance of 7 kilometers was not far for Xianxia's speed. He quickly arrived at his destination and shot onto the ground. His entire body shot into the sky like a cannonball. "You're courting death." Xianxia's body was already taller than the top of the pavilion. Below him was the little dwarf. His eyes narrowed as a sharp blade light slashed down. The dwarf chuckled as his body turned into an afterimage and escaped. Boom! The saber light struck the pavilion, splitting the entire building into 2 on the spot. Although the saber light did not hit the dwarf directly, the blast wave from the explosion engulfed the dwarf. The dwarf was only at the 3rd level of origin return, far from being Xianxia's opponent. After being hit by the shock wave, he felt as if his skeleton was about to disperse. With a puff of his mouth, he spat out a large amount of blood mist. "Damn it!" the dwarf shouted angrily. "This can't be the Yuan Qi of the 5th level of the origin returning realm. He must be hiding his realm. This kid is at least at the 8th level of origin return. Where are you running?" Xianxia had long known that the dwarf could dodge his saber attack. He could accurately see the figure of the dwarf jumping out in the dust. He used his left hand to pick up the dwarf's finger and grabbed it firmly, dragging the dwarf towards him. The flower-picking finger wasn't considered an extremely powerful finger force and could only be used to assist in battle. However, if Xianxia used the 5th level of origin return to pull the dwarf at the 3rd level of origin return, it would become an invincible finger technique. No matter how hard the dwarf tried, he couldn't break free of his body. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to Xianxia, the giant saber raised by Xianxia would be the dwarf's life and death line. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared on the ground. This person was a member of the Azura group nicknamed Black Shadow. "I got you." The woman stood on the ground with a strange smile on her face. At this moment, Xianxia was 50 meters high in the air. The dwarf was flying towards Xianxia. It had already reached a height of 40 meters, while the woman was only standing on the ground. Her "I got you" sound was ridiculous. She was clearly so far away from Xianxia. However, the next scene was even more ridiculous. The woman stretched out her right hand. All 5 of her fingers had sharp fingernails. In front of her was Xianxia's shadow projected from the sky onto the ground. The woman laughed craftily and sliced through Xianxia's shadow. 5 cracks appeared on the shadow. What was even stranger was that Xianxia's chest suddenly snorted and 5 scratches appeared out of thin air. He actually managed to scratch his skin, which was 6 times the strength of his body, and fresh blood immediately gushed out. "What?" Xianxia covered his chest with his left hand, and a wisp of disbelief flashed through his eyes. When the dwarf got the chance, he hurriedly escaped from Xianxia's hands. When the dwarf jumped out, it happened to brush past Luosheng, who was rushing over. Luosheng's body trembled and his shoulder smashed into Xianxia's chest. Xianxia was affected by Luosheng's vibration, and his body was also shaking as he flew backwards. The woman on the ground rushed forward and caught up with Xianxia's shadow. At this moment, Xianxia flew backwards. The shadow just happened to pass the moving tower, and his shadow immediately climbed onto the outer wall of the tower. The woman chased after Xianxia with a claw and grabbed 5 scratches on the tower, causing Xianxia's shadow to be scratched again. As Xianxia flew backwards, his chest snorted, adding 5 more tears. Boom! A streak of spiritual energy chased after Xianxia and sent him flying upside down, blasting him 70 meters into the sky. Not good. Xianxia secretly circulated the 9 Purities Cosmos skill to quickly recover his wounds, but his eyes stared fixedly at the woman. This woman could directly attack other people's shadows. Moreover, it could directly map the injuries inflicted by attacking the shadow onto Xianxia's flesh and blood. What was most shocking was that this shadow attack had the terrifying characteristic of ignoring 2/3 of its defensive power. Fortunately, Xianxia had 6 times the strength of his body. Otherwise, if his shadow was caught for the first time, his body would have been cut into 6 pieces. Cha! As Xiangnan flew backwards into the air, a Yang Flame Saber technique quickly descended. This fire mark saber light was the fastest flying and fastest releasing skill in the Southern Martial technique. The fire mark saber light descended vertically and was so fast that Luo Shang's palm struck it, but he was actually unable to catch the saber light. The saber light slashed straight at the woman, but the woman was not panicking. She suddenly sank and disappeared into the shadows of the tower. Swoosh! The saber light struck the ground, instantly cutting a bottomless, narrow hole through the ground. Who are these people? Xiangnan felt that the three of them were all capable people. They weren't orthodox martial artists at all, and the methods they used were extremely rare. Amazing! Below, Luo Shang licked his lips and said, "You are the first martial artist of the same realm who can live for more than 10 seconds in our hands. This time, it's getting more and more interesting." Kiki Kiki. The woman emerged from the shadows of a building not far away and smiled. "It seems like we've come to be worth it. It's been a long time since we've met such a powerful opponent. If we kill him, our Azura group will gain another brilliance. Luo Shang Zhueying, don't let him land. Leave the rest to me." As the woman spoke, she chased after the shadow Xiangnan cast on the ground. Xiangnan flipped over and kicked in the air, shooting his body towards the ground. Boom! A burst of spiritual energy exploded on Xiangnan's body. This time, the explosion and Xiangnan's charge canceled each other out, causing Xiangnan's speed to suddenly slow down. Luo Sheng saw the right time and waved his hand to throw out a large net of yuan qi, saying, "Heavenly Luo!" The net cry wrapped Xiangnan up, and at the same time the yuan qi net trembled at high frequencies. Xiangnan used the dragon blood saber to chop down the large net, but he discovered that no matter if it was his body parts or weapons, as long as they came into contact with the large net, they would be shaken together. This kind of vibration was terrible. It allowed Xiangnan's intense chopping power to dissipate the original power with an instant vibration. Chi chi chi. The woman on the ground caught up with the shadows and grabbed Xiangnan's shadow 5 times in a row. 25 scratches made Xiangnan's chest bloody. Collect! Luo Shang's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and the yuan qi net suddenly retracted, tightly entangling Xiangnan. Hoo! Interesting. The dwarf stood on the opposite side of the building. He raised both of his hands and shouted, "Heart-chasing thorn!" However, when he saw that the little dwarf's spiritual energy had taken shape in his hands, he did not immediately release it. Instead, he continued to increase his spiritual energy upwards, continuously increasing it. The spiritual energy grew stronger and stronger until it was visible to the naked eye. The little dwarf jumped up and kicked the silver needle in the nose, sending it flying towards Xiangnan with a whoosh. The silver needle condensed with spiritual energy was extremely powerful. When it flew over, Xiangnan already felt that his safety was threatened. Momentum! Xiangnan's eyes narrowed. "Ah! You escaped." Luo Shang immediately had an illusion that Xiangnan had strangely walked out of the net. He hurriedly expanded the net, wanting to chase after Xiangnan, but in the next moment, he discovered that Xiangnan was still in the net. What? Luo Shang's heart skipped a beat. The instantly expanding web gave Xiangnan time to react. "Try this move. Can you shatter it?" Xiangnan's horizontal saber immediately revealed a majestic shadow behind him, the azure dragon whipping its tail. "Dragon!" The three of them exclaimed in unison. "Who?" A large crescent lightning saber light whistled out, instantly slicing the giant net into 2 halves. Then, Xiangnan pointed in the direction of the silver needle. Yang opening finger! A Big Dipper phantom appeared behind him. The 7 stars instantly lit up. With this finger, the silver needle condensed from the dwarf's spiritual energy exploded in midair. Following that, Xiangnan's flash-forward step instantly landed on the ground and kicked the woman. The woman could not react and was kicked to pieces by Xiangnan. She knelt on the ground on the spot. Xiangnan raised his saber and landed, the blade of the saber pressing down on the woman's back neck. The woman lay on the ground and dodged the knife. At the same time, she snorted in pain and sank into the shadows. Where did you run off to? Xiangnan frowned and wiped his hands across his eyes. Lightning flashed in his eyes. He suddenly discovered that not far away, a strong light appeared in the shadows beneath the tavern. Without saying a word, Xiangnan slashed out at the shadow. The fire-mark saber's light was extremely fast, arriving in the blink of an eye. The woman had just emerged from the shadows when she screamed in fright and hurriedly fled back to the shadows. Xiangnan turned around and saw that a shadow 50 meters away from him lit up again. He slashed out again. Just as the woman was about to show her head, she was forced back into the shadows by the saber light. Get out of here! Xiangnan discovered the woman's body for the third time. It was a shadow 100 meters behind her right side. Xiangnan took a flash step to the top of the shadow and raised his right hand, quenching the sun. Boom! An intense sunlight descended from the sky and fiercely bombarded the shadows. The intense sunlight had actually completely disappeared the shadow of the building. The woman's upper body, which had just emerged, lost the support of the shadows and was directly squeezed out. Xiangnan suddenly descended and pointed his saber at the top of the woman's head. Boom! A streak of spiritual energy rushed over, causing Xiangnan's body to be slightly deviated, followed by Luo Shang's sword attack from the right. Xiangnan kicked the sword with his left foot at a crafty angle. The sword trembled violently, shaking Xiangnan into afterimages. Xiangnan's body trembled as he pointed at the woman who appeared on the ground with the middle finger of Moku pointed. A flaming finger force rushed down, but strangely, because Xiangnan's body trembled, his finger force also trembled. The woman screamed as she tried to escape, but she was pierced through her right shoulder by the power of the flames. The flaming finger force pierced through the woman's right shoulder, pierced through her armpit, and pierced through her right crotch during the vertical descent, piercing through her right thigh. Pooh! The woman coughed out blood from 4 consecutive piercing wounds, causing her to immediately lie on the ground. This Luo Shang was dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine that Xiangnan would be so powerful. Xiangnan pointed back and the flame finger of Moku pointed shot towards Luo Shang. Luo Shang's right hand trembled into an afterimage, and he slapped the flame finger force with his palm. With the help of the high-frequency vibration, the flame finger force was sent flying. At this moment, a surge of spiritual energy approached again. Xiangnan took a flash step and directly arrived behind the dwarf. Ah! The dwarf was so frightened that his face turned pale. He butted his hands together, and his body turned into 3 afterimages, flying in 3 different directions, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Xiangnan butted his hands together and used the avatar imprint to split the 2 avatars. His true self and the 2 avatars chased after the 3 dwarf afterimages at the same time and slashed down at them at the same time. The afterimages of the 3 dwarves were all sliced in half. 2 of the fake shadows disappeared, and their true bodies were sliced at the waist on the spot. He sprinkled a large amount of blood and died before he could land on the ground. That's all. Xiangnan carried the giant saber on his shoulder. Those 3 people's methods were very strange. They had just fought with them, so they were inevitably caught off guard. However, once they understood their tricks, they wouldn't be that terrifying. As Xiangnan moved, Cui Yang also moved. The woman had a chance to catch her breath and immediately disappeared into the shadows. Luo Shang rushed forward and threw a palm at Xiangnan. This move again. Xiangnan stepped on the roof and rushed towards Luo Shang with a loud boom. Luo Shang's palm hit Xiangnan's stomach, and Xiangnan's palm hit Luo Shang's stomach. High-frequency vibrations sent Xiangnan flying, and 6 times his physical strength sent Luo Shang flying. Xiangnan's body was incomparably strong. Luo Shang's palm only caused him to roll in 5, giving him a disgusting feeling. However, even though Luo Shang had used his trembling speed to remove 70 to 80% of his strength from Xiangnan's palm, the remaining strength still caused Luo Shang to break 3 of his ribs, and a mouthful of sweet blood gushed out. If you have the guts, come and face me again. Xiangnan quickly chased after Luo Shang. Luo Shang narrowed his eyes and said, You have to force me. Since that's the case, I'll show you. Luo Shang's body shook, and his figure suddenly exploded, from a man of about 1.8 meters to a man of 5 meters. Luo Sheng's body was covered in scales, his body describing a small giant. Ancient tie-back crocodile. Xiang Nan's eyes turned cold. That Luo Sheng had actually obtained the sponsorship of the Profound Sky sect, and he had even cultivated an ancient demonic beast's half-demonic body. Crocodiles were very ferocious creatures, and even amongst the many ancient demonic beasts, they were considered outstanding. The reason Xiang Nan knew this kind of demonic beast was because he had witnessed the appearance of a large number of ancient demonic beasts and learned their identities when he chased after the disciples of the heavenly profound sect on the myriad beast plains. Not good. There are 5 more strong auras chasing after us. Xiang Nan tilted his head slightly and sensed 5 deep yuan qi fluctuations rapidly approaching him. It's not appropriate to stay here for long. Xiang Nan turned around and rushed 500 meters away with a flash step. Then, he disappeared into the crowd with 2 more flash steps. The enemy could not be completely killed. Another wave would come. The dark forces of the western regions had many members, and even if they killed the heavenly wilderness elders, there would probably be no end to it. Xiang Nan's most important goal was to find the spirit sealing formation. He hid in the middle of many buildings, using them as a shield for his sight, advancing at full speed. Luo Sheng frowned and spat. The trump card mad dog of the flowers is also here. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 cloaked shadows suddenly appeared beside Luo Sheng. Xiang Nan is ours, an assassin said in a deep voice. Luo Sheng laughed and said, I'm afraid you guys don't have the ability. I've already fought with Xiang Nan just now. If you 5 want to chase after him, I'm afraid all of you will have to get involved. The assassin shook his head. I don't believe it. After saying that, the 5 of them disappeared on the spot. Zhue Ying, track down Xiang Nan's whereabouts. We have to catch up with Mad Flower Dog and deal with Xiang Nan. As Luo Sheng spoke, he looked at his arms and said, the half-demon body is indeed worthy of its reputation. Even the vibration frequency has increased greatly after it has transformed into a demon. There used to be some movements that I couldn't complete, but now I can complete them as well. As he spoke, Luo Sheng's huge body bent down and pressed his right hand against the ground. Immediately after, his arms began to tremble, and his body also began to tremble. The frequency of this tremor was much higher than before. The most shocking thing was that Luo Sheng's body slowly sank to the ground with such a terrifying vibration rate. On the ground, there were no traces of cracks. High-frequency vibrations could pierce through matter. With Luo Sheng's current amplitude, it wouldn't be a problem for him to travel through ordinary soil and stone ground. Beneath the surface, Luo Sheng was really like a crocodile sneaking in a swamp, swimming around with ease. The black shadow bandaged her wounds. Her left hand pressed against her eyebrows and said in a low voice, 10,000 shadow tracking technique. All of a sudden, within a radius of 10 kilometers, the shadows of all the humans, buildings, and trees began to move slowly. Black eyes appeared in the shadows, looking everywhere. While Xiang Nan was running, a black eye suddenly appeared in the shadows of a building in front of him. It blinked and saw Xiang Nan, and then closed its eyes. I found it. In the distance, the black shadow laughed fiercely. The injury you gave me must be returned 10 times. With that, her body sank into the shadows, somewhere in the western regions. In a dark room, the old man of the Azura group looked at the sky and muttered to himself, I, the Azura group, have personally taken action. I have never had a target that can live for a day. It seems that I have really met an opponent this time. Pa pa. The old man clapped his hands and the door opened silently. A skinny man with black cloth covering his eyes walked in. This man was at the 7th level of the Origin Return realm. The man bowed respectfully to the old man and said, Please give me your instructions. This person's face was pale. His face was like a piece of white paper. He could not see the slightest bit of blood. However, he could vaguely see some red lines crawling out of his black cloth-wrapped eyes in the shape of cobwebs. Blind. Go help the Azura and get the target as soon as possible. The Azura group's signboard cannot be smashed. Yes. The blind man respectfully retreated until he left the room before he stood still. Haha! Why are you going to personally take action? In the corridor, there was a young man leaning lazily. Which fellow is so unlucky to face you? Yes, the old master has personally ordered that we must make a trip. The blind man nodded slightly. He lifted the black cloth and revealed his eyes, but his pair of eyes were pure white and did not have black eyeballs. On the white eyeball there were 6 petals. You are a very rare the 9 desolate eye clan. You must take care of yourself. Even if the mission fails, you can't die. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort for the old master to spend so many years cultivating you. The lazy young man said. The blind man did not answer. Instead, a strange white light flashed in his eyes. Immediately after, his body turned into a translucent soul body that directly passed through the wall and flew towards the east. Moongazer City. Xianxia rushed towards the east of the city. 400 to 500 meters in the air, some crisscrossing bridges gradually appeared. Xianxia felt strange. There was no water on the ground, so how could there be a high bridge in the air? He poked at the top of the buildings with his right foot and leapt up with a loud shout, surpassing the large number of bridges. It was discovered that these weren't bridges, but rather high-altitude rivers. The rivers had already reached a width of 100 meters, and there were still shadows rapidly moving through the river water. Guest, do you want to sit on the deep water beast? On either side of the river was an oval-shaped clearing, on which stood a seller waving at Xianxia. So fast! Xianxia observed the shadows swiftly flashing across the river. He thought to himself that these shadows were moving at astonishing speeds. They were even faster than him, catching up to the speed of the flying ship. That's right. This is the air transportation passage of Moongazer City. Do you want to rent a deep-water beast to protect the area you want to go to in a short period of time? I want the fastest one. Xianxia handed over 500 gold coins. The seller whistled. Suddenly, a deep-water demonic beast jumped out of the river. It was huge, like a small whale. Behind it was a sealed glass room. Interesting. After Xianxia entered the room, the deep-water beast immediately sank. Then, it wagged its tail under the water and rushed out with a shout. This thing's swimming speed in the water was extremely fast. According to Xianxia's observation, considering the current wide area of Moongazer City, this deep-water demonic beast only needed 10 minutes to reach the east of the city. Xianxia was in the middle of the south and east of the city, heading east. In other words, it only took about 20 minutes from the east to the north of the city. He touched the glass room. This room was made of transparent glass and formed into a rectangle. There were tables, chairs, wine, tea, and dessert inside. Looking out of the glass room, Xianxia discovered that this kind of high-altitude river was 100 meters wide and 100 meters deep, and the underwater world was incomparably rich. There were various deep-water beasts on both sides, either brushing past each other or heading towards each other. Xianxia even looked down against the wall and discovered that there were many underwater buildings under the water. There were martial artists and tourists walking and playing underwater with round bubbles covering their heads. There are still 7 minutes left. Xianxia estimated the time and was about to arrive at his destination. 6 minutes. 5 minutes, half the time passed. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. With the speed of this deep-water beast, ordinary enemies should not be able to catch up to him. However, just as he thought of this, his heart suddenly jumped. Immediately after, 5 shadows suddenly appeared in the water on the left. Killing intent. Xianxia immediately judged that 5 killers with astonishing strength had arrived. These 5 killers each had the 7th level of origin return. These 5 killers didn't know how to train. They were swimming in the water and their speed was actually the same as the deep-water demonic beast. One of the killers suddenly stretched out his right hand. 4 small lancet blades were between his fingers. Following the movement of his hand, the 4 lancet blades mixed with yuan qi shot towards the deep-water beast at a terrifying speed. Those blades shot extremely fast, and they even drove the river water, drawing out for violent torrents. Xianxia pushed open the door and used his yuan qi to block the gap in the door, stopping the river from flowing in. He grabbed the door frame with one hand and swung his body out. The huge saber in his hand quickly sliced at the door. For streaks of flame saber light accurately chopped the 4 lancet surfaces into pieces. The strength of the saber light far exceeded the strength of the willow blade. After shattering the blade, it continued to shoot, piercing through 4 cracks in the outer wall of the river. However, the river water did not leak out. A membrane suddenly appeared on the 4 river openings, sealing off the water. At this time, the other 4 killers also attacked. One of the killers walked around the deepwater beast and pushed through the door across the room. He stepped into the room and attacked Xianxia's back. Xianxia leaned back abruptly and grabbed the killer's wrist with his left hand. He exerted force in his hand and with a crack, the killer's wrist broke. Following which, Xianxia slashed down with his saber, followed by a heavy kick. The killer was sliced at the waist, and 2 corpses were kicked out of the door. A ball of red floated out of the water. When Xianxia landed, he used his right hand to pull the deepwater beast, forcing it to move 3 meters horizontally. 3 meters away, the blade in one of the killer's hands fiercely slid down, almost cutting through the stomach of the deepwater beast. Xianxia floated out of the deepwater beast's body and grabbed the killer's body with his flower fingers. He pulled the killer towards him and rushed out at the same time. Momentum. The killer raised his hand to retaliate, and Xianxia's eyes narrowed, causing the killer's movements to deviate. Xianxia brushed past the assassin, raised his saber, and slashed the assassin's waist. Xianxia's hand was extremely fast. He used his flower finger to hold the room on the deepwater beast's back and let it drag him forward. Trash! Stop embarrassing the flowers here. Scram! Right in front of him, 5 killers wearing black cloaks and their faces shrouded in shadows appeared. The 5 of them quietly floated in the water, waiting for Xianxia to arrive. Behind them, the eyes of the 3 remaining assassins turned cold, and they were shocked at the same time. Ace! Flowers actually sent out 5 trump cards at once. There were even more powerful experts. The 3 ordinary killers didn't want to bother themselves, so they silently stopped. The deepwater beast continued to swim. The 5 trump cards in front of it were the 6th level of origin return. Although his cultivation realm wasn't high, his gold content was extremely high. The 5 of them lined up. When the deepwater beast approached, the 5 of them disappeared at the same time and immediately appeared in the glass room. Xianxia turned around and entered the room. He closed the door and stayed in the same room with the 5 trump card assassins. The 5 of them stood quietly on one side, while Xianxia himself stood on the other side. The 5 people's auras were calm, and they didn't emit the slightest killing intent. To be able to restrain your killing intent to such an extent, you should be worth a lot of money. Xianxia simply put the giant saber into his storage ring. A 3-meter-tall saber couldn't be used in such a narrow environment. One of the assassins suddenly rushed forward, holding a half-foot-long lancet in his hand. The lancet slashed towards Xianxia's neck, its speed so fast that it was like a shadow. Xianxia definitely couldn't keep up with this kind of speed, but he had learned a lot from Wuxia. He deeply understood that speed wasn't everything. Yun! A mysterious charm appeared in Xianxia's movements. This charm could make Xianxia's battle movements full of intelligence and allow the enemy's battle rhythm to be guided by him. Xianxia only saw the killer waving his arm and predicted the trajectory of the lancet, blocking it with his left hand. This time, he accurately separated the killer's left arm, and then he slammed his knee into the killer's stomach. The assassin's figure flashed and appeared behind Xianxia. Xianxia tilted his head slightly. He grabbed the collar of the assassin behind him long before the assassin flashed over. He threw it over his head and kicked the assassin in the stomach. The killer was kicked away, and 2 killers stopped him. The other 2 killers disappeared and appeared on both sides of Xianxia. Xianxia threw his upper body back, and 2 lancets came from the left and right, pressing against Xianxia's chest as they crossed each other. Xianxia grabbed the arms of the 2 killers with both hands, fiercely colliding with each other, and kicked them away one by one. These 2 kicks were extremely powerful. While Xianxia was kicking out, His right foot poured yuan qi into the glass room to strengthen it. The two assassins flew backwards and fiercely crashed into the glass wall. However, the collision only produced a loud explosion and did not break the wall. How can he see our movements clearly? The other two killers who hadn't attacked yet exchanged glances and found it inconceivable. However, they didn't know that Xianxia didn't need to see their movements clearly, because their next attack route had already been set by Xianxia, and they were owed a lot by Xianxia. I have a very strange feeling. The killer who fell from the wall stood up and covered his stomach, saying, "There is always an indescribable awkwardness in fighting with him. Forget about that. Let's take it down first." 5 killers surrounded Xianxia at the same time. 3 of them were injured and their speed had dropped significantly. Xianxia squatted down abruptly and flicked his hands with 5 streaks of fire mark finger force. The 5 mountain rangers dodged separately, and their movements were within Xianxia's expectations. Xianxia grabbed a killer's right foot and lifted it upside down. Facing the killer's stomach, it was a close way to a palm. A terrifying palm force pierced through the killer's body. Xianxia's right foot dodged the ground, and the door to the opposite room opened. The killer was blasted backwards by way to a palm. He flew out of the door and heavily smashed into the outer wall of the distant river. The killer smashed into the wall and bounced back. For ribs on his chest were broken. He opened his mouth and a large amount of blood spurted out. However, after such a pause, this person had already been far surpassed by the deepwater beast. For other killers in the room continued to fight with Xianxia. Xianxia jumped up and grabbed the neck of one killer with his feet. His right hand touched the forehead of the other killer. Emoku finger, the power of the index finger. The finger force pierced through the killer's eyebrows and shot out from the back of his head. Boom! Finally, the glass room on the deepwater beast's back was blasted apart. The moment the river water poured in, Xianxia quickly retreated. He flicked his right hand out and pointed at the nearest outer wall of the river. He used his powerful strength to throw the entire deepwater beast out of the water and jumped high into the air. In the sky, Xianxia's figure crisscrossed with the 3 trump card assassins. His movements were extremely fierce. He passed through the first assassin's left side. His right arm wrapped around the assassin's left shoulder, and then he pressed down on the assassin to bend down. At the same time, another killer sliced Xianxia's stomach. Xianxia's lower body soared into the air, and the killer who was pressing down on his right arm immediately twisted his body, causing his lumbar spine to break. Retreat! Seeing that the 2 remaining assassins were unable to defeat Xianxia, they decisively turned into 2 afterimages and disappeared. The deep-water beast leapt out of the water and jumped into a large arc in the air. It descended into the water. Just as it was about to enter the water, Xianxia had forced back all the killers and condensed an oval barrier with his yuan qi. Pooh! After the deep-water beast fell into the water, it pressed down a large arc and continued to swim eastward. Be good. Xianxia patted the deep-water beast's back and said, "There are still 2 minutes left." Qi. Without warning, the deep-water beast's body was instantly cut into 6 pieces by an invisible force. Xianxia dodged. He looked down and saw a woman standing under the water. The sharp fingernails in that woman's hand just happened to cut through the shadow cast by the deep-water beast at the bottom of the water. "It's you again." Xianxia frowned and quickly stretched out his flower-picking finger. The woman waved her hand at Xianxia, her body sinking into the shadows. Buzz! Buzz buzz! The riverbed below trembled. A giant creature that was half human and half crocodile pounced towards Xianxia ferociously at twice the speed of a deep-water beast. So fast! Xianxia frowned. He had no time to dodge, so he could only slash at the half-demon Luosheng who was swimming over. The half-demon Luosheng grabbed Xianxia's blade with one hand, and with a buzzing sound, Xianxia instantly lost his ability to sense his right hand. What a fast amplitude! Xianxia's pupils narrowed, and he felt that Luosheng's physical strength had actually reached an astonishing 5.5 times. It was only half a fold inferior to him. Underwater is my world. You made the most wrong choice. Luosheng shook his huge body and grabbed Xianxia's ankle with one hand, dragging Xianxia underwater. Xianxia used a yuan qi shield to cover his head. He kept breathing and tried to break free, but he found it impossible. Luoshang's arm, which was grabbing his right foot, was also shaking, and his entire right leg was shaking as well. The frequency of this vibration far exceeded the frequency before Luoshang's demonic transformation, and it was so strong that Xianxia lost his senses on his right leg. "You're wrong. Underwater is my world." Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He clenched his fist with his right hand, and thunder suddenly flashed on his fist. Crack! An astonishing amount of lightning energy flowed perfectly through the river water and passed through Luoshang's body. Luoshang's entire body was instantly stiffened by the lightning. All the muscles in his body started to spasm. "You can dissipate my yuan qi. Now you should vibrate the lightning and show it to me," Xianxia said. Compared to the numbness brought about by Xianxia's shock, Luoshang himself also tasted the numbness. This feeling came from the electric shock. Xianxia's right hand trembled, and the dragon blood saber flew out of the storage ring and landed in his hand. Immediately after, Xianxia raised his saber and landed. At that moment, a decisive look flashed across the woman's eyes as she shouted, "Luoshang, avenge me!" With that, she slapped Luoshang's reflection with her palm and shouted, "True shadow substitution. Who?" The woman suddenly turned into Luoshang, while in the water above, Luoshang, who had been electrocuted by Xianxia, turned into a woman. Who? The woman nicknamed Black Shadow replaced Luoshang and was split into two by Xianxia's giant saber. "No!" Luoshang shouted in despair under the water. "Black Shadow, why are you so stupid?" Xianxia did not expect this scene to suddenly appear. He was clearly in control of Luoshang, but the woman exchanged it with Luoshang with her magical profound Dao technique. Luoshang clenched his fists and roared at Xianxia. "You killed her! It was you who killed her! Xianxia, I'm not sworn in with you. Cut the crap." Xianxia frowned and said, "I didn't provoke you. You came here to die on your own initiative. You and I are still sworn enemies. You actually have the face to say such words. If you want to kill someone, you must have a good awareness of being killed." Xianxia clenched his fist with his left hand. A fierce lightning burst out from his fist. However, because he was too far away from Luoshang, the lightning had already been diluted. Luoshang's eyes were filled with blood. He stomped on the ground, his body trembling and merging into the ground, disappearing. Xianxia turned around and continued his journey towards the east. His deep-water demonic beast had already been killed, and its speed of swimming on its own was simply too slow. It could only jump out of the water and spread out its essence feather wings towards the east. Anyway, there were already people chasing after him, so it didn't matter if Xianxia was exposed or not. This place was already very close to the east of the city. Xianxia gathered his strength and flew directly to the junction of the central and inner rings, which was the direction of the east of the city. He flew into the air and cast his lightning-like gaze downwards. He swept his gaze once and discovered that there was no light from the formation beneath the ground. He knew that he was looking in the wrong direction. Right now, the east of the city might be the south, west, and north of the old city. Whoosh whoosh. Several hidden arrows shot from both directions at the same time. Xianxia brandished his saber and chopped down the hidden arrow. He quickly landed on the ground and rushed towards the north of the city on foot. Flying in the sky would make Xianxia an obvious target, making it easier for others to detect him. He could only run with his legs again. Xianxia ran northeast of Mungazer City, sprinting from east to north. And here, the number of tourists in Mungazer City had increased, and it was becoming more and more prosperous. The north of the city was a huge entertainment district. The entire North District was a place for people to play. When Xianxia crossed the northeast border, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. Towering buildings appeared in front of them, and gorgeous carriages could be seen everywhere on both sides of the road. Each carriage was tightly knitted, and under each carriage stood 4 female characters. These women recruited guests on the streets. After negotiating the price, they directly entered the carriage to trade their bodies. Often, in the gathering places of these mobile carriages, there were many pharmacies that openly sold all kinds of aphrodisiacs. Apart from these erotic transactions, further north was the large gambling houses on both sides of the forest. Those wealthy and influential underworld martial artists were spending their money here like dirt, forgetting to return, wasting their youth to the fullest. When the girls who were recruiting customers saw Xianxia, they all surrounded him. After all, compared to those rude men who were covered in flesh and blood and had scars all over their bodies, Xianxia could be considered a handsome youth with delicate eyebrows here. In any case, it was also to receive guests, and the girls preferred to receive guests like Xianxia. Get lost! Xianxia tirelessly drove the women closer. These women surrounded him and kept teasing him, making Xianxia a very eye-catching existence on this street. I told you, I'm not interested. Get lost. Xianxia was in a terrible mood and kept pushing away the wind-moon women. Young master, why are you so heartless? Why are you pretending to be a gentleman when you've already come? Behind him, a woman placed her hand on Xianxia's shoulder. Before Xianxia could turn around, the woman's eyes turned cold, and she suddenly stabbed an ice-cold dagger at Xianxia's back. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately grabbed the woman's wrist. Unexpectedly, the woman's reaction was extremely fast. She quickly put down the dagger and retracted her hand. Xianxia suddenly turned around and saw that there were many women behind him pulling him. However, there was no way to find out who had ambushed him. Who is it? Xianxia released a surge of yuan qi, shaking all the women away. Xianxia didn't want to hurt the innocent, so the yuan qi he released was very gentle. He only pushed them back and didn't make a vicious move. However, as soon as the women fell to the ground, they began to curse. Several of them directly pounced over and grabbed Xianxia's sleeve, refusing to let him leave. Xianxia felt a headache. These women who sold meat didn't have any martial arts realm. At most, they were only at the body tempering realm. If he forcefully broke free, he was afraid that he would accidentally break their arms. All right. I'll spend money. Xianxia thought of an idea. He found a pretty woman and said, "Your carriage might move?" When the girls saw that Xianxia had chosen his target, they stopped pestering him and left cursing. The woman who was chosen was overjoyed and said, "Yes, of course I can. Here's the money. Take me to the car." Xianxia stuffed a handful of gold coins into the woman's hand. The two of them jumped into the carriage. The woman greeted the driver and the carriage quickly sped along the street. "Young master, I can't tell. So you like this kind of tune? Do you like to play while moving?" The woman crawled over. Xianxia placed his right hand on her shoulder and bound her body with yuan qi. Under the panicked and pale face of the woman, Xianxia lowered his voice and said, "Take me to the north of the city. Don't worry, I'll give you not a penny." Yes. The woman did not dare to resist and could only hurriedly nod her head. To reassure her, Xianxia took out a handful of gold coins and stuffed them into her purse. "When did you come to Moongazer City? How many years have you been here?" she said. "Have you ever known anything about the old city?" The woman said, "When I was 18, I came here only 3 years ago. I don't know anything about the old city." Xianxia sighed and said, "I see. You should be quiet for a while. I need to rest." After saying that, Xianxia closed his eyes and recovered from his fatigue as soon as possible. As their carriage moved forward, another carriage followed closely behind them. Xianxia had already sensed that the person in the carriage behind him should be the one who had ambushed him earlier, but he didn't pay any attention to it. Right now, the most important thing was to rush to the north of the city. For the rest, Xianxia didn't want to pay any attention to it. He could delay the peace for a while, but the carriage stopped after only 10 minutes. Outside the carriage, the coachman shouted, "Guest, we can't pass in front." "Why?" Xianxia lifted the curtains, and before the coachman could answer, he already knew the reason. It turned out that a labyrinth had suddenly appeared in front of him. This labyrinth was nearly 20 meters tall and was half the size of Blackstone City. Many young martial artist couples or martial artist parents were playing in the maze with their children. "Can you go around?" Xianxia asked the coachman. The coachman smiled and said, "Of course. It's a long way. We have to take a detour around the inner ring before we can get around the maze. If you're not in a hurry, we'll take a detour. About 3 hours will be enough." 3 hours? Xianxia frowned. He jumped out of the carriage and threw the coachman 2 gold coins. "Go. I'll go through myself." Xianxia leapt into the air and jumped onto the wall of the maze, preparing to cross it in a straight line. However, there were still many staff members standing on the walls of the maze. As soon as they saw Xianxia, they all shouted, "If you want to play, you can have fun. If you don't, you can go around. The rules of the maze can't be broken at will. If you do it like this, how can our maze be fun?" Xianxia took out a bag of gold coins and said, "I don't want to play. I just want to cross over. This place is rich. I have as much money as you want." The staff began to curse and refused to let them go. Xianxia frowned. He jumped 3 times in a row in front of him, preparing to charge forcibly. Those staff members rushed up to intercept him, but they were unable to catch up with Xianxia's speed. At this moment, Xianxia felt a gaze fall on him from afar. He followed his gaze and saw a black-robed figure standing on a distant clock tower. "I found it." The corners of the black-robed man's mouth curled into a strange smile as he leapt down lightly. "No, this is too obvious." Xianxia was helpless and could only descend into the labyrinth and run quickly through the complex and changeable labyrinth. There were many tourists in the labyrinth, and Xianxia was running at full speed, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. At this time, Xianxia raised his head and saw the black figure jumping down from the clock tower, jumping towards him. "Trouble." Xianxia pulled out the giant saber and stabbed it into the ground. Then, his palm left the hilt of the saber and activated the giant saber with his yuan qi to rotate rapidly. The giant saber dug a hole in the ground. Xianxia followed the giant saber down, digging a hole under the ground while advancing. The black-robed man jumped more than a dozen times and arrived near Xianxia. He stood on the wall and looked around, looking for Xianxia's shadow. "Ah, you!" The staff members rushed forward. The black-robed man's expression turned cold. He slapped his right hand on the air and a wave of air immediately spread out, sending all the staff flying. Then, he jumped off the wall and said, "Where is it? Humph. Do you think you can escape my pursuit?" The black-robed man gently stomped on the ground. Immediately, a ring of yuan qi waves spread out. Xianxia was digging under the ground not far away. He was rapidly advancing. Suddenly, he felt the waves coming from the ring. The waves weren't strong and didn't possess any lethal power. However, these yuan qi waves were like water ripples on the surface of the water. Once they encountered an obstacle, they would quickly bounce back. Shit! Xianxia's heart trembled. This yuan qi fluctuation clearly came from the hands of a 9th-level origin returning martial artist. Moreover, if the waves hit him and bounced back, he would definitely be exposed. As soon as Xianxia thought of this, he felt the soil above his head suddenly burst open, and he reached down with one hand and grabbed Xianxia's collar. As the hand exerted force, it directly pulled Xianxia off the ground. As soon as Xianxia stepped out of the ground, he slashed at the black-robed man. The black-robed man slapped the giant saber with his palm, causing the giant saber to buzz. Xianxia took half a step back and took a quick look at the black-robed man. He discovered that this man's cultivation level was not as high as Luoshang's, but his cultivation level was high enough. Even if Xianxia had the carefree excursion that ignored his cultivation realm, the enemy's 4th-level cultivation realm that was higher than his was not something to be trifled with. "Hey!" The black-robed man smiled coldly. "You're unlucky to meet me. I'm 4 levels higher than you. You can't escape the powerful suppression of my realm. If I catch you this time, I'll be able to find the profound sky sect." Xianxia ignored him at all. While he was speaking, Xianxia had already broken through the wall of the maze and jumped into another palace path. "Damn it!" The black-robed man scolded angrily. "How dare you look down on me?" Like Xianxia, he kicked out a big hole in the wall and drilled through it. Xianxia was already waiting at the other palace road. When the black-robed man turned around, He waved his hand and slashed down with a knife. The corner of the black-robed man's eyes glimpsed the light refracted by the blade. He hurriedly leaned back in fear and dodged his neck from the blade. However, before his right leg could reach out, it was cut off by Xianxia. "Ah! You!" The black-robed man screamed miserably. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief. He couldn't believe how Xianxia had broken through such a great level of suppression and was able to cut off one of his legs. The man's right leg was cut off, his body unbalanced, and his upper body suddenly fell forward. After Xianxia's huge saber landed, he quickly raised it and faced the black-robed man's upper body. He sliced off the black-robed man's head with a saber. After killing the man, Xianxia didn't stop for a moment and continued to run northward. Once he encountered a dead end, he would directly smash open the wall and force his way through. However, this layer of walls had become an obstacle to his sight, and it was impossible for Xianxia to judge if there was anyone else following him. Just as he was already 1/3 of the depth of the maze, a small paper crane suddenly descended from the sky beside him. The paper crane flapped its wings and followed closely after Xianxia. "What the hell?" Xianxia reached out his right hand and pulled the paper crane over with his flower finger. Squeak! The paper crane let out a deafening scream. This kind of scream was definitely used to inform the public. Xianxia was quick-witted and crushed the paper crane the moment it let out a cry. He continued to run without stopping for a moment. In the southern sky a mile away, on a flying ship suspended in the air, there was a trade in stolen storage rings from all over the world. These storage rings all came from unknown origins and belonged to black goods. On the side of the boat, there was a youth sitting upright. This youth had a faint smile on his face, and he was quickly folding out paper cranes in his hands. The moment the paper cranes took shape, the teenagers poured their spiritual energy into the paper cranes. The paper cranes came back to life, flapping their wings and flying towards the maze. Xianxia was running wildly when he suddenly discovered a paper crane poking its head out from the wall on the right side of the palace path. Xianxia quickly grabbed the paper crane with his flower fingers and crushed it before it could scream. Then, another paper crane flew over from the wall in front of him. Xianxia grabbed the paper crane and crushed it with his hand. But this time, he discovered that the paper crane in his hand was actually red. Blood! Xianxia was stunned. Soon after, the red color in his palm quickly fused into his skin, dyeing his entire hand red. Poison! As Xianxia ran wildly, he circulated the 9 Purities Cosmos skill, forcing the red color on his hand out of his body. The red color slowly seeped out of his skin and turned into smoke, scattering into the air. However, this red thing was clearly a kind of traction medium. Before Xianxia could force out all the red colors, thousands of paper cranes suddenly flew over from the sky. The vast expanse of whiteness paper cranes all had a very clear goal, and that was Xianxia. What was even more miraculous was that these pieces of paper were originally folded from white paper, but now they suddenly stretched out in a daze. The paper-shaped body had actually turned into a metallic color. As the paper crane flapped its wings, the metal wings made an ear-piercing friction sound. Whew! Thousands of paper cranes turned into metal. Their wings, mouths, and bodies were incomparably sharp, flickering with a dense cold light as they charged towards Xianxia. These things flew extremely fast, transforming into an afterimage that pierced through the air like thousands of sharp throwing knives. Xianxia formed a seal with both his hands and spat out a huge ball of lightning. The ball of lightning rolled out, becoming larger and larger, engulfing a large portion of the paper crane that flew over. Immediately after, while the paper cranes were slowing down, Xianxia's body suddenly jumped forward and a powerful yuan qi shockwave blew out. All the paper cranes were blasted into pieces. Boom! Xianxia smashed through another wall and continued to run wildly. He had already increased his speed to the limit. His entire body turned into a ray of light and quickly ran wildly through the labyrinth in a straight line. What's going on? The more Xianxia ran, the more he felt that something was wrong. Although the maze was large, with his current speed, he could probably cross it in less than 3 minutes. But now, he had already run for 10 minutes, enough to go back and forth 3 times in the maze. But now he was still in the maze. In the distance, in the air, on a flying ship. The youth laughed and said, "This kid's Yuan Qi is unexpectedly strong. My paper crane can't do anything to him. Looks like you have to help me." At an unknown time, a woman appeared beside him. That woman placed her right hand on the youth's shoulder. "If we can capture him, our profound sect will be able to rise to fame," he added. The youth smiled and said, "It's not difficult to capture him. I'll borrow your essence returning 8th layer Yuan Qi first." As he said that, the youth threw his right hand, and white paper scattered in the sky like snowflakes. Then the young man formed seals with both his hands. The large amount of paper scattered in the air suddenly began to fold on its own. All of them were folded into the shape of paper cranes. "It's your turn," the youth said. The woman immediately poured her essence into the youth's body. The youth used his spirit as a drag and condensed both his spirit and essence onto each paper crane. Thousands of paper cranes quickly came to life, and their bodies were shrouded in powerful Yuan Qi. They shot towards Xianxia with a swoosh, 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 swoosh. "Don't worry, he won't be able to escape from my spiritual bewilderment formation. Let him be trapped inside for the rest of his life." The woman covered her mouth and giggled. In the maze, Xianxia was sprinting in confusion when he saw the vast expanse of whiteness paper crane army flying towards him. This time, the paper cranes were all at the 8th level of the origin returning realm, and their strength was countless times stronger than the previous batch. Xianxia's strength had already improved by leaps and bounds. Right now, he didn't care about the strength of the 8th level of origin energy at all, but there were too many paper cranes. A dozen paper cranes were chopped down by his saber light. However, there were more than 2,000 paper cranes. If he chopped down like this, he didn't know when it would end up being ahead. "Who?" A large number of paper cranes roared over. They swept into a gust of wind and instantly engulfed Xianxia. The sharp wings of the paper cranes continuously sliced into Xianxia's body. Vermilion bird force. Xianxia's body trembled, and he immediately used 6 times his physical strength. When those paper cranes hit Xianxia again, even Xianxia's skin couldn't be cut open. Sharp wings flashed across Xianxia's skin, causing flames to appear. "Ah!" The paper cranes swept past Xianxia like a gale. Although they could not injure Xianxia, they affected a large number of innocent tourists. Before the tourists could even dodge, they were chewed into minced meat by countless paper cranes. "Damn it!" Xianxia raised his right hand and pointed his thumb at the sky. A beam of flames shot into the sky. Under Xianxia's control, the continuous beams of flames were scattered randomly in the sky. Pieces of paper cranes were burned to ashes and drifted down one after another. Xianxia swept the flame beam into a fan shape, sweeping it round and round, shooting it back and forth every second. In just 7 to 8 seconds, 80 to 90% of the countless paper cranes in the sky had been shot to ashes. This is a lost formation. Xianxia had already realized that he was trapped by the formation. "Using formations on me? It's still a bit tender." Xianxia leapt up and jumped into the air. Then, he cast his lightning-like gaze and swept across the entire maze. He quickly discovered the 3 array eyes that were swiftly swimming in the maze. "Move the array eyes?" Xianxia was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be someone among the Xiandao cultivators chasing him who could set up such a formidable formation. He pointed his finger at one of the array eyes. However, the array eye seemed to have sensed it. It suddenly dodged to the side, causing Xianxia's Yuheng finger to shoot empty. "Someone is controlling the array eye." Xianxia quickly looked in all directions, but there were too many people here. Everyone could be formers. However, it was clear that the formation setter could see him, so he could control the formation eye to dodge his attack. "Get out!" Xianxia opened his lightning photoelectric eye and went to search for the arrayer. However, this Moongazer city was simply a disaster for Lei Dianmu. This was because there were no ordinary people in the entire city. All of them were martial artists. It was too difficult to find an unknown target in such an environment. What Xianxia could see was a mix of Yuan Qi fluctuations, vitality fluctuations, and the spiritual energy fluctuations of Shindao cultivators and tourists. Looking around, a chaotic bright light covered the sky, and Xianxia did not know the exact location of the formation setter. It was simply looking for a needle in a haystack. That brat seems to be able to see through the spiritual energy fluctuations. On the flying ship, the youth said thoughtfully. The woman beside him said, "Don't worry. There are so many tourists as a cover for us. He can't find us." Above the labyrinth, Xianxia landed again. He withdrew his lightning bolt eyes and immediately used the heavenly dipper demon subduing finger's heavenly power finger. "See you." In an instant, Xianxia's eyes turned completely black, like two balls of nothingness. In this way, he looked around again, and all the yuan qi fluctuations and life force fluctuations disappeared. What he could see was the undead souls condensed here, as well as the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations that were unique to profound Dao cultivators. Yes, Xianxia quickly saw that there were at least 50 profound Dao cultivators in the maze. These people had high and low realms, but their mental energy fluctuations were not the same as the mental energy that controlled the maze. Xianxia turned around and saw a flying ship a mile south. "Shit! I've been discovered." The woman and Xianxia looked at each other and cried out, "Run!" Whoosh! A yang opening finger pierced through the layers of walls and struck the woman who was wearing it. The mental energy in that woman's body was instantly shattered. Immediately after, there was another whoosh. The power of the index finger of a Emoko finger followed closely behind. Piu! The woman's chest was pierced through by a bloody hole. She opened her mouth wide in shock and fell off the boat. "Ah! Senior sister." The youth stood up angrily and pointed at Xianxia from afar. "You killed my senior sister. How dare you kill my senior sister? I'm going to kill you, you bastard." Xianxia was stunned by the youth's scolding, and then he angrily said, "What bullshit logic? You guys are the ones who offended me by being cheap, yet you don't allow me to retaliate. Damn it, little bastard. I don't just want to kill your senior sister. I also want to kill you. If your sect comes, I will kill all of your sect. I will make you cheap." The youth tossed away all the papers, and tens of thousands of them folded into paper cranes, which sprinted towards the maze like crazy. "I'm going to kill you. Not only will I kill you, I also want everyone in the maze to be buried with you." The youth was so angry that he lost his mind. He wanted to kill everyone in front of him. What kind of bastard parent can teach such a little bastard? Xianxia was also furious. But there were too many paper cranes. It looked like there were at least 20,000 of them. It was almost impossible to destroy all of them before they killed the tourists in the maze. Xianxia threw out a mirror and shouted, "Mingyue Haoyan mirror." The large mirror flew into the air and suddenly expanded to a diameter of 30 meters. In that mirror, Xianxia had already stored the yuan qi content in the full state 4 times. At this moment, the mirror floated horizontally in the sky, shooting down a beam of fan-shaped light. Countless paper cranes swept into a gust of wind and shot towards the maze, but the Haoyan mirror was right in front of these paper cranes. Once the paper cranes touched the front light, they were immediately shot into powder. "Go!" Xianxia pointed with his right hand, and the Haoyan mirror quickly approached the flying ship. None of the paper cranes along the way were spared. Whoosh! The tourists in the maze were all stunned when they saw the miraculous mirror in the sky. "Ah! What is this?" The youth panicked. This time he was really scared. He hurriedly tried to escape, but the mirror immediately enveloped him. After all, he is young. Xianxia shook his head. Such a small child doesn't feel scared when he kills. Only when his life is threatened will he understand the meaning of the word fear. "Forget it, for your sake." "Who?" Xianxia let out a long breath and his heart softened. When the youth heard Xianxia's voice, he was immediately overjoyed and said, "Quickly let me go. My sect is very powerful. Otherwise, I will definitely destroy you." Boom! The Haoyan mirror's intense light suddenly surged, blasting the youth to pieces. Xianxia shook his head. "Who told me to be soft-hearted? I won't torture you anymore. I'll let you die in peace and contentment." At such a young age, your heart is so ruthless. If you let yourself grow up, then what? Xiangnan was indeed easy to soften his heart, but he was not the kind of foolish and decent person after all. He knew who should be killed and who should not be killed. Subdue people with virtue? This kind of thing did not apply to the world of martial arts. He waved his hand and withdrew the Haoyan mirror. Pong! After Xiangnan broke through a wall, he finally left the maze. Pa pa pa. In front of him, there was a group of 3 people standing on the street, quietly waiting for Xiangnan. One of them was Luo Sheng. He clapped his hands and applauded. Wonderful, truly wonderful. The famous Xiangnan really didn't disappoint us. Your troops have indeed opened our eyes to the world by covering up the water and earth. I feel like there's nothing in this world that you can't break. Whether it's martial skills or profound Tao techniques, you seem to be able to break it. I just don't know if you can break the suppression of strength. You still dare to come looking for death? Xiangnan tightened his grip on the giant saber, feeling that Luo Sheng's sudden confidence was not right. The 2 people beside Luo Sheng were precisely the 2 trump cards that had escaped death earlier. Unexpectedly, they were in a temporary alliance. Luo Sheng spat and said, I admit that I really can't beat you. Even though you and I are both at the 5th level of the origin realm, this really makes me very unhappy. But just because I can't beat you doesn't mean you're invincible. As he spoke, Luo Sheng and the 2 so-called ace killers automatically moved aside. Behind them, a man with black cloth wrapped around his eyes walked up. Upon seeing this person, Xiangnan's heartbeat increased slightly. He could sense a trace of danger from this blindfolded person. Although the blindfolded man was only at the 6th level of origin return, he was definitely not simple. The blindfolded man did not immediately attack. Instead, he said to Luo Sheng, the 3 of you, do not participate in the battle. Stay by the side and protect me. This Xiangnan got a Haoyan mirror from somewhere. That mirror has innate restraint on me. I'm very afraid of it. You must not let that mirror get close to me. As long as Xiangnan releases the Haoyan mirror, you will immediately shatter it. Yes. Luo Sheng and the 2 assassins quickly retreated to both sides of the road, ready to break through the Haoyan mirror at any time. At this time, the blindfolded man took a step towards Xiangnan and said, whether you want to or not, today is your anniversary of death. You. It's so lively. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 people slowly walked out from the shadow of the alley on the left. One was handsome and unrestrained, the other was extremely ugly, and a woman was as thin as firewood. It's them. Xiangnan's heart trembled slightly. The handsome man looked at Xiangnan and said, so you're really Xiangnan. To be honest, we're going to kill you. Before Xiangnan could react, the handsome man said to the blindfolded man, so, Xiangnan is ours. Whoever snatches it from us, we will kill him. The blindfolded man said expressionlessly, those who are irrelevant, immediately retreat. Otherwise, there will be no forgiveness for killing them. The ugly man took a step forward and laughed loudly. The Azura group is amazing. Even their breath is so loud. Did you eat garlic? Luo Sheng's expression changed as he shouted, who are you? Why do you know our identities? The Azura group was a very mysterious existence, and very few people knew about it. There's no need to say anything. Kill these 3 and capture Xiangnan. The blindfolded man removed the black cloth from his eyes. The moment his eyes appeared, Xiangnan was stunned. 6 flowers? The blindfolded man's pupils were 6 petals. Isn't this a ghost from the Devil's Sea Hell? Why is there such a thing in the human world? What was even more troublesome was that the ghosts in the Devil's Sea were suppressed by the 30-seat pavilion. They were unable to display their full strength. But now, this 6-flower monster was wild. No wonder he said that he was afraid of his Haoyan mirror. It turned out that what he was afraid of was not the mirror itself, but the heavenly dipper demon subduing array hidden in the mirror. What the hell are you? Are you a human or a ghost? Xiangnan frowned and asked the blindfolded man. Night Demon's handsome man chuckled and said, it's rare. It's really rare. I thought that the 9 Desolate Eye clan was completely extinct in ancient times. I didn't expect that there would still be remnants of evil. The Nine Desolate Eye clan ignored the handsome man and looked at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia had a feeling that he had been thoroughly seen through, and even his talent had been exposed. There was no reason for this feeling, causing Xiangxia's heart to sink. Following that, Xianxia used his lightning photovoltaic eye to investigate the situation of the Nine Desolate Eye clan. However, this sight caused Xianxia to feel even more surprised. The Nine Desolate Eye clan's vitality and body structure were very different from those of the ghosts in the Devil's Sea. In other words, this person wasn't actually from the Nine Desolate Eye clan. What exactly was going on? At this moment, the Nine Desolate Eye clan man lowered his head, his mouth wriggling slightly, as if he was muttering something to himself. No one could hear what he was saying, but Xianxia possessed a powerful Nine Purities Cosmos skill. That extremely frightening ear power allowed Xianxia to hear the man's words. Infinitely acting tough on the human system. Does this Xianxia have divine talent? Am I mistaken? Master, you're not mistaken. He does have a divine talent and he's also a lightning meridians. That's great. I want to take away his talent and use it for myself. Ding! Master, the mission has been completed. As long as you defeat him and force him to name his own name, his talent will be available to you. Very good. After the conversation, a strange smile appeared on the Nine Desolate Eye clan's face. What the hell is this? Infinitely acting tough and stepping on the human system. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He felt that the man's words were really confusing. What the hell are you talking about? Do it. The ugly man lost his patience and was the first to charge towards the Nine Desolate Eye clan. The Nine Desolate Eye clan's body shook, and they managed to dodge the attack of the ugly man at an astonishing speed. Immediately after, the Nine Desolate Eye clan mumbled to themselves, "System, use the Sun God technique." After saying that, the Nine Desolate Eye clan raised their right hand high up. Boom! A fierce sunlight descended from the sky, enveloping the Nine Desolate Eye clan. Fuck! Isn't this Su Tsayue's heavenly yang divine art? Why does the Nine Desolate Eye clan know such a technique? The ugly man exclaimed. Not only him, even Xianxia was stunned. System, call Great Perfection Wei Tuo Palm. Ding, its master. The Great Perfection Wei Tuo's palm art has already been formed. A strange smile flashed across the Nine Desolate Eye clan's face. Then he slapped the ugly man with his palm. An invisible tension quickly rushed towards the ugly man. Be careful. The handsome man threw the ugly man down, and the invisible Wei Tuo palm cut through the air, shattering a building on the spot. Wei Tuo's palm. Xianxia frowned deeper and deeper. Only then did he know that he had learned the Wei Tuo's palm. But the Nine Desolate Eye clan actually understood all of the Wei Tuo's palm's incantations. His palm power was even stronger than his own. However, that the Nine Desolate Eye clan always gave Xianxia a very strange feeling. That brat didn't seem to be a person proficient in martial arts. He was like an ordinary person. However, an ordinary person possessed the strength of a martial artist and a martial skill. That's right, that's how it feels. Damn. This kid is weird. Fuck him. The ugly man jumped up and rushed towards the Nine Desolate Eye clan again. System, call the Dualuo Leaf Finger. The Nine Desolate Eye clan mumbled to themselves and stretched out their right hand, flicking 5 fingers at the ugly man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The finger power of the Dualuo Leaf Finger shot towards the ugly man. However, although the extremely ugly man's cultivation level wasn't high and his physical strength wasn't enough, his combat awareness was definitely at the peak. As the ugly man sprinted forward, he twisted his body into various strange shapes and accurately dodged the 5-finger forces. He jumped up and slapped the Nine Desolate Eye clan's head with his palm. This Luo Shang and the others were shocked and said, "What kind of damn consciousness is this? Not good." System, quickly activate the complete diamond protection. The Nine Desolate Eye clan general waved his body and assumed the shape of a horse step. Then, a layer of powerful Yuan Qi shield enveloped him. Clang! The ugly man slapped his palm and sent himself flying. Ift! How did this brat know so much about Buddhist profound arts? The ugly man spat. Give me the dagger. The handsome man threw a black dagger at the ugly man. The ugly man held a dagger in his hand and rushed towards the 9 Desolate Eyes clan once again. The 9 Desolate Eye clan's face was filled with panic. System. I can't defeat this person. Quickly analyze his battle consciousness. Ding. Target Chu Gang. Talent. Heavenly grade fire vein. Heavenly grade earth vein. Comma. Speed. C-class. Strength. C-class. Battle consciousness. A-class, the 9 Desolate Eye clan clansman said in shock. What? A-class? The top expert of our Azura group is only B-class. He actually has A-class? He must be mistaken. Master, that's right. Luo Shang's combat awareness is C+. This Chu Gang is indeed an A-class battle genius. He is a rare, peerless battle genius. Incidentally, that Xiangnan's combat consciousness is A+. His combat consciousness is growing. It can be seen that his previous combat consciousness is only B-. It should be due to his trip to the Devil Sea that his combat consciousness has greatly increased. A+. The 9 Desolate Eye clan glanced at Xianxia with an incomparably greedy expression. System. I want to seize that Chu Gang's battle consciousness and use it against Xianxia, they said. Yes, master. The mission has been completed. You need to defeat Chu Gang and have him say his own name. The 9 Desolate Eye clan clenched their teeth and dodged the palm of the ugly man. The extremely ugly man's figure was as agile as a snake. When he crossed the 9 Desolate Eye clan, he hooked his right leg with his right foot and circled around the 9 Desolate Eye clan's right leg. Then, he punched the back of the 9 Desolate Eye clan's waist. The 9 Desolate Eye clan was beaten to 2 steps forward and angrily said, You ugly bastard! Ding! Master, keep it cold. This is the system's rule. The 9 Desolate Eye clan's expression immediately changed. They smiled faintly and said, Ha ha! Kid, your strength isn't bad, but you're unlucky to encounter me. With that, the 9 Desolate Eye clan's body flashed and appeared behind the ugly man. His right hand suddenly grabbed the ugly man's neck. The ugly man's reaction was astonishing. He immediately jumped up and grabbed the 9 Desolate Eye clan's forehead with his right hand. Then, he crossed the 9 Desolate Eye clan's forehead. The dagger in his hand quickly flashed and sliced towards the 9 Desolate Eye clan's neck. The 9 Desolate Eye clan was greatly alarmed and hurriedly used its right hand to cover its neck. Chi! 2 fingers of the 9 Desolate Eye clan were cut off. The 9 Desolate Eye clan furiously said, You're courting death. This person was furious and shouted, Shadow Flash! With that, his body suddenly flashed and 7 afterimages appeared around the ugly man. So fast! The ugly man was stunned. Before he could finish speaking, the 9 Desolate Eye clan punched him on the waist. Pooh! The ugly man spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back to the left. The 9 Desolate Eye clan said, I won't kill the nameless ghost. Tell me your name. The ugly man laughed loudly. If I don't change my name, I won't change my surname. Chu Gang is also. Ding! Master, Chu Gang's battle consciousness has been taken away. It belongs to you. Yes, you're dead. The 9 Desolate Eye clan smiled indifferently. Then Chu Gang said, Who will die is not certain. As he spoke, he rushed towards the 9 Desolate Eye clan again. However, he felt that his movements had suddenly become difficult, and he had lost his keen sense of battle. On the contrary, the 9 Desolate Eye clan quickly bypassed him and used his Moka finger to pierce through the ugly man's eyebrows. Chu Gang! The handsome man and the skinny woman exclaimed at the same time. My battle consciousness has once again taken a qualitative leap. The 9 Desolate Eye clan raised their arms and clenched their fists tightly. His gaze drifted towards Xianxia. The next one is you. Xianxia groped his chin and said, What are you talking about? What are you acting tough about? Are you crazy? Ah? You heard me. The 9 Desolate Eye clan was greatly shocked. Xianxia, what are you waiting for if you still aren't leaving? The handsome man drew a retreat gesture to Xianxia. Xianxia said, "Oh? Aren't you planning to kill me?" The handsome man said, "Don't worry. After we deal with these people, we will naturally catch up to you." Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. "You are willing to help me, so I don't need to refute your face." After saying that, Xianxia turned into an afterimage and rushed forward. "Which way?" Luo Shang and the two assassins quickly chased after him. Just as the three of them took a step forward, the three of them were thrown into the air at the same time for no apparent reason. Below them, the skinny woman had appeared at some unknown time. She raised her head and looked at the three of them, with two strands of spiral yuan qi in her hands. North. Xianxia ran at full speed, and a canal hundreds of meters wide appeared right in front of him. There were cargo ships coming and going, carrying all sorts of black cargo to all directions in the city. Xianxia directly jumped over and landed on a cargo ship. He lightly tapped his right foot and flew out with a whoosh. Then, he landed on another cargo ship to jump forward. On the other side of the canal stood three waves of different forces. One of them was clearly marked by the martial practitioners of the torrent. The other two sides were from unknown forces, but they were obviously coming for Xianxia. "Shoot it down!" A Floodstream 7th layer Origin Realm martial artist shouted and quickly headed towards Xianxia's direction. Immediately after, 17 or 18 people also jumped up and down in succession. Xianxia pulled out his huge saber, and in the next jump, he happened to jump face-to-face with the martial artist in the torrent. "Xianxia, surrender!" The Flood Warrior's hands exploded as two fierce yuan qi fists flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia stepped on the air and forcefully twisted his body, dodging the two yuan qi fists and hacking out a streak of lightning saber light. The Flood martial artist was split into two on the spot. The other 17 or 18 people surrounded Xianxia from the left and right. Three of them circled Xianxia and threw out a large net of yuan qi towards Xianxia. Xianxia dodged the net with a flash step. His left hand grabbed a person's neck, and his right hand brandished a knife to cut two people in succession. Then, he kicked the pinched martial artist in the stomach, shattering the person's internal organs and causing him to die on the spot. Whoosh! Xianxia jumped for the fourth time. He had already crossed a canal several hundred meters wide and landed on the other side of the canal. When he landed, he rushed. "Catch up to him. Don't let him escape." From behind, the 14 people continued to chase after Xianxia. Xianxia sprinted to the intersection before turning right and disappearing. Some of the 14 people ran along both sides of the road and turned to the right. Others directly jumped onto the building and passed through it from above. When the 5 of them turned left from the intersection, a 10-meter-tall lightning blade light suddenly rushed out from the right side. "Ah!" The 5 people dodged in succession. "Azure Dragon, go out to sea!" Immediately after, Xianxia charged over and slashed the 2 of them into 2 halves on the spot. Then, he drew his saber to the left and slashed the other 3 at the waist. 5 people descended from the top of the building and ambushed Xianxia from above. Xianxia quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. He suddenly pointed his hands at the sky and spat out a mouthful of yuan qi. How lightning! The gigantic thunderball instantly engulfed the 5 people. Xianxia raised his saber and jumped. The saber light flashed through the air in a Z shape, instantly hacking the 5 people to death. Xianxia landed lightly on the ground and continued to run wildly. Apart from the Azura group and the trump card assassins of the flowers, who could even fight against Xianxia, the other Origin Realm martial artists were simply made of mud in front of Xianxia. They were not a threat at all. What did this kid experience in the Devil Sea? The faces of the remaining 4 people turned pale, and they no longer dared to chase after Xianxia. One of them said, "Hurry up and ask for reinforcements. Have our Xiandao cultivators come over." Xianxia's speed was as fast as flying. His eyes only focused on the central region of the north of the city. He had already wasted too much time in Moongazer City. In half a day, the spirit sealing array on his body was about to lose its effectiveness. Almost there. Almost there. Xianxia's speed was getting faster and faster. He was still 3 minutes away from the target point. The street in front of them suddenly became chaotic. Tourists were running around with their heads crossed. In the middle of the street, 5 half-demon martial artists were quietly waiting for Xianxia to arrive with their shoulders crossed. I hope that we can succeed this time. If we catch Xianxia, we will go to the profound sky sect and ask for the complete body refining art. At that time, our own sect will be able to cultivate disciples into half-demon bodies. The profound sky sect obviously wants us to taste the sweetness first. As the 5 of them were conversing, they suddenly felt a strong yuan qi fluctuation behind them. The 5 of them turned around at the same time and suddenly saw a person descending rapidly from the sky. That person was also leaning on a 50-meter-tall lightning saber. Jing Long Yao Ri, a half-demon martial artist, was shocked. Not good. Quickly dodge. The 5 of them fled crazily. At this moment, a gigantic lightning blade light descended from the sky and fiercely smashed into the street. 3 of the 5 half-demon martial artists who escaped died on the spot. The 3 of them were blasted by the saber light to the point that they didn't even have anything left. Damn it, you bastard. Do you dare to openly contend against us? A half-demon martial artist roared angrily and rushed towards Xianxia. I want you to taste the power of the half-demon body. Vermilion bird force. When Xianxia landed on the ground, his body suddenly shook. The half-demon martial cultivator had skin like snake scales. He rushed forward and his body suddenly stretched out. He used his body that was more than 10 meters long to wrap Xianxia up. Ha! Tangle him up. I'll deal with him. The other half-demon martial artist had a strange hyena outline on his face. He opened his mouth and bit down on Xianxia's neck. Those 2 rows of sharp teeth were as sharp as knives. Xianxia was wrapped around his waist by the half-snake demon. The python's enormous contraction force was all squeezed on his waist, making him unable to lift his arms. Drink! Xianxia shouted and his entire body exploded with lightning. The half-serpent demon was struck by lightning and started to spasm as it rolled back and forth on the ground. Xianxia turned around and suddenly raised his left arm. The hyena half-demon bit Xianxia's arm. Pasha! The hyena half-demon bit Xianxia's arm, which was 6 times the strength of his body, and its teeth were actually shattered. You! The hyena half-demon's expression changed drastically. Xianxia grabbed the hyena's neck with his left hand and pulled it over. Using his own methods, he bit down on the shoulder of the split ditch. Chila! Xianxia shook his head and bit off a large chunk of the hyena's half-demon's shoulder. He raised his knife and the hyena's half-demon's head rolled on the ground. You cowards who betrayed human souls. Xianxia threw away the corpse of the hyena half-demon. He jumped up and slashed the body of the hyena half-demon in half. None of the 5 half-demon martial artists remained, and all of them died in battle. Xianxia bent his body and stomped fiercely on the ground. With a loud explosion of yuan qi, his body flew out like an arrow leaving a string. On the spot, there was a crater that was 5 meters in diameter. We're here. This is it. Xianxia arrived at the target point in the north of the city. He used his lightning photoelectric eyes to look down, but unfortunately, there was still no spirit ceiling formation here. Damn it, 2 in a row. This probability is truly life-threatening. West of the city. Xianxia turned around and ran quickly towards the west. Time was running out. There were only 4 hours left before reaching the limit of the spirit ceiling formation. At that time, the gemstones above Moongazer City would definitely shine. Then the surrounding cities and the high-level martial artists in the wilderness would probably rush over. Even the Heavenly Devil cult would not be able to stop them. Go all out. The last 2 target points must arrive within 4 hours. Xianxia gritted his teeth and unfurled his yuan qi feathered wings, flying towards the west. He couldn't care less about it anymore. Even if flying like this would expose him even more, it didn't matter anymore. Even if he had to forcefully break through, he would still have to break through. Who? The pair of enormous yuan qi wings flapped and drove Xianxia flying toward the west. After he flew up, his speed was much faster than running. It would only take him half an hour at most to reach the target point in the west of the city. Moongazer City, the middle, inner and outer rings, and the martial practitioners searching for Xianxia in every corner. Among them, the inner ring and the west part of the middle ring discovered Xianxia flying in the sky ahead of time. Such a clear yuan qi fluctuation, and it came from the sky, is very consistent with Xianxia's description of yuan qi feathered wings. In the inner ring, a group of martial artists narrowed their eyes and could already sense the yuan qi fluctuations in the distant sky. Let's go. In all likelihood, it's Xianxia. Chase after him. The group immediately rented a small airship and chased after Xianxia. The target exposure brought about by the yuan qi feathered wings came from visual observation on the one hand, and yuan qi fluctuations on the other. The reason for that was because there were only a few people who could fly in Guiyuan, so it was easy to screen out Xianxia. 10 minutes later, Xianxia had already walked a third of the way, and he was getting closer and closer to his destination in the west of the city. Right in front of him, 3 small flying boats had already circled around from both sides. Nearly 40 figures on the 3 flying ships jumped down and bounced between the buildings, forming a huge encirclement for Xianxia. Xianxia retracted his wings and quickly landed on the ground. In a flash, he drilled into the crowded narrow street. Down! Those people also landed on the ground and sneaked into the crowd to search for traces of Xianxia. Xianxia quickly walked through the crowd and spread out his perception. There were 3 enemies on the left, 1 on the right, and 5 on the right. There were 15 people lying on both sides of the building. Another 20 people blocked the road in front of them. Xianxia tilted his head slightly, accurately locating the enemy. Then, he lowered his body and swiftly swam forward to the left amidst the crowd. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. After Xianxia squeezed through 5 passers-by, he immediately collided with the 3 enemies in front of him on the left. Attack! The 3 of them quickly stretched out their right hands towards Xianxia, trying to grab onto his shoulder. Xianxia immediately pointed at a person's palm with a MOK finger. The flame finger force pierced through the man's palm, pierced through his entire right arm, and pierced out from his shoulder. Before the man could scream, Xianxia covered his mouth and pointed at his throat with his left hand. The force of his finger pierced through his throat, preventing the man from shouting before he died. The other 2 didn't expect Xianxia to react so quickly. They hurriedly opened their mouths and said, "Yes!" Xianxia rushed forward. While bypassing the attacks of the 2 men, his left and right hands grabbed their throats respectively. Then, his hands transformed into palms, and he approached them 1 inch forward at the same time. Within this inch of distance, 2-way Tua palms were released, and the invisible palm force broke the necks of the 2 of them. The 5 enemies on the right had already heard the word in, and had brutally crashed into the crowd, arriving directly in front of them. The 2 of you, the 5 of them saw the 2 of them quietly standing there without moving. Just as they spoke, they saw Xianxia flash behind the 2 of them. Ambush! Among the 5 people, the person at the front immediately realized that he had fallen into Xianxia's trap. Xianxia had already used his flower-picking finger to lock onto the 5 of them. Before they could react, the pulling force of his flower-picking finger formed a straight line between the 5 of them. Immediately after, the 3-meter saber stabbed into the stomach of the first person and pierced out from the back of the 5th person. The thunder and lightning energy on the giant saber caused the muscles of the 5 people to contract. Without letting out a miserable scream, they would have been killed with 1 saber and 5 lives. Xianxia pulled off one of the men's robes and immediately transformed the human skin mask into that man's appearance. The human skin mask could only change the appearance of a small area, but it could not change the skeletal structure of the face. Therefore, the person disguised by Xianxia was the closest to Xianxia's own facial structure. After disguising himself, he quickly walked forward. Where is he? At the intersection ahead, 20 people had already sealed off the passage. When they saw Xianxia walking over, they thought that he was their companion. Something's wrong. What do you look like? You seem to be a little different from before. A martial artist was more careful. He noticed the subtle changes on the faces of Xianxia and his deceased companions. Xianxia had already walked 10 meters in front of them and jumped abruptly, shouting, "Great way to a palm! Not good! It's disguise!" The 20 people hurriedly dodged. However, the distance of 10 meters was simply too close. The speed of Wei Tuo's palm caused the 20 people to not have enough time to escape. A gigantic Yuan Qi palm landed on the ground, shaking all 20 people into the air. Xianxia stabbed his horse and held the giant saber horizontally at his waist. He shouted in a deep voice, "Yang Flame Saber Technique!" The first stance of the Yang Flame Saber Technique. Fire Mark Saber light shot out. This saber could instantly slash 4 times in a row, and within a second 13 slashes poured out. Those saber lights formed a fan, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Before the 20 martial artists who were shaken into the air could react, they had already been killed by 15 people. The remaining 5 people were given an instant to catch their breath and set up their Yuan Qi shields. Xianxia used 1 second to split the blade and the next second to charge forward. Mo-ko finger! The thumb force was released, and a beam of flame swept over. 2 people were killed first. The Yuan Qi shields of the other 3 people had already taken shape, but after being hit by the beam of flame, they were broken in less than a second. Immediately after, the flaming light beam continued to move forward, cutting off the 3 people's waist. I saw it. Of the 15 people lying on the building, 10 jumped down and quickly approached Xianxia. The other 5 were all profound Dao cultivators. Not 5 Hearts Fate chasing formation. The 5 of them quickly landed on the ground and set up an array formation. The 5 of them used themselves as array eyes and all stood in the middle of the array formation. After that, 4 of them placed their right hands on the shoulders of the cultivators at the main array eyes. The 4 of them borrowed all of their spiritual energy from the cultivator on the main array eye. This cultivator spread out his hands and aimed at Xianxia, shouting, "Explode!" Xianxia had a premonition that a powerful spiritual energy was coming towards him, and he struck back with his Yang opening finger. The Yang opening finger's finger power collided with the spirit power in the air, causing a fierce explosion. The terrifying shock wave of the explosion sent all the pedestrians flying. Go! The 10 martial artists found the right opportunity and rushed towards Xianxia, wanting to take advantage of Xianxia's opportunity to deal with the Xiandao cultivators and capture Xianxia in one fell swoop. Explode! The cultivator in the eye of the main array once again enveloped his hands in a diamond shape. This diamond shape enveloped Xianxia within. Another surge of even more intense mental energy assaulted him. Xianxia's body flashed as he grabbed a martial artist and used him as a meat shield to block in front of him. Boom! The martial artist exploded on the spot, shattering the entire sky. The weapons of the other 9 martial artists had already arrived, and they collectively slashed towards the top of Xianxia's head. Vermilion Bird Force. Xianxia activated 6 times his physical strength and raised the saber high. 9 weapons condensed with powerful Yuan Qi slashed into the dragon blood saber at the same time. However, after a loud explosion, the 9 of them were unable to slash Xianxia's weapon down, or even bend Xianxia's legs. Explode! Boom! This time, Xianxia's spiritual energy accurately exploded on his chest, causing his chest to be bloodshot. After spraying out a blood mist, Xianxia's entire body was blown away into an afterimage. Success! The 5 cultivators were overjoyed. No matter how strong Xianxia's physical body is, it won't be able to block the strength of the 5 of us. Ah? Where is he? Look, where is he? The 5 of them were just happy when they saw that Xianxia's body hadn't appeared on the ground after being blown away. Are you looking for me? Behind the 5 of them, a voice that made their hair stand on end suddenly appeared. Damn it! When did he come over? Bang him! The cultivators were shocked. The cultivator at the main array hurriedly pointed his hands at Xianxia. You hung finger! Xianxia pointed at the formation beneath the cultivator and destroyed it. At this moment, the other 4 cultivators channeled their spiritual energy into the cultivators with the main array eyes. Because their array eyes were broken, their spiritual energy could not be borrowed. On the contrary, the cultivator in the eye of the main formation was shattered by his companion's mental energy. Broken limbs and broken arms flew everywhere. How did you break the formation in an instant? The other 4 cultivators' faces were pale. Go to hell and ask. Xianxia raised his saber and the 4 heads flew into the sky. When the remaining 9 martial artists saw this scene on the street, they all retreated in fright. I can't beat them. Quickly go and seek reinforcements. There's no need to look. I'm coming. As an inexplicable voice appeared, a man dressed in a profound robe slowly descended from the sky. This person was only at the 9th level of the origin realm, but he could float out of thin air. It was obvious that he had cultivated the profound Tao technique to a certain level and was able to fly by relying on it. It's Senior Primordial Heaven Dipper. The 9 martial artists shouted happily. That Huntian gang snorted coldly. Little 5th level origin returning martial artist actually beat you all to such a sorry state. What a bunch of trash. Get out of the way. Huntian gang stretched out his right hand towards Xianxia and said, You! Fallen lightning. Xianxia formed a seal with both of his hands, and a streak of lightning descended, hacking the heavenly dipper from the sky to the ground. Group Thunder Formation. Xianxia once again formed a seal, streaks of lightning descending, knocking the heaven-hunting dipper to the ground, unable to get up. Yang Flame Saber Technique, 3rd stance. Xianxia took a step forward and the giant saber slashed down. A 20-meter-tall Yang Flame Saber Light shot out. The Yang Flame Saber Light seemed to be looking for a flame on the surface of the sun. The saber light formed from white flames rushed out from the ground and slashed the heaven-hunting dipper in half. Holy shit! The 9 martial artists were dumbfounded. The famous Huntian gang actually died without even releasing a single move? Flash shadow steps. Xianxia flashed and arrived at the center of the 9 martial artists. Emoka pointed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fire marks shot everywhere. Shooting straight at the 9 martial artists, they didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. Fled in a hurry. On the spot by Emoka finger killed 6 people. The other 3 jumped high into the air and jumped onto the building to escape. Flower-picking finger. Xianxia grabbed the 3 of them with both hands and pulled them off. One-way Tuo's palm struck each of them, and 3-way Tuo's palm struck the 3 of them to death. Xianxia took a deep breath and arched his body. Following that, an explosion occurred. His body turned into an afterimage and flew towards the west. When the rock he shot reached its limit, he jumped up. The enormous Yuan-Chi wings on his back spread out and flew towards the west. As for the pedestrians on the street battlefield, they were all stunned. What? Who is it? Who is that brat? Heavens, this brat's killing speed is too fast. I can't even see it. We're here, we're almost there. Xianxia flew in the air for 10 minutes. And there was still a third of the distance before he reached his destination. Behind him, there were more than 20 martial artists who had dared to come from other directions, chasing after Xianxia with all their might. Keep flying, speed up. Xianxia's chi refinement turned into lightning. A pair of Yuan-Chi feathered wings exploded with a thunderous roar, causing the wings to immediately transform into lightning feathered wings. His speed suddenly increased, making it even harder for the martial artists behind him to catch up. Not long after, they were thrown away without a trace. We're here. This is it. Xianxia suddenly stopped in the air and swept his gaze downwards with his lightning-like gaze. However, when he saw it, it was still empty. Damn it! How could this be? Xianxia cursed angrily. Of the 4 target points, 3 were empty, but he perfectly bypassed the most correct southern city. How likely was this? Xianxia suddenly felt that the luck goddess no longer cared for him. Let me see where you're going. A group of people chased after him from the south. The person in front of them was a white-haired old man who was at the 1st level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Such a high realm, but he was a Shendao cultivator. It could be seen that his strength was extraordinary. Seeing the old man, Xianxia's heart sank for no reason. He could sense a dangerous scent from the old man. The danger did not come from the old man himself, but from the simple ring he wore on his left index finger. The ring looked like it was made of wood, and its entire body was bright yellow. At first glance, it looked like gold. Soul ring. Xianxia's heart sank. Martial artists had weapons that could increase the strength of their Yuan-Chi, while cultivators also had weapons that could increase the strength of their souls. Most of these weapons appeared in the form of rings, making them easy to wear. As for soul rings, they needed to be refined in a very vicious way. A soul ring at the early spirit stage required the souls of 1,000 youths with spirit stage martial arts talent to be refined, while an intermediate rank required 2,000 and a high rank 3,000. Earth-grade soul rings were even more terrifying. Beginner Earth-grade soul rings required 1,000 Earth-grade talented young souls, 2,000 intermediate grade and 3,000 high grade. The soul ring worn by the old man clearly belonged to an intermediate grade Earth weapon. In other words, he had killed 2,000 youngsters under the age of 14 who possessed Earth-grade single meridian talent. As for spiritual energy, it came from the divine soul, so the stronger the divine soul was, the stronger the spiritual energy would be. This was the first time Xianxia had encountered a cultivator wearing a soul ring since his reincarnation. He knew that the old man was difficult to deal with. The old man said to the martial artists on both sides, "This kid's strength is not ordinary. Don't make a move. Wait for this old man to restrain him. Then you can wait for an opportunity to move." Fallen lightning. Xianxia's fingers sliced down. As the old man spoke, he had already formed the lightning falling seal in advance. A bolt of thunder descended from the sky, aiming straight at the old man. The old man's eyes turned cold as he shouted, "Compensate for me!" At this moment, the soul ring in his hand suddenly shone, and the old man suddenly turned into a dumbfounded martial artist. Boom! Luo Lei hit the martial artist and smashed the martial artist to the ground. What? Such a fast release speed. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't the old man's profound Dao technique released too quickly? It must be the Earth-grade intermediate-grade soul ring. In Xianxia's previous life, he had seen this kind of substitute compensation technique. It was a technique that could instantly change directions between him and others. Xianxia changed directions and slashed at the old man with a saber light. Haha, a mere 5th-level origin returning realm cultivator wants to hurt me. Have you forgotten about the suppression of the realm? Originally, the old man did not intend to dodge, but when he saw the blade light flying over, he actually felt a tremendous threat. What? Compensate for it. The old man's expression changed, and he quickly found another scapegoat to take his place. Chi! The saber light struck the martial artist who had been replaced and directly slashed the martial artist in the waist. The old man gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Little thief! You are not at the 5th level of the Origin Return realm, yet you dare to tease this old man." Northern Sunflower Force Loss Formation. The old man quickly formed a seal with both of his hands and fiercely bombarded the ground. A powerful spiritual energy instantly smashed into the ground. Xianxia immediately felt that he had lost his gravity, and his body began to float lightly. Not only him, but even the pedestrians on the streets and even the martial artists who came with the old man floated lightly into the sky. The pedestrians panicked as they grabbed onto the building, preventing themselves from floating into the air. However, Xianxia was originally in a state of flight. He had no buildings to grab onto, but as a result, he lost his gravity. Even flapping his Yuan Qi feathered wings was ineffective, unable to move his body. Experts. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Because the old man had used seals to set up the array, there was no array eye that could be broken by Xianxia, because the array eye was in the old man's hand. Group Thunder Formation. Xianxia quickly formed a seal and his fingers fell. Rumble, 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 rumble. Strands of fierce lightning shot towards the old man from the sky. Substitute compensation. The old man was even more ruthless this time. He no longer used his own martial artists as victims, but instead directly caught a tourist on the street. The visitor didn't even have time to react when he was shattered by Xianxia's lightning array. Damn it! The veins on Xianxia's forehead twitched violently. The soul ring on the old man's hand began to shine. He formed another seal and said, "Bei Kuei Prison." He pointed his hands at Xianxia, and a large amount of water elements rapidly condensed in the air and gathered on Xianxia's body, forming a 5-meter diameter round water ball on Xianxia's body. Xianxia was trapped in the water ball and couldn't breathe. He wanted to swim out, but the failure array was still working, making his swimming movements futile. Xianxia clenched his fist with his left hand, and his yuan qi turned into waves of flames, burning the water ball into a large amount of white gas. San Mei Gu's mental art. The old man's hands formed seals and 3 peerless beauties appeared beside Xianxia. The 3 beauties smiled as they stared at Xianxia. The pupils of the 3 women began to spiral and slowly rotate. Xianxia felt his consciousness start to become chaotic. He gritted his teeth and shouted in his heart, 9 purities universe art. Suicide. The old man hooked his right hand. Xianxia immediately raised his huge saber and sliced it towards his neck. However, his 9 purities universe technique had just started to circulate, causing him to immediately regain consciousness. The sharp blade suddenly stopped half an inch from Xianxia's throat. Can you break my Gu heart technique? The old man's face was filled with disbelief. What a little thief. He has quite a few tricks. I want to borrow your yuan qi. Don't worry, you can slowly recover the yuan qi you borrowed, the old man said angrily to the 20 or so fellow martial artists on both sides. When I call out the heavenly token, all of you have to answer yes. The 20 or so martial artists nodded in succession. Senior, just borrow it. All right. The old man formed a seal with both his hands and said, the 5 elements of heaven and earth, yuan qi as the spirit, flames drawn from the side to attack other cities. Heaven's will. Yes. The 20-odd martial artists responded in succession. At this moment, the 20-odd martial artists suddenly began to spasm, and large amounts of yuan qi were extracted from their bodies. You lied to us. A martial artist felt great fear. He pointed at the old man and shouted angrily. However, the old man only smiled coldly. There must be a price to pay. As a result, the yuan qi of the 20-plus martial artists was instantly sucked dry, and they were even sucked into dried corpses. All of the yuan qi of the 20-odd martial artists was channeled into the old man's palm. So vicious. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. This person treated his companion like a piece of grass. Yet he was actually so ruthless. The old man condensed the terrifying amount of yuan qi he drew into a spear of light and threw it at Xianxia. This radiant spear had the strength of more than 27th level origin returning martial artists. When gathered together, its power was already unimaginable. Even Xianxia would definitely not be able to withstand it. The spear of light had already flown over. Xianxia slid his hands in the air and said, Yin and Yang are useless. A diagram of the 8 trigrams formation appeared, and the spear of light pierced into the diagram with a whoosh. The dark fish began to shine. What? The old man was stunned. Xianxia pushed his hands, and the 8 trigrams formation's 2 young fish reflected light. A spear of light flew out and shot straight at the old man. The old man was shocked, and the soul ring on his hand immediately began to shine. You still want to compensate me with a substitute? Xianxia's left hand sent out a wave of yuan qi. The yuan qi exploded in midair, forming a shockwave that sent all the pedestrians flying more than 50 meters away. The old man was originally 100 meters away from the pedestrians, but now, with a distance of 50 meters, he had already surpassed the range of his physical body's compensation. Physical compensation, the old man hurriedly shouted, but he couldn't succeed. Pooh! The spear of light pierced through the old man's stomach. His eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with ashes. Xianxia suddenly felt his gravity recover. He flapped his yuan qi feathered wings and flew over. He raised his saber and cut off the old man's head. Then he removed his soul ring from his hand. Old thief, your ring belongs to me. Xianxia put the soul ring on his hand and flew south. As soon as he put on his soul ring, Xianxia felt that his soul power had increased by leaps and bounds, making a qualitative leap. This soul ring seems to be helpful to my Thunder King seal. Xianxia was slightly stunned and realized this strange situation. He tried to form a seal and released a bolt of lightning. Boom! A pillar-thick thunderbolt descended from the sky, blasting a 3-meter diameter hole in the street. So strong. Xiang Nan's eyes widened. The Thunder King Seal wasn't actually a profound Dao technique. It used the profound Dao technique to activate Xiang Nan's lightning power. To make a more appropriate analogy, the Thunder King Seal's hand gesture was like a longbow, and the one that truly displayed its power was the arrow of thunder and lightning. Thus, after Xiang Nan ate the Divine Soul Pill, his Divine Soul was strengthened, but the power of the Thunder King Seal did not increase. However, the Soul Ring was able to extract Xiang Nan's Divine Soul power and integrate it into the power of thunder and lightning. Therefore, when Xiang Nan released the lightning falling seal, he felt that a piece of his soul had been extracted, and the power of the lightning falling seal had greatly increased. So that's the case. Xiang Nan nodded silently. It was really unexpected that this soul ring would be so beneficial to him. In his previous life, he had seen a few high-level profound Dao cultivators, all of whom valued soul rings very much. It seemed that the effects of soul rings were indeed very good. My soaring sky technique is considered a half-martial skill, one of the half-martial techniques. Can it be improved? Xiang Nan thought to himself and activated his soul ring. Sure enough, his lightning wings had doubled in size. His flying speed had doubled. Whoosh! Xiang Nan's speed suddenly increased as he dragged a long tail of lightning towards the south. So that's the case. The soul ring can't increase the speed of the essence wings, but it can increase the speed of the lightning wings. Not bad. Xiang Nan soared to his heart's content. The buildings beneath his feet were constantly retreating. He used his speed to the limit. The buildings beneath him had already turned into afterimages in his eyes. Normally, it would take 30 minutes to fly from here to the south of the city, but now it only took 15 minutes to arrive. A large number of martial artists chased after Xiang Nan from both the left and right sides and the rear, but they were completely unable to catch up to Xiang Nan's speed. In the blink of an eye, they were thrown away without a trace. Good stuff. Xiang Nan was excited. He flew faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. He had already arrived at the target point and used his lightning-like gaze to look down. Indeed, there was a hidden spirit ceiling formation 50 meters below the surface of the south of the city. I finally found you. Xiang Nan let out a long sigh and quickly landed on the ground. I finally waited for you. Looks like my judgment is correct. On the ground, there was a person who looked up at Xiang Nan. This person was none other than the Nine Desolate Eye Clan. Xiang Nan slowed down and landed lightly on the ground. He frowned and said, "It's you again." The Nine Desolate Eye Clan sneered and said, "You've traveled all over the 3 northeastern and western cities. I expected you to come to the southern city. You've been waiting for a long time." With that, the Nine Desolate Eye Clan turned into an afterimage and suddenly charged towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan was shocked. This kid's speed and reaction was much better than the last time he saw him. The Nine Desolate Eye Clan arrived beside Xiang Nan in the blink of an eye. With a wave of his right hand, he condensed a sharp sword of Yuan Qi and stabbed it towards Xiang Nan's heart. So fast! Xiang Nan immediately blocked with his giant saber. But under this blocking, the opponent's powerful strength actually sent Xiang Nan flying. Such great strength! Xiang Nan sucked in a breath of cold air and felt his entire right arm numb. This person clearly did not transform into a demon, but he possessed a physical strength that was even more tyrannical than a half-demon body. How did this physical strength come about? The Nine Desolate Eye Clan licked their lips and said, "Your talent is very valuable, but today, it will belong to me." Vermilion Bird Force. Xiang Nan immediately used 6 times his physical strength to fight against the Nine Desolate Eye Clan. The Nine Desolate Eye Clan's right arm condensed its Yuan Qi and smashed its fist into the giant saber, sending Xiang Nan flying backwards. Xiang Nan could only feel the terrifying power engulfing his body, and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? I have 6 times the strength of my physical body, yet I am actually unable to defeat this person in a head-on confrontation? What exactly happened to you? After Xiang Nan landed on the ground, he slid back more than 10 meters. He narrowed his eyes and asked through gritted teeth. The Nine Desolate Eye Clan laughed loudly. "If it weren't for my realm, I would have been able to absorb 3 half-demon bodies. However, it doesn't matter. The strength of the 2 half-demon bodies combined is 7 times greater. It's enough to deal with you. 7 times. Xianxia gritted his teeth and slashed out a flaming saber light at the 9 Desolate Eye Clan. Haha. Trying to attack me with pure yuan qi is a bit too naive. The 9 Desolate Eye Clan raised their right hand and grabbed Xianxia's saber light. Your essence isn't enough. If you don't cooperate with the weapon to hack me, you won't be able to pose a threat to me, said the 9 Desolate Eye Clan. As he spoke, the 9 Desolate Eye Clan charged forward at a speed that Xianxia couldn't even see clearly. He bowed his left leg and imprinted a palm on Xianxia's stomach. Wei Tuo palm. Boom! An invisible palm force pierced through Xianxia and sent him flying again. Tell me, what's your name? The 9 Desolate Eye Clan chased after Xianxia and slapped him on the back. Xianxia hurriedly turned around and blocked with his giant saber. However, the 9 Desolate Eye Clan's speed was simply too fast. Before the blade could get close, his palm struck Xianxia's back. When Xianxia was sent flying, he felt his internal organs tumble violently. He vomited blood mixed with green bile with a nauseating sound. Tell me, what's your name? The 9 Desolate Eye Clan raised its right hand high up and with a loud boom, a fierce sunlight descended. Great Wei Tuo palm. The 9 Desolate Eye Clan was actually able to combine the power of the sun with Wei Tuo's palm, forming a giant palm of the sun that flew towards Xianxia. It was completely against common sense for him to combine 2 martial skills with different attributes. Xianxia endured the intense pain and gritted his teeth, using a flash step to dodge the sun's palm. The sun's palm flew past, rumbling. All the buildings along the way were blown up, and dozens of tourists were destroyed into powder. Haha! The 9 Desolate Eye Clan walked towards Xianxia, step by step. How is my martial skill? Xianxia took a deep breath and wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. You don't understand martial arts at all. You're just absorbing other people's abilities to yourself. Oh? Is that so? The 9 Desolate Eye Clan raised an eyebrow and said, You've overheard a lot, but so what? I don't understand what martial arts have to do with it. I can still use cultivation techniques and martial skills, and I still have a strong fighting spirit. Come on. Tell me your name. The 9 Desolate Eye Clan flashed to Xianxia's side with a whoosh. Momentum. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. The 9 Desolate Eye Clan suddenly had an illusion. He quickly struck Xianxia with his palm, but it was still a bit outside. However, his palm still scratched Xianxia's shoulder and sent him flying. Xianxia's shoulder was heavily injured, and his entire left arm lost its ability to move. He thought in his heart, the 9 Desolate Eye Clan's strength is too strong, and my strength has only just taken shape, so I can't completely affect him. I'll see what other methods you have. The 9 Desolate Eye Clan's figure changed and attacked Xianxia from all directions. Xianxia used his saber to resist. He discovered that the 9 Desolate Eye Clan had a strong fighting spirit. Every time, he could dodge his attacks, or simply use his fist to smash open his huge saber. In the fierce confrontations, Xianxia's physical strength was no match for the 9 Desolate Eye Clan. He was constantly sent flying. Ha ha ha! What martial artist! This is simply ridiculous. That's just a sanctuary of dignity that you weak people have found for yourself. The 9 Desolate Eye Clan was overjoyed and rushed forward to launch a series of attacks on Xianxia. You are despising martial arts. Xianxia gritted his teeth and merged his attack into Yun. Xianxia's battle suddenly possessed a powerful spirit. In contrast, the 9 Desolate Eye Clan became more and more awkward as they fought. He was shocked. What kind of battle consciousness are you possessing? This is not a battle consciousness. This is the art of battle. Xianxia thrust his saber through the left armpit of the 9 Desolate Eye Clan and lifted it up, twisting the 9 Desolate Eye Clan to the ground on one knee. Wudao, it's not as lowly as you think. Don't insult Wudao here. Xianxia placed his foot on the right arm of the 9 Desolate Eye Clan and slashed down with the huge saber in his hand. No! You can't kill me, The 9 Desolate Eye Clan was so scared that their faces turned pale. Chi! Blade light flashed, and the heads of the 9 desolate I clan rolled on the ground. Xianxia pointed a finger at the head and directly blew it into ashes. Swoosh! Xianxia swung his saber and proudly said, "The word martial is profound and profound. We need to study it hard before we can obtain its essence." As he spoke, black lightning wrapped around his body and he quickly sank. Before the spirit sealing formation failed, Xianxia finally refreshed the power of the formation, allowing him to return to a safe state. He opened the map and took a look. There were still the last 2 cities. One was Black Jiang City, and the other was Withered Sea City. Since Kuhai City was already very close to the border of the Haotian Empire, Xianxia only needed to make a trip to Black Jiang City. After refreshing the array power, he could directly cross Kuhai City and return to Haotian. That is to say, there is still the last Black Jiang City. Xianxia nodded. He used his lightning bolt to look up and discovered that there were already large amounts of yuan qi fluctuations on the surface. There must be a lot of pursuers searching for him. I came back this morning and got rid of all these troubles this morning. Since he had already refreshed the array power on his body, there was no need for him to return to the ground and forcefully charge out. Xianxia adjusted his direction and chose the south. Moongazer City was very large. A lightning escape sprinted for 100 kilometers. It was impossible for him to directly charge out of Moongazer City. At this moment, he was in South City, and the distance to directly head south was the shortest. After a slight calculation, his body turned into a streak of black lightning and instantly appeared 100 miles south. When he saw the scenery in front of him, he realized that he had just left the Moongazer City. From here, he could see Moongazer City in the sea of clouds. The heavenly demon cult's flying ship was still lingering outside the city. "Do you have a flying demonic beast? Can you lend me one?" Xianxia went to the ship of the heavenly devil religion and asked someone. "Yes, our Lord has already instructed. Perhaps you will borrow the flying demonic beast and have already prepared it for you in advance." A congregation brought Xianxia to the deck of another flying ship, where dozens of 4-winged griffins landed. 4-winged griffins were still very precious, and their typing speed was about 2/3 faster than ordinary griffins. Xianxia was very satisfied. After thanking him, he rode on the 4-winged griffin and headed east. Black Jiang City was located in the southeast direction of Moongazer City. The journey was 20,000 kilometers. Xianxia traveled day and night, arriving in a day and night. However, as he looked at Black Jiang City from afar, he had a bad premonition that Black Jiang City was not easy to enter. This was a powerful sixth sense for a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles. Xianxia took a deep breath and docked the 4-winged griffin at the eastern entrance of Black Jiang City, so that he could leave at any time. Only then did he enter the city. Black Jiang City was close to the border of the Haotian Empire. It was about 30,000 kilometers east of the western regions. Its special geographical location determined its attributes. This was a famous mercenary city. The city wasn't big, it was only around a medium-sized city, but the distribution of power within was very messy. A large number of mercenary corps branches were located here. As soon as Xianxia entered the city, he smelled a kind of golden goat horse. Pedestrians came and went on the streets. Each of them had ferocious expressions and sturdy bodies. Their icy cold faces and ferocious scars told of the difference in this city. Xianxia had just entered the city when he saw a group of people cheering on a wide street. On the open space surrounded by the crowd, there were 2 groups of mercenaries fighting. Mercenaries were a rather special industry. Their members were extremely complex. Those with poor talent were unable to enter the sect. Some of them joined the sect directly after they were discharged from the military. Others did not like the restrictions of the sect. Instead, they came to work as mercenaries in a free industry. As Xianxia passed by the crowd, he heard someone talking and knew that the mercenaries on both sides were fighting for an employer. For an unrestrained and barbaric profession like this, it was perfectly normal for a private fight to occur on the streets. The closer he got to the finish line, the more cautious Xianxia became. He constantly warned himself not to relax and not to capsize at the finish line. When he passed by the crowd, he had already discovered that 4 or 5 mercenaries were looking at him. The 4 or 5 people looked at him up and down, and their eyes were very interesting. Xianxia roughly guessed that he might have been exposed and was ready for battle. However, the mercenaries only smiled faintly and turned around to continue watching the battle. Xianxia did not expect this situation. He could not guess what those mercenaries were up to, but since they did not take the initiative to cause trouble for him, he was too lazy to touch them. After walking for a while, Xianxia opened the map and confirmed that the Spirit Sealing Formation in Blackjiang City should be located in the center of the city and not far from him. Several large military airships slowly approached from the sky. These airships were all in tatters, and their hulls were covered in many awkward patches. These military airships are scrap ships and are sold by the military to mercenaries for a profit at a low price. Xianxia knew a lot about the mercenary industry. He knew that there weren't any soldiers on those ships, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. However, what he hadn't expected was that the few abandoned flying ships didn't dock at the airport, but instead chased after him all the way. Xianxia frowned and raised his head to look at the flying boats. He happened to see a dozen figures jumping down from the boats. The Profound Sky Sect? Xianxia understood at a glance that the yuan qi fluctuations on the bodies of the dozen or so people possessed the characteristics of a typical Heavenly Profound Sect cultivation technique. As for the Heavenly Profound Sect disciples, their cultivation bases caused Xianxia's heart to sink. There were a total of 14 people on the other side, 8 of whom were at the first level of Heavenly Yuan while the other 6 were at the 9th level of Origin Return. These 14 people were the first to jump down, followed by a large number of mercenaries who jumped down from the flying ships. The number of mercenaries was at least 300. For a moment, the entire street was sealed off. With the disciples of the Heavenly Profound Sect as the leaders, more than 300 mercenaries followed behind. Is that Xianxia? Amongst the disciples of the Profound Sky Sect, a horse-faced martial artist walked out. This person possessed the first level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. Seeing that it had already reached this point, Xianxia had nothing to say and directly pulled out the dragon blood saber. He knew that he was in danger this time. The 300 mercenaries' realms were generally between the 7th and 8th level of the Origin realm. These people's realms were moderately low in gold content, but they were expensive in numbers. As for the 14 Heavenly Profound Sect disciples, their cultivation bases were at least at the level of Xianglong. These 14 disciples were the ones that caused Xianxia the most headache. But at this moment, a large group of mercenaries walked over from the streets behind Xianxia. Front and back pockets? Xianxia's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, thinking that it would be difficult for him to fly even if he were to insert his wings. Xianxia, there were about 200 mercenaries coming from behind. When they arrived behind Xianxia, a sturdy man walked over and said, "We are here to help you." "Ha!" Xianxia was slightly stunned. The strong man lowered his voice and said, "We are from the Scarlet Tiger. We discovered that there was someone here to deal with you earlier, so we hired a group of mercenaries as helpers in advance." Xianxia looked at the crowd and saw that when he first entered the city, the few mercenaries who had discovered him smiled at him. "Red Tiger, aren't you the dark forces of the western regions? Why would you help me?" Xianxia asked the burly man. The muscular man laughed and said, "Someone in our organization escaped from the Devil Sea and told the organization everything you did for them." Xianxia's heart warmed up. Who said that there was no return for doing good? But Xianxia hesitated. "If you openly support me, you will definitely be excluded by other forces. That's why we hired mercenaries instead of sending out the Scarlet Tiger's men," the sturdy man said. "Xianxia, do you know the biggest difference between decent people and our dark forces? That is, you all pay more attention to the word righteous, while we value the word love more. You have risked your life to save our Red Tiger members. We can also throw our heads and spill our blood for you. And us, Black Flag." Just as he was speaking, a skinny man walked over from the east of the intersection. In the sky behind him, he slowly followed a flying ship, and more than 200 mercenaries jumped off the flying ship. The skinny man walked up to Xianxia and said, "We've been waiting for a long time. We owe you what the Black Flag owes you. We'll pay you back today." Xianxia was touched and cupped his fists to the crowd. "Thank you, brothers." The strong man from the Scarlet Tiger exchanged glances with the thin man from the Black Flag. The strong man said, "Xianxia, you can leave. Leave the rest to us. Let's go." The black sex horse-faced man smiled and said, "None of you can leave today." As he spoke, the horse-faced man waved his right hand and said, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, the 300 mercenaries behind the heavenly profound sect charged forward ferociously. The sturdy man raised his right hand and said, "Protect Xianxia to the death. Fuck them. Roar." Crimson Tiger and Black Flag brought a total of more than 400 mercenaries, raising their weapons and shouting heaven-shaking cries. For a moment, two batches of mercenaries from different camps charged at each other like a tidal wave. 700 mercenaries were fighting in the streets. Just as the two sides exchanged blows, the chaotic saber rays and sword rays razed all the buildings on the streets to the ground. "Capture Xianxia." The horse-faced disciple sprinted towards Xianxia. As he sprinted, his body rapidly expanded. This person had transformed into an ancient white elephant with the body of a half-demon. He was already 7 meters tall. To humans, such a terrifying figure was simply incomprehensible. He ran on the streets like an invincible land war chariot. Before his own mercenaries could charge in front of him, 7 or 8 of them were swept away by him with one arm. Rumble! The horse-faced disciple galloped at full speed, his foot stepping on the land, emitting a heaven-shaking loud noise. "Xianxia, obediently follow me back to the heavenly profound sect, so as not to suffer from that flesh and blood pain." The horse-faced disciple shouted loudly and leapt high into the air, smashing down fiercely towards Xianxia. "Stop him! Cover Xianxia!" The Scarlet Tiger's sturdy body trembled. He was also at the first level of the heavenly Yuan realm, and his muscles grew explosively. His height increased from 1.9 meters to 2.1 meters. However, this change came from his muscular strength, not from his transformation. "Friend, no!" Xianxia saw the strong man rush towards the horse-faced disciple and hurriedly went up to stop him. "I overestimated myself." The horse-faced disciple followed the power of the fall and threw a punch at the sturdy man. The sturdy man raised his 2 sabers high to block. The horse-faced disciple's terrifying punch smashed onto a pair of giant sabers. The shocking power instantly destroyed the giant sabers, and the wind of his punch forced the sturdy man into a piece of meat paste. Xianxia's pupils contracted and he angrily said, "You're courting death." Vermilion bird force. Xianxia's physical strength suddenly increased by 6 times. He rushed forward and slashed at the horse-faced disciple's fist. The horse-faced disciple's white elephant body was 5 times stronger than Xianxia's. When he and Xianxia's fist knives collided, they actually sent Xianxia flying backwards. No, there's too much of a difference in Cultivation realm. Xianxia's heart trembled, and he felt a strong numbness coming from his right hand holding the saber. "Oh!" The horse-faced disciple had a surprised expression on his face. "You, little 5th layer origin returner, are actually able to withstand the suppression of the 5th layer realm? Lay! The Azure Dragon is out at sea." On the chaotic battlefield, a giant azure dragon tail shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a figure with tears mixed with flames charged towards the horse-faced disciple. The horse-faced disciple raised his hands high, and a 3-meter-tall axe appeared in each of his hands. He shouted, "Cut through the mountains and split the earth." The man raised a pair of axes high up and slashed down fiercely. The 2 axe lights formed an X shape and collided with Xianxia's saber light. In an instant, the lightning exploded, and Xianxia's body was sent flying with a whoosh. The entire azure dragon went out to sea, but it was actually broken. The horse-faced disciple quickly took a few steps back. He felt a burst of turbulence in his body and said in shock, "What's going on with this brat? However, on both sides of Xiangnan's body, the other 13 disciples of the heavenly profound sect had already surrounded him. The 13 of them immediately attacked, and they all transformed into demons before turning into 13 afterimages and rushing towards Xiangnan at an extremely fast speed. Before Xiangnan's inertia from being sent flying could be relieved, he was surrounded by 13 people. These 13 people all had much higher cultivation bases than Xiangnan. Although their physical body strength was not comparable to Xiangnan's, the advantages of their cultivation bases completely compensated for the disadvantages of their physical body strength, and even suppressed Xiangnan's strength. Under the siege of the 13 people, Xiangnan moved left and right, advancing forward and backward, fighting a soul-stirring battle. He was entangled with the 13 people with his outstanding battle consciousness, but he didn't lose for a period of time. Damn it! This kid's fighting spirit is too scary. Hurry up and deal with him, a round-faced disciple roared angrily, quickly returning to Xiangnan. The disciple turned into a half-wild boar, staring at the two long fangs in his mouth, and fiercely smashed into Xiangnan's back. Xiangnan could still find an opportunity to quickly turn around amidst the dense attacks. He thrust the giant saber through his two fangs, then raised it fiercely, tripping the half-demonic wild boar in midair with his saber. Then he kicked it and directly kicked it in the stomach. The wild boar let out a miserable howl, roaring and shooting out, crashing into 3 disciples of the heavenly profound sect in a row. At the same time, a gust of wind came from behind Xiangnan. He quickly turned around and slashed horizontally. Behind him was a giant half-demon ape holding a giant stick. Clang! The giant saber collided with the giant stick, instantly sending Xiangnan flying. Even the dragon blood saber flew away. However, the giant ape didn't taste any benefits either. He felt a gash in his chest, almost spitting out, and he took several steps back. After Xiangnan landed on the ground, he raised his giant saber horizontally in front of him. A pair of sharp eyes pierced through the blade and looked at the 14 disciples of the heavenly profound sect. Fighting against these people was impossible. They could only rely on their combat skills and fighting consciousness to fight against the enemy. Unfortunately, there were too many enemies, making it difficult for Xiangnan to find a chance to retaliate. Xiangnan, hurry up and leave. The skinny man with the black flag grabbed Xiangnan's arm and pulled him away. Go ahead. Don't worry about anything else. At this time, the battle between the two sides had already reached a white-hot stage. The entire sky was filled with Yuan-Chi shooting at each other, and one mercenary after another died tragically under the enemy's butchering knives. In just 10 minutes, blood had flowed into the streets that had been razed to the ground. No! Xiangnan gritted his teeth and shook off the skinny man. If I run away, wouldn't you be at the mercy of others? He said. The skinny man said angrily, if you don't leave, you will die. Your cultivation level is far too low. It's not enough. Xiangnan looked around, and the scene in front of him made his heart tremble. Although his side had 100 more mercenaries than the other side, there were no top experts on his side. On the other hand, the other side had 14 heavenly profound sect experts. In this kind of battle, once their mercenaries encountered the disciples of the heavenly profound sect, they would be torn to pieces on the spot and would have no power to retaliate. Seeing so many people fall to the ground in order to save him, the bright red blood and the lives that had been slaughtered indiscriminately caused Xiangnan's mind to explode with a buzzing sound. Listen to me. The skinny man grabbed Xiangnan by the collar and shouted, don't let our sacrifices go to waste. Hurry up and leave. Xiangnan took a deep breath and made a firm decision in his heart. He said in a deep voice, take this and send someone to buy me medicine. If you can come back before I die, we will all be saved. If I am already dead by the time you return, you can take your brothers and retreat. They want me. They won't go all out to hunt you down. Xiangnan stuffed a prescription into the skinny man's hand and shouted, hurry up! I can't hold on much longer. With that, Xiangnan returned to the battlefield with a huge saber in his hand. The skinny man hesitated for a moment. He opened the paper and saw that there were more than a dozen kinds of spirit herbs listed on it. These spirit herbs could not be bought in ordinary small and medium-sized cities, but they could be easily found in Mercenary City. I hope you don't regret your decision. The skinny man gritted his teeth and disappeared with a whoosh. Oh, you're back. The horse-faced disciple looked at Xianxia with a mocking smile. Mo pointed. Xianxia reached out and pulled a mercenary back, allowing the mercenary to dodge the fatal blow of the other mercenary. Then, when Xianxia and his mercenary's bodies intertwined, he pointed at the other mercenary. The powerful finger force immediately pierced through the mercenary's body. Wei Tuo Palm. Xianxia jumped up horizontally and lay flat in the air. His two legs twisted his two mercenaries back, and he slapped them with his palm at the same time. An invisible palm force pierced through the enemy's 3 mercenaries, causing their deaths on the spot. You want to save her? Then you have to ask me if I agree. The horse-faced man smiled coldly. He quickly rushed forward and specifically picked Xianxia's mercenaries to kill. The most precious thing about these mercenaries was that as long as they received the mercenary mission, they would definitely work hard to complete it. Even if he died, not a single deserter had appeared. Of the 400 mercenaries on his side, only 300 had been slaughtered in a short period of time, while the other party had only lost 50 people. Your target is me. Xianxia rushed out with a flash and stopped the horse-faced disciple. The 7-meter-tall horse-faced man had just used both of his hands to tear the 2 mercenaries that were stacked together into 2 halves with his bare hands and tossed the corpse towards Xianxia. Xianxia dodged around and fought with the horse-faced disciple again. The 2 sides exchanged fists and palms. The sabers and weapons faced each other. Strands of fierce yuan qi exploded in the air, sending a large number of mercenaries flying around them. By this time, the mercenaries on both sides had already automatically made way for an open space. Both the mercenaries on Xianxia's side and the enemy mercenaries were dumbfounded as they watched the violent confrontation between the 2 of them. Wei Tuo Palm. Xianxia pushed the horse-faced disciple back with a single palm, and then the giant saber slashed down. Yang Flame Saber! A streak of flame saber light flew out at an oblique angle, pressing straight towards the horse-faced disciple's chest. The horse-faced disciple placed a pair of axes across his chest. After carrying a saber light, his body suddenly shot over and both axes fell at the same time. Xianxia slid sideways, his left hand hooked onto the huge horse-faced disciple's left leg, and leapt up with force. His left arm bent, and his left elbow heavily smashed into the horse-faced disciple's waist like a cannonball. The horse-faced disciple was knocked back a few steps. He smiled sinisterly and said, "This is your strength. Is that all you can do?" As the man fell back, he sliced down the axe heavily, and the 2 axes chopped out 2 curved tracks. Xianxia's left foot touched the ground and his body flew out from the ground. However, he was knocked over by the shockwave generated by the battle axe smashing into the ground. The horse-faced disciple saw the right moment and quickly rushed forward, stepping on Xianxia's back. Xianxia's saber hacked the ground and rebounded his body. He tilted his back and slid to the left. He hooked the horse-faced disciple's ankle and used his strength to swing his body into the air. He hacked out a green flaming saber light towards the horse-faced disciple's face. Drink! The horse-faced disciple immediately crossed his arms in front of him and forcefully used his arm to block Xianxia's saber attack. However, his arm was only cut open a little bit of skin and flesh. Xianxia, the thing you want. At this moment, a series of shouts came from behind him. Finally, after Xianxia landed on the ground, he quickly retreated and brushed past the skinny man who had rushed over. He then caught the medicine bag handed over by the man. Hurry up and retreat. Leave me alone. I have my own ways. Xianxia grabbed the medicine pack and disappeared into a streak of black lightning. Retreat. Mission terminated. Everyone retreat immediately. The skinny man shouted loudly. Search. The horse-faced disciple gritted his teeth angrily and roared. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you still have to capture Xianxia. You guys, go hire more mercenaries and turn the entire Black Jiang City upside down. Bailey away. Xianxia was already at the edge of Black Jiang City and Xiqing District. Without saying a word, he drilled a large hole in the ground with his giant saber. His body sped down all the way, and after digging 100 meters deep, he dug out an open space. I'm sorry, Elder Shur Beihong. This disciple has failed to complete your instructions and is unable to participate in the Azure Underworld Sect's Grand Examination. Xianxia gritted his teeth and tossed out the forging furnace. Then, he threw in 3 body refining materials and the medicinal herbs bought by the black-flagged man. After that, he jumped into the smelting furnace and the flames rose. Under the intense fire, Xianxia's resistance to electricity increased by leaps and bounds. Half an hour later, there was a loud explosion from the furnace. Xianxia jumped out of the furnace and tossed the lightning talisman out at the same time. 9 transformations of thunder. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and immediately began to absorb the power of lightning from the lightning talisman. Just 1 step away, Xianxia desperately suppressed his cultivation to the 5th level of the Origin Realm in order to participate in the Great Examination of the Red Earth Continent and the Azure Underworld Sect. However, just as he was about to return to the Haotian Empire, he encountered the Heavenly Profound Sect's main fighting force in Black Jiang City. Those disciples had generally reached the Heaven Origin Realm. No matter how talented and powerful Xianxia was, he still had no chance of winning if he wanted to cross the 5th level to kill the Heaven Profound Sect's disciples. In the end, human power was limited and irreversible. As for Xianxia, he chose to give up. He decided to raise his cultivation level. Bai Yan's lightning bolt crazily drilled into Xianxia's body and floated him into the air. The surface of his body was wrapped in a huge white ball of lightning. The painful lightning shock could not destroy Xianxia's will. Instead, it made his fighting spirit high. His cultivation base immediately rose by leaps and bounds. He jumped from the late 5th stage of Origin Return to the 6th stage of Origin Return. Also, I can come back again. Xianxia clenched his teeth and continued to withstand the power of the lightning. As for his realm, he slowly reached the 7th level of the Origin Return realm. At this moment, Xianxia's body had already turned translucent. This was the result of enduring the power of lightning. There's more. I've fought for so long, and I can't just increase my cultivation by 2 levels. Give me more strength. I want more. The lightning talisman had already begun to shake. This was the white flame burning lightning. 2/3 of its true power was sent into Xianxia's body. Xianxia fought countless battles during his trip to the Devil Sea, while he fought bitterly during his escape. The characteristic of his Lightning Meridian's talent was that the more battles he fought, the more stable his martial Dao foundation was, and the stronger the quality of his battles, the more powerful his accumulated strength would be. Before this, Xianxia forcefully suppressed his own realm, suppressing it again. And now his realm had finally found a vent. Origin Return. 8th level. Xianxia shouted loudly, and his entire body emitted 100 feet of lightning. The surrounding soil was instantly turned into crystals. Finally, everything returned to normal. Xianxia immediately released the power of lightning that was still in his body into the bright moon Haotian mirror and stored it. This power of lightning was 4 times more than what Xianxia had absorbed by himself. Lightning flickered in the Mingyue Haotian mirror, then slowly faded away, returning to the black mirror. Xianxia stood quietly on the ground, the lightning in his eyes shining fiercely. On the other hand, his body was as quiet as a stone sculpture, and his aura was extremely restrained. This was a manifestation of an expert. Finally, I failed to live up to the hopes of the Haoran sect. Xianxia closed his eyes. You forced me to this point. Then you must be prepared to pay the price. Xianxia took a deep breath. Since he had already done it, he decided to do it to the end. His legs bent, and his entire body turned into thunder, piercing through 100 meters of ground and jumping into the sky. I found it. There, in the sky. Inside the city below, many mercenaries shouted loudly. Xianxia spread out his yuan qi feathered wings and tightly gripped the huge saber in his hand. At this moment he felt extremely calm in his heart. As for his giant saber, even before he released his yuan qi, there were faint arcs of lightning sizzling. "Ha, you can't escape from my palm." A flying ship quickly sailed over. On the flying ship, 14 disciples of the heavenly profound sect jumped down in succession. The one in front of them was the horse-faced disciple. Xianxia slowly landed on the ground. He carried a huge saber and walked towards the horse-faced disciple. The saber and sword were dragged diagonally on the ground, drawing a string of flames. The horse-faced disciple still maintained his half-demonic body. He rushed towards Xianxia with extreme confidence. "This time, I won't show mercy." Relying on his terrifying height of 7 meters, he slashed down a pair of terrifying battle axes towards Xianxia. Above the axe, Yuanqi was tyrannical, forming a huge X shape. This scene was also seen by the black-flagged man who rushed over not far away. The man took a deep breath and said angrily, "I thought he wanted spirit herbs to recover from his injuries and quickly ran away. I never thought that this fool would actually come back. If I had known this, I would have taken him out of the city by force." However, Xianxia was unprecedentedly calm as he faced the 2 axes that the horse-faced disciple had chopped down. When the axe landed and was less than a meter away from Xianxia's head, everyone thought that Xianxia had given up because Xianxia did not dodge or counterattack. But at this moment, Xianxia suddenly raised his left hand. What? He wants to grab it with his bare hands. The 13 disciples of the heavenly profound sect were also shocked. They didn't expect Xianxia to suddenly become stupid. However, the next scene shocked everyone. Clang! The 2 axes struck Xianxia's left hand at the same time. However, the axe actually stopped. Xianxia's body was as steady as an ancient pine. He was struck in the left hand by such a terrifying battle axe, yet he did not split his left hand into 2. He did not even bend Xianxia's waist. That's impossible." The horse-faced disciple was shocked. Xianxia raised his head slightly and said, "You forced me. You want to see my true strength? All right, I'll show you." After saying that, Xianxia released his left hand and his body suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning, passing by the horse-faced man. Afterwards, Xianxia walked towards the other heavenly profound sect disciples without even looking at the horse-faced disciples. The horse-faced disciple's face was filled with shock. He slowly lowered his head, only to see a bloody line suddenly appear on his stomach. Immediately after, his 7-meter-tall body actually split up on the spot. 2 broken bodies fell to the ground with a loud rumble. What? The faces of the 13 heavenly profound sect disciples turned pale as someone shouted, "This brat's realm has increased dramatically. Everyone, quickly retreat." As Xianxia walked, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "You forced me to go against the sect's expectations, and after doing all of this, you want to escape? Stay here today. Don't leave any of them." As he spoke, Xianxia turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed in front of a disciple of the heavenly profound sect. "Ah!" The black sect disciples panicked and hurriedly used their half-demon body's right arm to block the attack. Xianxia slashed down with his saber, splitting the disciple's arm into 2 halves. Xianxia once again turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed to the 3rd disciple's side. The disciple hurriedly raised his giant stick to block. Xianxia kicked the giant stick away. He raised his right arm slightly and a blade flashed past. Afterwards, Xianxia chased after the 4th heavenly profound sect disciple without turning back. A bloody line appeared on the neck of the 3rd heavenly profound sect disciple. Then, his head slowly moved down horizontally and rolled on the ground. At this moment, the character had undergone a huge change. The person who had been chasing after Xianxia had been chased after by Xianxia. The 11 heavenly profound sect disciples quickly fled in different directions. In the eyes of the mercenaries, Xianxia's body continuously turned into lightning as he charged around the city. Streaks of Z-shaped lightning continued to flicker. With each flash, a heavenly profound sect disciple's head was thrown back into the street. In just 3 seconds, there were as many as 8 heavenly profound sect disciples on the streets. Another 3 seconds passed, and the number of heads on the streets increased to 12. 2 seconds later, Xiang Nan's entire body was bathed in blood. He slowly walked around with two heads in his hands. His expression was extremely ugly. He was furious. Angry, these people forced him to raise his cultivation realm. The blood on his body came from the disciples of the Profound Sky sect. At this moment, all the mercenaries in the Western District were completely silent. Why? Xiang Nan threw the last two heads on the ground and shouted, "Why must I be forced? Who else? Who else wants my head? Come with me." But who would dare to answer Xiang Nan's question at such a time? The enemy mercenaries were so scared that they shrank their necks. One of them said, "The employer is dead. Mission failed. Retreat." Xiang Nan was walking in Blackjiang City. At this moment, all the mercenary groups in the city had issued an order that from today onwards, they would not take on any more missions within 3 days. They didn't want to get involved in this mess anymore. Previously, they were willing to accept the mission because the Heavenly Profound sect had a huge influence. They knew that they would definitely not fail. But now, those 14 powerful disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect had been slaughtered like fish by Xiang Nan. Such a difference in strength was no longer understandable to ordinary martial artists. Xiang Nan tossed his right hand and the giant saber automatically attached itself to his back. Half an hour later, Xiang Nan refreshed the array power on his body. Xiang Nan, the black-flagged man, followed Xiang Nan. Seeing that Xiang Nan wanted to leave the city, he hesitated to say something. Xiang Nan was in a terrible mood. He tilted his head slightly and said, "I saved your people during my trip to the Devil Sea. And today, you all helped me with all your might. I remember this favor. If you encounter any trouble in the future, as long as that trouble does not go against the righteousness, morality, or conscience, you can come to the Howren sect to find me. My name is Xiang Nan." After saying that, Xiang Nan jumped up, and with a loud thunderous sound, a huge lightning wing appeared behind him. With a few flaps of the wing, Xiang Nan had already turned into an afterimage and flew towards the east. Looking at Xiang Nan's departing figure, the black-flagged man sucked in a breath of cold air and rejoiced. Fortunately, in the end, we did not stand against such a terrifying figure. I, Black Flag, have made a difficult decision to protect Xiang Nan. I'm afraid this decision is the most correct and valuable one in the past 10 years. On the east side of the city, Xiang Nan found his four-winged griffin and spread out his wings to soar eastward. Blackjiang City was his last stop. There was no need for him to stop on the road. He could return to the Haotian Empire within 3 days. However, things were often undesirable. When Xiang Nan flew to the border between the two countries, above Kuhai City, 4 strands of fierce Yuan Qi suddenly chased after him in the distant sky. The 4 strands of Yuan Qi instantly arrived in front of Xiang Nan and transformed into 4 middle-aged men. Upon seeing these 4 people, Xiang Nan's heart could no longer calm down. These 4 were actually experts at the 5th level of the Heaven Scryer realm. It's over. Xiang Nan's heart sank, and he didn't even have the thought of escaping. He knew that it was absolutely impossible for him to escape from the 4 Heaven Scryer realm old monsters. Even if he used the Sun Sword Chi, he could only kill one of them. The best outcome would only be to kill 2 of them like last time. Xiang Nan, you know you can't escape. Amongst the 4 old monsters, a middle-aged man stepped out from the void. The western regions are vast. Perhaps we won't be able to catch you within our borders, but we know that you will definitely return to the Haotian Empire. Then how can you cross this path? The man said with his hands behind his back. Ha 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 ha. Xiang Nan looked up and laughed. He took out a jar of wine and drank it all in one breath. He wiped the corner of his mouth and laughed loudly. Come on! This daddy has already risked his life. Didn't you want my head? Go ahead. I'll follow you all until you die today. What a big tone. A mere origin returning martial cultivator actually dares to speak to Senior Heaven Scryer in such a manner. The middle-aged man's eyes twitched slightly when he heard this. He raised his right hand and said, All right, I'll help you. With that, the terrifying power of the heavens condensed in this person's hand. The power of the heavens transformed into a huge cage of light and immediately covered Xiang Nan. At this moment, the sky suddenly lit up. It was already dusk, and the last glow of the setting sun was about to dissipate. However, for some reason, the sky suddenly lit up as bright as day, giving the evening a scorching heat at noon. What? The four old monsters raised their heads at the same time. Upon seeing this, all four of them were dumbfounded. In the sky, in the middle of the sky, there was also a sun. When Xianxia saw the sun, his nose turned sour and his eyes turned red. My disciples, how can I allow you to need them? A breathtaking figure walked down from the sun. You're, damn it. It's Sun Peak Master Sukaiwe. The four old monsters were scared out of their wits. Sukaiwe was dressed in an ordinary plaincloth gown with a fluffy ponytail and was dressed in a neutral manner. Sukaiwe was an expert at the late divine martial stage. How could the four old monsters dare to fight against such a person? They immediately scattered and fled. Su Tsayue's face was expressionless. She raised her right hand and clenched it slightly. The four old monsters were instantly pulled back by an invisible force. The four of them leaned against each other and struggled desperately, unable to escape their restraints. You have to respect yourself. The middle-aged man panicked and said, Senior Divine Martial Realm experts, do you still want to attack us Heaven Scryer Realm Juniors? If this were to spread out, wouldn't you be afraid of being laughed at by all the martial artists in the world? Pa Sukaiwe snapped her fingers, and the middle-aged man in the Heaven Scryer realm immediately exploded. Shame! Sukaiwe tilted her head slightly and snapped her fingers 3 times. The other 3 Heaven Scrying realm martial artists also exploded. Master! Xianxia hurriedly flew to Su Tsayue's side and said happily, Why did you come to the western regions? Sukaiwe asked curiously. When you came out to train, your strength increased, but your intelligence decreased. Didn't I come for you? Originally, Xianxia wanted to get tired of his master. But now, Su Tsayue's words almost made him vomit blood. How did they make things difficult for you? Sukaiwe asked. Xianxia told Sukaiwe everything that had happened along the way. Sukaiwe nodded. She grabbed Xianxia's shoulder with one hand and immediately flew out like a beam of bright light. Ah, Master, aren't we going back to the Central Plains? Xianxia suddenly discovered that Sukaiwe was actually taking him westward. That was clearly the western regions. However, Sukaiwe did not answer. She grabbed Xianxia and flew out for tens of thousands of miles. Then, she immediately hit her yuan qi fluctuations and grabbed Xianxia and flew out for another 10,000 miles. Later, she placed Xianxia on the ground and said, Fly into the sky and release your essence. Master! Xianxia was stunned. Sukaiwe said, I told you to let go. You let go. Stop talking. Yes. Xianxia seemed to have more or less guessed Su Tsayue's thoughts. Thus, Xianxia unreservedly released his yuan qi from the sky. Not long after, a heaven-peeping realm martial artist suddenly appeared in the wilderness. That person quickly chased after Xianxia and shouted, Xianxia, let's see where you're going. Whoosh! A ray of sunlight shot into the sky. It was Sukaiwe. Ah, you? The heaven-scrying realm martial artist looked at Sukaiwe with a panicked expression. Sukaiwe raised her right arm slightly and shot out a ray of sunlight towards the martial artist. The heaven scryer martial artist didn't even have time to react before his body was pierced through and he died an unknown death. Sukaiwe grabbed Xianxia's shoulder and continued to fly west. After 30,000 kilometers, she left Xianxia in the sky and said, Release your yuan qi. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia laughed loudly. All right, let's go. After saying that, he continued to release his yuan qi. In less than 10 minutes, 3 Heaven Scryer realm martial artists flew over. 2 of them were at the 3rd level of Heaven Scryer, while the other was at the 6th level of Heaven Scryer. It's Xianxia. That's right. It's him. I really can't find a place to break through my iron shoes. On the ground, Sukaiwe transformed into a ray of sunlight that shot straight into the air. She looked at the 3 people and said, I really can't find a place to step through my iron shoes. With that, 3 fingers snapped and the 3 heaven scrying realm old monsters exploded at the same time. Su Kaiwei grabbed Xiang Nan's arm and said, I won't care if a Origin Realm martial artist chases after you. However, the Heaven Scryer realm is an old and disrespectful person who also came to capture you. I will definitely not sit idly by and ignore you. Warriors of the Western regions, are you really bullying my disciples for not having a backer? Let's go. Continue westward. How they bullied you, Master will help you bully you back. Xiang Nan pondered for a moment and said, Master, let's go back to the sect. We've already killed a few Heaven Scryer realm experts. If we want to get angry, it's enough. Besides, they can't do anything to me. Are you afraid? Su Kaiwei glanced at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan nodded. Yes, I'm afraid. I've been fighting all the way from west to east. I don't know how to write, because I'm doomed. But Master is so grateful to me. If you drag Master down because of me, even if I die 100 times, I won't be able to atone for my sins. The heavenly profound sect has been eyeing us covetously. Previously, there were high-level heavenly profound sect martial practitioners in the western regions. I'm afraid that they will be disadvantageous to Master. Su Kaiwei said, If they want to come, just come. I'm your master. If I don't even protect you, who else in this world will protect you? Xiang Nan was moved and wanted to speak, but he heard a voice from afar. In front is Su Kaiwei, Lord Su. The voice came from a very far distance, and a middle-aged man walked over with his hands behind his back. This person took a step forward and was hundreds of kilometers away. He had already arrived in front of Xiang Nan and the other two with just 3 steps and 2 steps. The middle-aged man cupped his fists at Su Kaiwei and said, I am the deputy commander of the 3 armies of the western regions. Zhozhua. In the early years, the western regions offended the central plains. When the 2 countries fought, it was Old Master Tian Dao who personally intervened to prevent the destruction of our western regions. We have never dared to forget such kindness. Since Lord Su has personally arrived today, we will definitely be friends with the landlord. Xiang Nan sized up Zhozhua and realized that he couldn't see through the person's realm. He was afraid that he wasn't below Su Kaiwei. Su Kaiwei frowned and said, I've let you say good things, but you've also done bad things. The western region's black and white Dao intercepted and killed my disciple, and your western region's military also had a share in it. What do you say? Zhozhua smiled and said, I already know about this matter. It was done by the middle-level generals of our army. Our upper echelons do not know about it. As he spoke, Zhozhua waved his hand, and a person in the distance was bound by Yuan Qi and pulled in front of him. This person was wearing the uniform of a middle-level general. His arms were wrapped in Yuan Qi, and he stood beside Zhozhua with a panicked expression. Zhozhua waved his hand and said, Apologize to little friend Xiang. The middle-level general was obviously unwilling, but he didn't dare to disobey Zhozhua's orders. He could only bow to Xiang Nan. Is this the end? Su Kaiwei said calmly, Disciple, give him a bow. After that, Master will kill him and avenge you. Ah, Lord Su, you can't do this. Zhozhua hurriedly said, Although I am a high-ranking military official, I am still a martial artist. I am still clear about the rules of the martial world. The grudges between the juniors should be resolved by the free juniors. We, the elders, must not interfere. If all the high-level martial artists in the world began to massacre the younger generation, then the bloodline of this world of martial arts would be broken. What Zhozhua said was correct. This was an unwritten rule in the martial world, because high-level martial artists were too powerful. If they were not restricted, as long as they waved their hands, tens of thousands of young martial artists would die instantly. Therefore, the battles between people of the same age must be resolved by people of the same age. Even masters and elders cannot interfere forcefully. Su Kaiwei said, Then why are you Heaven Scryer realm martial artists chasing after my disciple? Zhozhua said, There are only a few Heaven Scryer realm martial artists chasing after Xiang Nan. Now, you've killed almost all of them. Actually, I've noticed you since the moment you stepped into the western regions. However, I didn't interfere when you killed people because it was those Heaven Scryer realm martial artists who committed their own crimes and deserved to die. Also, Feng Zhou Su, don't forget one thing. Zhou Zhua smiled and said, Xiangnan is from the Central Plains, but he was hunted down in our western regions. You are also from the Central Plains, yet you chased him to our western regions to kill him. No matter what, that doesn't make sense. For many years, our western region's martial practitioners have committed crimes in the Central Plains, and countless of them have been killed by your Central Plains people. Have you ever seen my western region's experts go to the Central Plains to collect debts? Things need to be organized. 1 yard is 1 yard. You can't confuse them. Zhou Zhua's tone was very calm, neither aggressive nor humble. Su Kaiwe thought for a moment and finally nodded. What you said makes sense. I can't refute it. Thank you, Lord Su, for your understanding. Zhou Zhua cupped his fists and said, You know, the situation in the western regions is very chaotic. Most of the time, it is not up to our military to decide. Those dark forces have taken root here all year round, which is also a headache for our military. Besides, you know who the mastermind is this time. It's not that our western regions wants to make things difficult for Xiangnan, but that others are trying to interfere. The person Zhou Zhua was referring to was naturally referring to the Profound Sky sect. Zhou Zhua added, But don't worry, I will personally look for those dark forces next. I will give you a satisfactory explanation. All right. Su Kaiwe nodded and said, Since you said it yourself, I'll believe you once. Xiangnan, let's go. Su Kaiwe released a strand of Yuan Qi and flew towards the east with Xiangnan. After Su Kaiwe walked away, a killing intent suddenly appeared on Zhou Zhua's smiling face. He turned to look at the Tide general and said coldly, Do you know how much trouble you've caused? The general was so frightened that he couldn't say a word. Zhou Zhua said, In front of outsiders, I'm protecting you. That's for the sake of protecting the face of our western region's military. But now, it's time for you to pay the price for your own stupidity. After saying that, Zhou Zhua waved his hand, and the tied-up general didn't even utter a single word and immediately turned into ashes. As a general in the army, I am unable to contribute to the army. Instead, I am causing trouble everywhere. What use do I want you to be? Zhou Zhua waved his sleeve and left angrily. Master, I miss my family. I want to go home and take a look, Xiangnan said. Su Kaiwe said, Yes, but don't reveal my identity. I don't think it's troublesome. Yes, Xiangnan nodded. The Xiang clan was located at the southwest border, not far from the western regions. With Su Tsayue's flying speed, she would arrive in less than half an hour. When the two arrived at Bluestone Town, they discovered that the town was very lively. Xiangnan only found out after a little inquiry that today was a big day. The two most influential figures in Bluestone Town lived a long life. One was the 80th birthday of the Xiang clan's old master Xiang Zhanxiong, and the other was the 60th birthday of the Wang clan's Wang Chanhe clan master. Because Xiangnan entered the Haoran sect and shone brightly in the 12 joint examinations, the Xiang clan's status rose by leaps and bounds, and it could be said that there was no difference in the limelight. But then they heard that the Blazing Fire sect had submitted to the Heavenly Profound sect, and the Heavenly Profound sect had personally taken Wang Xiaoyun as a core disciple to nurture. As a result, the limelight of the Wang clan, which had just been suppressed by the Xiang clan, had risen again. No one dared to provoke the forces behind these two clans within the small Bluestone city. As a result, City Lord Hongzhan, who was about to rise to an official position, personally hosted the event and invited the two longevity stars to the City Lord's mansion to celebrate their longevity together before leaving. Xiangnan felt embarrassed. He did not know about his grandfather's birthday. What was more, his grandfather was actually born on the same day as Wang Chanhe. Su Kaiwe was indifferent and did not have the beauty-loving personality of a woman's family. She was accustomed to being indifferent and did not even pay much attention to her clothes. At this moment, she was wearing a simple long gown, but it still couldn't cover up her peerless beauty. There had never been such a beautiful woman in Blue Rock City. Xiangnan and Su Kaiwe walked side by side, attracting a large number of passers-by to follow them. In the words of a passerby describing Su Tsayue's beauty, it was incredibly beautiful. Xianxia said, "That Wang Xiaoyun, I have fought with him before. With his talent, I'm afraid he can't even reach the outer disciples of the profound sky sect, but he was nurtured as a core disciple." Su Kaiwe said, "This is a gesture made by the profound sky sect. From now on, there will no longer be a blazing fire sect in this world. In order to show off to the other sects that are about to submit to the heavenly profound sect, the heavenly profound sect will definitely give the core disciples of the blazing fire sect special attention. This can be considered as a way to bribe people, right?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded. As they spoke, the two of them had already turned around and arrived at the City Lord's mansion of Bluestone City. At this moment, there were a lot of traffic outside the City Lord's mansion. A large number of people from Bluestone City were blocked outside the mansion. These people didn't even have the qualifications to enter to celebrate their birthday. After hearing about the background of the Xiang clan and Wang clan, the big shots from several nearby cities also rushed over. They heard that the three city masters of Signwood City, Black Wind City, and White Birch City had personally come. Su Tsayue's appearance naturally attracted the envious gazes of a large number of people. Fortunately, today was a good day, and no one would foolishly cause trouble to flirt with Su Kaiwe. As for Xianxia, he had changed his appearance, and no one could recognize him. "Stop!" The guard at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion stopped Xianxia and said, "No one else is allowed to enter." Xianxia thought it was funny, but he was very grateful to Hongjin. This City Lord had done a lot for the Xiang clan. In fact, Hongjin did not care about the grudges between the Xiang clan and Wang clan. He was about to be transferred to the state capital. However, before he left, he didn't forget to do something for the Xiang clan, which made Xianxia very grateful. "I am a disciple of the Haoran sect. I am here to congratulate old hero Xianxiang on his birthday." Xianxia took out the Haoran sect's waist token. "Oh, so it's a friend of the Haoran sect." The guard originally had a serious expression, but when he heard about the Haoran sect, he immediately felt intimate. He smiled and said, "We, Xianxia, are also in the Haoran sect. I hope you can take care of us more often." The people of the City Lord's mansion had already treated Xianxia as their own family. Xianxia was grateful in his heart and said, "Thank you, of course." After entering, the Xiang Wang clan and the Xiang Wang clan were in the congratulatory ceremony. Xianxia wanted to observe who really wanted to make friends with the Xiang clan, but he didn't reveal his identity. He stood outside the crowd with Su Kaiwe and looked towards the birthday hall. Above the longevity hall, one of the seats was naturally City Lord Hongjin. On his left hand was Xianxiang, and on his right was Wang Changhe. Only then were the other three city lords left and right. The guests who came were all very good people. They divided the birthday gifts into two identical portions, one for King Xiang and the other for the birthday celebrities of the two families. They were impartial, neither too much nor too little. However, after the giver arrived at the outer city, there was an obvious bias. The gifts given to Xianxiang by the city lords of Azurewood City, including the great figures of Azurewood City, were obviously more valuable than those given by Wang Changhe. Obviously, they were more inclined towards the Haoran sect when they stood in line. Black Wind City and White Birch City gave more valuable gifts to the Wang clan than to the Xiang clan. They started from the sects and believed that the profound sky sect was far above the Haoran sect. Xianxia observed that Wang Xiaoyun was also present, standing beside his father Wang Changhe. At this moment, the arrogance on Wang Xiaoyun's face was much more arrogant than usual. City Lord Hongjin laughed heartily and stood up. "Thank you so much for coming here today to celebrate the birthday of the two old heroes of the Xiang and Wang clans. The Wang clan of the Xiang clan has always been my right-hand man, especially since the two clans are supported by the Haoran sect and the Heavenly Profound sect. Our Bluestone City has infinite scenery. Today, I hope that the two old heroes can make peace with each other and get closer to each other." Xianxiang and Wang Changhe had never made eye contact, and neither of them cared about each other. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Hongjin had already expected this scene. He smiled and said, "I will rush to the prefecture capital to take up my post in a few days. Before I leave, I will personally propose a toast to the two old heroes." I wish the two old heroes a blessing like the flowing waters of the East China Sea, and a longevity comparable to the immortal pine of Mount Nanshan. Xianxia and Wang Changhe stood up at the same time and drank with Hongjin. All right, next is a gift from the younger generation. Hongjin clapped his hands. A junior from the Xiang clan stood up and held a brocade box in his hands. He said, I wish Grandpa good health and a higher realm. Grandson, Xiang Yun. Ha. Good child. Xianxia was greatly gratified. A guard walked forward and took the brocade box. After checking it, he said, 2 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum stalks. Then, a junior from the Wang clan also walked out, holding the brocade box in both hands and reading a congratulatory message. As for this person, he had offered 3 30,000-year-old spirit ginseng. In this tribute segment, the Xiang Wang clan and the Xiang Wang clan were secretly competing, each wanting to surpass the other. However, it was obvious that Wang Xiaoyun had received a lot of benefits from the help of the profound sky sect. The birthday gifts they gave him were getting heavier and heavier, and they were always suppressing the Xiang clan. Slowly, the faces of the Xiang clan members became ugly, especially the Xiang clan elders, who were so angry that their faces turned ashen. Hongjin secretly sighed. He originally wanted to be the host before he left to ease the relationship between the two families. Who knew that the two families would be able to compete under any circumstances? Later on, the gift from the Wang clan was already extremely shocking. Even the 3 city lords who had come to attend the birthday banquet were stunned. The younger generation of the Xiang clan had gifted a forging material which was an earth-grade elementary grade. This kind of forging material could be considered a treasure in a remote corner like Blackstone City. The Wang clan's gift was even more frightening. They actually gave Wang Changhe a junior earth soldier. Such a treasure caused all the guests present to widen their eyes shining with incomparably greedy gazes. In the end, a junior from the Xiang clan walked forward with a brocade box in his hands. After offering a congratulatory message, a guard opened the brocade box for acceptance. Xiang Feilong, the younger generation of the Xiang clan, presents a 50,000-year-old jade bloodstone. Everyone was in an uproar. Jade bloodstone was a very special type of jade. This type of jade would grow on its own. Every 1,000 years it would grow a little. 50,000 years old jade bloodstone was the size of a walnut. Most importantly, this kind of jade could moisten a martial artist's state of mind and even stabilize their realm. As long as they were worn all year round, there would naturally be endless benefits. Xiang Nan stood outside the crowd and nodded silently. This Xiang Feilong was a younger generation, about 14 years old. The most precious thing was that not only was Xiang Feilong's martial arts foundation very good, even his talent was an earth-grade fire vein. This kind of talent was rare in the Xiang clan for 100 years. That's right. Xiang Nan's face was filled with admiration. There were small holes in the jade bloodstone that he had clearly worn. Xiang Nan appreciated the fact that he knew how to be loyal and filial at such a young age. Good. Xianxia smiled happily and said, Good child. This jade bloodstone is my birthday gift to you. How many martial artists have dreamed of it? Today you are willing to take it off and give it to Grandpa. The value of this jade bloodstone is not important. Your filial piety is priceless. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiang Feilong smiled cleverly and said, Grandpa's health is the greatest blessing for our children and grandchildren. Grandson will definitely cultivate hard in the future and strive to be like Brother Xiang Nan and glorify the Xiang clan. Look at him. The guests nodded their heads in succession. This child was so sensible at such a young age, and he would definitely become a great artifact in the future. The Xiang clan's sacrifice was over, and there was only one person left in the Wang clan. Haha. Anyone can say good things. Wang Xiaoyun walked out and stood in the middle of the aisle, saying, But speaking doesn't mean that there is a future. It is said that it is already young, so it may not be good. Wang Xiaoyun originally intended to mock Xiang Feilong, but in the end, many guests frowned. This Wang Xiaoyun was already 27 years old. Yet today he was actually fighting against a 14-year-old child. This Wang Xiaoyun's mind is really as narrow-minded as ever. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes. At that time, Wang Xiaoyun was 25 years old, making things difficult for Xiang Nan, who was 16 years old. Today, he was 27 years old, making things difficult for Xiang Feilong, who was 14 years old. Wang Xiaoyun could be considered an unparalleled genius. Young Wang Xiaoyun. I wish my father a new glory every year. Wang Xiaoyun lifted a brocade box with both hands and handed it over. The guard opened the brocade box for inspection. Just as the brocade box was opened, 5-colored light leaked out, dyeing the entire hall bright. Hiss, the guard sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't even know what was inside the brocade box, so he hurriedly flipped through the gift list. Then he said, Wang Xiaoyun of the Wang clan, send him an Earth grade intermediate grade, an 8 treasures Valurium ring. At this moment, everyone was unable to sit still. All of them were dumbfounded, and even the brows of the 3 city lords jumped. The 8 treasures Valurium ring was a kind of weapon. Its function was similar to that of an Earth grade intermediate grade weapon. Could strengthen one's yuan qi. However, this kind of ring could not be used to attack an enemy like a weapon. Therefore, it was still slightly inferior to an orthodox weapon. However, even so, the grade of the ring was still a terrifying treasure. Wang Changhe laughed happily, his eyes occasionally drifting towards Xianxia. Wang Xiaoyun was even more arrogant and said, This is one of the gifts that the profound sky sect gave to my child. Today, my child will give it to my father. Unlike some people, the things they say are sweeter than honey, but the things they send are just SOSO. What are you talking about? An elder of the Xiang clan couldn't help but exclaim angrily. Your blazing fire sect has joined the profound sky sect, yet you still feel shameless? You actually ran over here today to mock and ridicule our the Xiang clan. Am I wrong? Wang Xiaoyun smiled coldly and said, It is true that we have joined the profound sky sect, but the benefits that the profound sky sect has given us are obvious. What did your the Xiang clan Xiang Nan bring back after entering the Haoran sect? At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared at the scene. As soon as this woman came out, all the noise on the scene stopped. Everyone was shocked by her appearance. Everyone said that the fish would fall and the wild goose would fall, but that was just an adjective. I wonder if there really was such a woman in the world, who could make the flying geese in the sky stare blankly because of her beauty, causing them to fall from the sky. However, this woman's appearance was something that could shock people, and she was definitely capable of doing so. Even Wang Xiaoyun stood there in a daze. His pair of eyes stared fixedly at Su Kaiyue, forgetting to continue mocking the Xiang clan. May I ask who you are? Xiang Zhanxiong could not feel the slightest yuan qi fluctuation from Su Caiyue's body, but deep down, he felt that this woman was no small matter. Su Kaiyue said, Haoran sect sends congratulatory gifts to old hero Xiang. Please accept them with a smile. Su Kaiyue flipped her right hand and a small and exquisite pagoda appeared in her palm. It was only about half a finger tall. She said, The primordial chain spirit pagoda is half a gourd from the Fortune Peak's Peak Master. It was given to the second Peak Master of the Sun Peak 300 years ago. This item has a high-grade heavenly grade. It can be placed in the Xiang manner to exorcise evil spirits and evade demons, and gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the Xiang manner. In the future, the Xiang manner will be raised by the sun essence moon radiance. The probability of his descendants appearing as earth-grade talented youths will be increased by 30%. My God! The scene exploded. What kind of treasure could only benefit one person? But this primordial chain spirit pagoda could actually increase the talent of the Xiang clan's newborns in the future. Wang Xiaoyun's face turned pale and he stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Xiang Zhanxiong stood up in shock and hastily took the initiative to greet him. Miss, the Xiang clan really doesn't dare to accept such a precious treasure. Su Kaiyue said, Xiang Nan has made outstanding contributions to the Haoran sect. This is what the Xiang clan deserves. Even if the old hero accepts it safely, others have the guts to steal it. They will not be able to take it with their lives. Xiang Zhanxiong really didn't know what to do. Just as he was hesitating, a voice came from outside. "Grandfather, just accept it." Xiangnan tore off his human skin mask and strode into the inner hall. "Wow, it's Xiangnan." Many guests stood up one after another. One of the important reasons why they came here today to celebrate their birthday was because of Xiangnan. Xiao Nan. Xiang Xiaohua and his wife were overjoyed as they all walked up and grabbed their son's hands. "Father, mother, I'm back." Xiang Nan greeted his parents and strode to the center. He held out 2 brocade boxes with both hands and said, "The Xiang clan is unfilial to son Xiang Nan. Give grandfather 2 pills as a gift." As he spoke, Xiang Nan opened the brocade box and said, "This is a feather transformation pill for Grandpa to swallow. It can increase his cultivation by 2 levels, allowing Grandpa to reach the 3rd level of the heavenly Yuan realm." The Xiang clan was overjoyed. If Xiang Zhanxiong reached the 3rd level of the heavenly Yuan realm, he would be able to contend against Wang Changhe. Unexpectedly, this matter was not over yet. Xiang Nan pointed to another pill and said, "This one is a heavenly fate pill. If consumed, it can increase a martial artist's talent by 1 grade. Feilong, come." Xiang Nan waved to Xiang Feilong. "Cousin." Xiang Feilong excitedly trotted to Xiang Nan's side and looked at Xiang Nan with admiration. Xiang Nan patted Xiang Feilong on the shoulder and smiled. "Good boy, not bad. You are the first Earth-grade innate martial artist of our the Xiang clan in 100 years. This heavenly fate pill is mine. I will give it to you on behalf of my grandfather. Refining this pill will allow you to advance to the heavenly grade fire vein. In the future, you must cultivate diligently and not let the Xiang clan down on your cultivation." Xiang Feilong's eyes were red with excitement. He hurriedly used his 2 hands to respectfully receive the pills and said, "Don't worry, cousin. I won't embarrass the Xiang clan. The primordial chain spirit pagoda, the feather transformation pill, and the heavenly fate pill were all unique in the world, especially the last 2 pills that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. As soon as these 3 gifts appeared, they immediately suppressed the Wang clan, and compared the gifts of the Wang clan to the extent that not even the scrap was left. All of a sudden, applause rang out from the entire audience. Everyone's gaze was focused on Xiang Nan, and few people paid any more attention to the Wang clan. Xiang Nan Wang Xiaoyun clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. "Good, good, good. It's good that you're back." Xiang Zhanxiong was delighted from ear to ear. He felt that the most correct thing he had done in his life was to have Xiang Xiaohua left. Otherwise, how could he get such a good grandson like Xiang Nan? "Xiao Nan." Xiang Nan's mother walked over and gently grabbed Xiang Nan's hand and asked, "This girl is your lover?" This sentence frightened Xiang Nan so much that his heart almost flew out of his throat. As for Su Kaiyue, she nodded slightly at Xiang Nan's mother. However, the meaning of this nod made Xiang Nan's mother misunderstand. A birthday banquet was pushed to a climax because of Xiang Nan and Su Caiyue's 3 terrifying birthday gifts. The Wang clan had a dirty face. Originally, they had thought that Wang Xiaoyun would become a core disciple of the Profound Sky sect. This time, they would be able to suppress the Xiang clan. Who would have thought that Xiang Nan would ruin the situation? Wang Xiaoyun had carved Xiang Nan into the depths of his soul. In this lifetime, he was destined to treat Xiang Nan as his #1 mortal enemy. Wang Changhe was very disappointed. He made a fake toast to the guests, then lied about his discomfort and left the table early. On Xiang Nan's side, he was naturally laughing with the Xiang clan. Especially since he and Hong Zhen were friends who had lost their years, their relationship was even more intimate. The 3 city lords also came forward and praised Xiang Nan. They even praised Xiang Nan's good fortune and found such a beautiful lover. "Miss, what's your name?" Mother Xiang grabbed Su Caiyue's hand and asked softly. Su Kaiyue was a child who had no mother since childhood, and she lived and grew up in the deserted Sun Palace all day long. She had never seen such a lively family scene. At this moment, when she saw Mother Xiang's kind gaze, her heart stirred for no reason and she said, "Su Kaiyue. Good name, good girl." Mother Xiang smiled from ear to ear. "Mother." Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly pulled his mother. Mother Xiang shook off Xiang Nan's hand and grabbed Su Caiyue's hands. she said happily. Little Nan, this child has lived a very bitter life since he was young. He is inevitably lonely. Don't mind. You two young people should get along well. What's wrong with Xiao Nan? Let me beg you for favor first. If he dares to let you down, I will be the first to not let him off. Su Caiyue's face turned slightly red, but she didn't know how to explain it. All right, mother. Let's go out for a walk. I'll take her around and familiarize myself with her. Xiang Nan almost spilled the beans and hurriedly pulled Su Caiyue away from the scene. This child. Once he has a wife, he forgets his mother. Mother Xiang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry as she angrily glared at Xiang Nan's back. All right. Xiang Xiaohua walked over. The couple looked at Xiang Nan's departing back and said, Xiao Nan has finally grown up. Master, I'm sorry. My mother doesn't know about our relationship. I offended you by speaking. On a distant mountain, Xiang Nan and Su Caiyue stood side by side, looking at the night scenery of Blackstone City in the distance. Su Caiyue looked into the distance and sighed softly. I envy you very much. To have such a good family, it is indeed worth fighting for, right? Speaking of which, there's one more thing I want to say to you. Master, tell me, Xiang Nan said. Su Caiyue thought for a moment and said, I went to the western regions to find you this time. On the one hand, I came to pick you up, and on the other hand, I came to tell you something. The sixth prince has already proposed marriage to me. He rushed to the Haoran sect and brought this matter up with the elders' hall. Propose marriage? Sixth prince. Xiang Nan was abruptly stunned. This matter had come too suddenly. He was completely unprepared. Then what do you think? Xiang Nan hurriedly asked. Su Caiyue said, I'm already prepared to agree to this marriage. However, since you were in the western regions earlier, I was worried about your comfort, so I didn't give him a definite answer. I'll take you back to the sect this time. I want to formally agree to this marriage. Xiang Nan didn't know why, but he felt a sudden pain in his heart and hurriedly said, Why? Su Caiyue asked Xiang Nan curiously, Why not? My father only has a daughter like me. No matter what, I can't let the Su clan die. Do you like that sixth prince? Xiang Nan said anxiously. Su Caiyue thought for a moment, as if she wasn't particularly sensitive to the word, like. She muttered, I can't say I like it, but the sixth prince's appearance is grand and his background is too expensive. It's a good choice. What? Don't you want me to agree to this marriage? It's not that I don't want to, Xiang Nan said. It's just that I think your decision was too hasty. Master, you are indifferent and accustomed to being quiet. However, fighting in the royal family is very dangerous. I don't think the royal family is suitable for you. I'm also worried that you will be wronged. This is my sincere words. Su Caiyue thought for a moment and did not comment. Xiang Nan didn't dare to waste too much time carrying the books of the Golden Body Unbreakable and Marrow-Cleansing Scriptures. He found his parents and grandfather to bid farewell that night and returned to the Haoran sect with Su Caiyue. What? You want to destroy your family? Inside the Haoran palace, elders widened their eyes, unable to believe what they had heard. What? Disagree? Xiang Nan was also stunned. He didn't expect Su Caiyue to reject the proposal of the sixth prince on the spot. Su Caiyue said, It can't be said to be the destruction of a family. I didn't personally agree to it. Elder Shirbehong said earnestly, Caiyue, I watched you grow up and treat you like a biological daughter. Although the sixth prince has a distinguished status, I still understand his temperament and temperament. This person is focused on the country and has a pure nature. Not only is he talented in martial arts, he is also one of the candidates for the future Mingjun of the Haoyan Empire. I don't know why you would reject such a person. The sixth prince was a different kind of prince. This person had been very self-disciplined from childhood to adulthood. In fact, he was a bit too self-disciplined. He had never been close to women, nor did he spend much time drinking and drinking. All day long, apart from practicing martial arts, he was also discussing politics. Indeed, it was a blessing for Haoyan that such a person could be a prince, but it was hard to say whether he could be a qualified husband. Caiyue, Can you tell me the reason? Seeing Su Caiyue's resolute expression, Shi Beihong knew that once Su Caiyue made her decision, even the 10 dragons would not be able to pull her back. Because my disciple doesn't like it, Su Caiyue replied without even thinking. This answer shocked not only the elders but also Xiangnan. Caiyue, this is indecent. A respected third-generation elder stood up and said, once a master is a father for life, how can you listen to his advice as Xiangnan's master? Isn't this a reversal of human relations? You can't pamper Xiangnan too much. Su Caiyue retorted expressionlessly to the 3 generations of elders. Xiangnan is my disciple. I don't pamper him. Could it be that I pamper you? These words caused the 3 generations of elders to choke and almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Caiyue's personality is still the same, Shi Beihong said with a smile. Every word she says is choking. Su Caiyue waved her hand and said, there's no need to say who I want to marry. That's my own business. I'll have to trouble the elders to help me reject the 6th prince's kindness. In this lifetime, it's enough for me to have a good disciple like Xiangnan. As she spoke, Su Caiyue turned her head and looked at Xiangnan's eyes seriously. If one day Master is no longer beautiful, will you be tired of Master? Don't you want Master anymore? She said. Xiangnan was stunned. He never thought that things would develop to such a degree, let alone that Su Caiyue would suddenly ask him such a question. For a moment, Xiangnan was unable to react. When Su Caiyue saw that Xiangnan didn't say anything, a look of disappointment began to appear in her eyes. Xiangnan was shocked and hastily raised 3 fingers. I swear to the heavens, no matter what happens to my master, you will be my master for the rest of your life as long as you are my master. Su Caiyue nodded in satisfaction and said, I didn't love you for nothing. Su Caiyue had absolutely no indirect thoughts about Xiangnan's question. She hated complicated people and was more willing to talk straight to them. Xiangnan understood Su Caiyue's personality and didn't think about it. However, when the elders heard this conversation, it changed their taste. Why does it feel like Master is looking for a disciple to marry for life? That's fine. Isn't this against human relations? Caiyue, a third-generation elder, stood up and said, you are one of the 4 great peak masters of our Haoran sect, and you are also one of the backbones of our Haoran sect. As your elder, I would like to advise you that you have always been open-mouthed. But there are some things you can say, but there are some things you absolutely cannot do. Su Caiyue narrowed her eyes and said, what I want to say and do is my own business. It's not for others to point fingers at me. Master, calm down. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting stiffer and stiffer, Xiangnan hurriedly grabbed Su Caiyue's hand. As for Su Caiyue, she had always been a serious cleaner. She never allowed anyone to touch her, or even allow anyone to get close to her. However, when Xiangnan pulled her, she acted very naturally and did not have the slightest intention of resisting. This scene caused elders to explode with anger. The 3 generations of elders angrily said, let go, master and disciple. Why are you pulling each other? Instead, Su Caiyue grabbed Xiangnan's hand and said angrily, he is a disciple that I painstakingly nurtured. I can pull him if I want. When my disciple was trapped in the western regions, I didn't see you guys in such a hurry. Now that he's pulling my hand, you're all jumping higher than frogs. You. The elder was rendered speechless by Su Caiyue. All right. Shi Beihong hurriedly stood up and said, Caiyue can give her family to whoever she wants. We can only give our opinions to others, not forcefully leave. This matter will be exposed. No one needs to mention it again in the future. As for the 6th prince, I will personally go and explain it to him. Xiangnan. Shi Beihong looked at Xiangnan and immediately changed the topic. Are you ready for the trip to the Red Earth continent? When Xiangnan heard this, he sighed. Disciple has let down the high hopes of the elders. I can't go to the Azure Underworld sect anymore. Shi Beihong glanced at Xiangnan's realm and said, forget it. We can't force this matter. This time, the elders didn't say anything else. Xiangnan's realm had surpassed the 5th level of the origin realm. This could be considered a good thing. If he couldn't go, then he couldn't. By the way, this disciple returned from Feiyun Temple and brought back two things. With guilt in his heart, Xianxia hurriedly took out the two books and said, "This marrow-cleansing scripture will allow our sect disciples to cultivate the Sun God skill to their heart's content. Before reaching the Tian Yuan realm, there is no need to worry about being devoured by the backlash. This golden body is invulnerable, so it can increase the strength of the body. It is most suitable to restrain the body of a half-demon." Good, good, good. The elders were overjoyed and immediately forgot about their previous unhappiness. I really didn't expect that. Shi Beihong took the two books and said, "The Buddhist profound arts of Feiyun Temple have never been spread out. This time, Elder Tengzi actually gave you the marrow-cleansing scripture. It can be seen how much the Feiyun Temple values you. As for this impregnable body, it is of great importance. We need to discuss it before making a decision. Kaiwe, Xianxia, the two of you can go back first. When we discuss the results, we will naturally tell you." "Yes, disciple, please leave." Xianxia bowed and retreated, returning to Sun Peak with Su Kaiwe. Xianxia brought back the marrow-cleansing scripture and heard Su Kaiwe say that after a period of cultivation, 8 disciples of Sun Peak remained. The talent of these 8 people was just enough to cultivate the Sun God technique, while the other few thousand people were all eliminated. This was a terrifying elimination rate. The marrow-cleansing scripture that Xianxia brought back this time had solved another major problem of the Sun God skill, and that was to go crazy. After cultivating the marrow-cleansing scripture, a martial artist before the heavenly origin realm could not suffer the backlash of the heavenly yang divine art and could freely temper the sun. After the heavenly origin realm, although they could not continue to temper the sun, it was still of great help to suppress the probability of going berserk. To Sun Peak, this was a contribution of boundless virtue. Half a day later, Shi Beihong also found Xianxia and conveyed his intentions. Unbreakable golden body was too important, but it was not suitable to be exposed at this stage. If martial artists wanted to convince the world of the power of unbreakable golden body and get rid of their dependence on the profound sky sect, they had to do it beautifully. What Shi Beihong meant was that if Xianxia could defeat the profound sky sect and obtain the final victory when he participated in the sect meeting 6 months later, then it would be best if he could bring out the unbreakable golden body in front of all the martial artists in the world and announce it to the world. Xianxia nodded, deeply convinced. "Elder, this disciple wants to enter the Hao Ran fire lake to refine his body. I wonder if you can help me talk to the royal family." Xianxia felt reluctant to say these words. He had just asked his master to reject the proposal of the 6th prince, but now he wanted to go to the imperial family's connected Holy Land to cultivate. It didn't seem appropriate. After thinking for a while, Shi Beihong immediately wrote a letter to Xianxia and said, "Although you can't go to the Red Earth continent, there's still a secret mission that you can do now." "Oh? What secret mission?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. Shi Beihong smiled mysteriously and said, "This is a secret for the time being. I have already recommended you in my letter. They will naturally tell you when you have officially contacted the members of the royal family. As for the Hao Ran Fire Lake, you should be able to enter. The golden body you brought back is indestructible. Not only did it save our Blue Tide continent's martial Dao crisis, it will also free all martial artists in the world from the restraints of the profound sky sect. The book you brought back is definitely a rank 1 military service for our the Haoyan Empire. I believe the royal family will give you a very high reward." First-class guardian armament? Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of military merit was extremely rare. Usually, martial artists outside the military realm would try their best to turn the tide and save the empire from the calamity of annihilation in some way. That was why they were awarded such glory. "All right, time is of the essence. You can leave immediately." Shi Beihong gave another simple explanation before turning around and leaving. Xianxia held the letter in his hand, his mood surging. The Hao Ran fire pool was jointly created by Emperor Hao Tian and the Hao Ran sect master. If he could enter this fire pool to cultivate, his lightning resistance would definitely be greatly improved. In other words, it was very likely that he would be able to absorb the white flame blazing lightning true saint from the nature fire pool. At that time, his realm would advance by leaps and bounds, and he would definitely directly jump to the heaven origin realm. After reaching the heaven origin realm, he would be able to participate in the sect battles with twice the result with half the effort. Howren Fire Lake. I must enter. Xianxia put away the letter and quickly ran towards Su Tsayue's bedroom. Along the way, he met the newly promoted disciples of Sun Peak and greeted each other with a smile. After Xianxia said goodbye to Su Kaiyue, he continued on his journey without stopping, heading north. 3 days later, Xianxia finally appeared outside the capital of the Haotian Empire. Within a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers of Haotian capital was a no-fly zone. Xianxia changed into a road-type demonic beast and used another 5 days to officially enter the heart of the Haotian Empire, Haojing City. This was the first time Xianxia had come to Haojing, and it was also the first time he had seen such a grand capital. The scale of Haojing was at least 5 times that of Mungazer City. The towers that towered above the clouds made Xianxia feel the might of an empire. Have you heard? The Xianxia of the nature sect is truly amazing. Both the black and white paths of the western regions have dispatched to intercept and kill him, but that Xianxia actually escaped. That's right. What a formidable, awesome man. I originally thought it was just a legend, but after our family's caravan returned from the western regions, it was confirmed that this was actually true. Xianxia was dumbfounded as he listened to the passers-by conversation. He thought to himself, Haojing's matter has already spread to Haojing so quickly? Haojing is indeed an information center. Even Bluestone City, which is very close to the western regions, doesn't know about it, but Haojing has already spread throughout the country. What was even stranger was that there were actually 7 or 8 young martial artists walking up and down the streets. They were all wearing black robes and had a 3-meter-tall saber hanging on their backs. It is said that this is a new trend in Haojing. Haojing's prosperity was world-famous. In terms of economic prosperity, it was still above the Nine Firmaments Empire. Therefore, people from all over the world, from all continents, and even from the demon race riding on giant demonic beasts could be seen here. These demons weren't idle demons, but came from the orthodox demonic beast empire. In this enormous world, which was made up of countless continents, there were several continents that were complete demonic beast continents. There were complete empires with demon race components on them, and these demon race empires and human empires all had connections with each other. Interestingly, according to evolution, the demon race's attitude towards demonic beasts had all come from demonic beasts. However, after intermarrying between humanoid demons, the babies they gave birth to were not demonic beasts but demons. In the eyes of the demon race, demonic beasts were uncivilized and ignorant creatures that could be used as mounts, and could even be slaughtered and eaten. Many people didn't understand this, but thinking about the attitude of humans towards spirit apes, they understood more or less. Xianxia knew very well that his previous life was a flower in a greenhouse. His attainments in martial arts were very frightening, but he knew very little about the human sophistication of the secular world and the knowledge related to the demonic beasts and demonic races. Therefore, he had always been making up for this knowledge. As long as he took the time, he would gather a large number of books on demonic beasts to read. So far, he had mastered quite a bit of knowledge about demonic beasts and the demon race. The wide streets of Haojing could accommodate 66 carriages running side by side, and could accommodate 20 demonic beast mounts over 10 meters tall. Compared to the arrogance and paranoia of the people of Haotian City, Haojing City was extremely tolerant of outsiders because of its complicated personnel. At this moment, Xianxia was dressed like a scholar. He knew that his identity was too special, so it was inconvenient for him to be exposed. He rented a carriage and quietly flipped through the books, occasionally glancing outside. There were endless crowds of people coming and going on the streets. Most of them lowered their heads and hurried on their way, starting their day's work. There were also quite a few merchants and martial artists who came to Haojing to play. They could be said to be extremely lively. This was Xianxia's rare free time. He sat in the carriage and was in a very comfortable mood. However, not long after they left, They heard a chaotic scream coming from behind them and another voice shouting, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" As soon as the voice entered Xiang Nan's ears, he felt the wind behind him rumble. A triangular rhinoceros demonic beast rushed left and right in the crowd in a frenzy, and large groups of pedestrians dodged in panic. The triangular rhinoceros was astonishingly 20 meters long and nearly 7 meters tall. It was about to crash into Xiang Nan's carriage from behind. The coachman was still looking around, but because his line of sight was blocked, he hadn't noticed what had happened. Xiang Nan frowned slightly. He put the scroll into his arms and lightly tapped his left foot. Then his body quickly flew out of the carriage. He even brought the coachman out with him. As soon as Xiang Nan and the other two landed, the carriage they were riding in was instantly smashed into pieces by the giant triangular rhinoceros. So close, so close. The coachman gasped and patted his chest, his face still a little pale. What is that? Xiang Nan couldn't help but frown as he looked at the huge rhinoceroses rampaging through the streets. The wealthy people in Haojing City were too unreasonable. Riding such a large demonic beast, they actually behaved so recklessly in a place with dense pedestrians. On the rhino's back, there was a skinny man with a nervous expression, but he was extremely handsome. Out of control! The coachman was shocked and said, "The mount is out of control." So that's the case. Xiang Nan nodded slightly and immediately rushed forward to suppress the rhino. But before that, the rhinoceros had already crashed into the building on the right side of the road. On the road, a mother was pulling her two children and dodging in panic. She was also blown away. "Child!" Xiang Nan's pupils constricted, and he immediately used his flower fingers to lift the mother and son into the air and floated them on the ground. The martial artist fell and flew out. After falling, he stood up. However, the mother and son were all ordinary people. If they really fell to the ground and fell from a height of 7 to 8 meters with such a fast speed of flying, they would probably be on the verge of death. "How are you?" Xiang Nan rushed forward with 3 steps and 2 steps, helping the mother and son up. The mother hugged her child and cried out in fright. The 2 children looked like they were only 5 or 6 years old. The little girl was better. The little boy's entire left arm had been scraped off by the rhinoceros and was bleeding profusely. Don't worry. I have some trauma medicine here. It's very effective." Xiang Nan comforted her mother and quickly bandaged the boy's wounds. At this time, the handsome man riding a rhinoceros ran out of the collapsed clothing shop in a sorry state. "I'll make you disobey. I'll make you disobey." The man held an iron whip in his hand and fiercely whipped the rhinoceros. There were serrated barbs on the iron whip, causing the rhinoceros to scream endlessly. After he finished smoking the rhinoceros, he actually threw the iron whip to the ground and turned around to leave, not even caring about the rhinoceros mount. Xiang Nan frowned and quickly ran up to grab the man's wrist. "You hit someone. You want to escape," he said. "Let go of me." "Who did I hit?" The man shook off Xiang Nan's arm. It seemed that he was enraged by the rhinoceros and was in a very bad mood. However, when he followed Xiang Nan's finger and saw the tragic situation of the mother and son, a flash of panic quickly flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't see it just now. Forget it if you don't see it." Xiang Nan was furious in his heart. "You, a martial artist, rode around on a demonic beast and almost pretended to be an ordinary citizen. Did you just use this sentence to finish the job? I'll just pay for it. I didn't kill them." The handsome man took out a handful of gold coins and threw them to the mother and son. After that, he turned around to leave. "Stop!" Xiang Nan stood in front of the man and said angrily, "You knocked him into such a state that you didn't even say an apology. Get out of the way." The man was also anxious and said, "I still have urgent matters to attend to. What is more important than human life?" Xiang Nan spread out his arms and said, "Do you think money can solve everything? That's right. How could there be such a person who knocked someone down? He looks like he's angry. That's right, this is Haojing, a place for reasoning." The people on the streets surrounded him, their mouths full of responsibility for the man. The man was pointed at by the crowd, his face flushed red with reprimand. He was angry, so he vented his anger on Xiang Nan and said angrily, I told you that I didn't see it. I also accompanied the money that I should accompany. The gold coins I gave to the mother and son are something they will never earn in their entire lives. What else do you want? Xiang Nan said in a low voice. Apologize. Go apologize to the mother and son. Apologize, me? You want me to apologize to them? The man seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed at his nose and asked in disbelief. You're unreasonable. Xiang Nan said, You almost killed someone. Apologizing is so easy for you. Is it hard to do? Yes, quickly apologize. It's not easy for someone to be orphaned and widowed. You hit someone and you still make sense? The man was reprimanded by the crowd again. His face was red with anger and he said angrily, Get out of the way. I really have urgent matters to attend to. You can't afford to offend me for delaying my important matters. If you don't apologize, don't even think about leaving. Xiang Nan got into a fight with him. The man was so angry. He walked over to the mother and son with his cheeks bulged. He bowed to them and said, Sorry, I didn't manage my mount properly. I apologized for startling you. Is that enough? The man turned his head and fiercely pointed at Xiang Nan's nose. Then he quickly ran off into the distance. What kind of qualities are these? They really embarrass our Haojing. The crowd cursed and dispersed. Are you all right? Xiang Nan helped the mother and son up and examined the boy's injuries. The mother was so frightened that she forgot to answer. Take this money and go home. The child's injuries don't matter. He will almost recover in a day or two. Xiang Nan rubbed the tiger-headed boy's hair and said, Young man, you're so brave. Protect your mother well. The little boy was also tough enough. Apart from the pain, he didn't cry at all. The little boy nodded forcefully and said, Mother, I'm fine. Let's go home. At this moment, the mother finally reacted and thanked Xiang Nan for her kindness before pulling her child away. Young master is truly kind-hearted. Unfortunately, my carriage was destroyed. The coachman walked over and shook his head with a bitter smile. Ah, I'm sorry, I forgot about this. Xiang Nan slapped his forehead and immediately took out a small bag of gold coins and stuffed it into him. I hired your carriage. Take this money. How dare you? The coachman smiled and took the money bag. Don't worry, young master. I'll get you a new carriage right away. After experiencing such a small disturbance, Xiang Nan did not take it to heart and continued to read along the way. After arriving 10 miles away from the main gate of the imperial palace, the carriage did not dare to move forward. Xiang Nan could only change to walk on his own. Even though this place was far from the palace, one could already see a shadow of a building standing in the cloud sea. The Haotian imperial palace was incomparably large, occupying an area comparable to a small city. Apart from the protection of a terrifying country protection array, layers of clouds covered the palace. Unless they entered the palace, they would not be able to see anything from the outside. The sky was heavily patrolled by the flying guards. They were not restricted by the no-fly zone, and the imperial city on the ground was heavily guarded. Stop! The imperial palace is forbidden to approach. A guards' legion corps descended from the sky and stopped Xiang Nan. What do you want to do near the palace? Do you want to find someone or do you want to do business? A guards' leader frowned and said, To enter the palace, you must go through the relevant formalities. Have you done all of them? You dare to barge in like this? Xiang Nan was also very helpless. Of course he knew about these rules, but he didn't know who he was looking for at all. Elder Shi Beihong said that he had a secret mission to the royal family, but he didn't tell anyone else. Oh, I'm from the Haoran sect. Here is a letter from our Elder Shi Beihong. Xiang Nan handed over the letter with both hands. He had come to ask for help, so it was better to be a little more disciplined. Ah, Elder Shi Beihong's letter. The captain immediately respectfully took the letter with both hands and opened it. There were 2 letters in this kind of letter. One was a citation for the staff of the palace, and the other was for the members of the royal family. The captain looked at the contents of the letter and said seriously, Please wait a moment. I will go and deliver the message. Come. Bring this young master to the Sunset Cloud Palace to wait. The rest of the Guards Legion Corps immediately brought Xianxia into the outer courtyard of the Imperial Palace and rested in a palace called Sunset Cloud Palace. A palace made poured water for Xianxia Duan's tea and left after delivering the snacks. Xianxia looked at this place carefully and found that the palace was much more simple than he had imagined. He originally thought that the Imperial Palace should be golden and resplendent, and even the pillars were covered with gold, but in reality, this was not the case. This Sunset Cloud Hall was quite large, but it was decorated with an ancient scent, more like a gathering place for some scholars. Not long after, a person walked in from the door. The person first closed the door with his backhand, and then he stood by the door and looked at Xianxia carefully. Xianxia also hurriedly stood up and sized up the guests. This person's appearance was around 30 years old. He had a dignified appearance and he was tall and sturdy. He was at least 2.23 meters tall. However, his martial arts realm was blocked by something, making it impossible for Xianxia to investigate. However, seeing this person wearing a yellow robe, one could tell that he was definitely a member of the royal family. Are you Xianxia? The man was still looking at Xianxia from top to bottom. Yes, disciple Howren sect, Sun Peak, and Xianxia. Xianxia nodded respectfully, but there was no fear in his tone. Haha, you are Tsayue's disciple. The man nodded. Do you know who I am? Disciple doesn't know. Xianxia shook his head. The man smiled and said, I am ranked 6th among all the princes. 6th prince. Xianxia only felt his mind buzzing. He was really afraid of what would happen. Elder Shi, are you kidding me? I understand your situation, the 6th prince said with a faint smile. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Sit. The 6th prince waved his hand. Disciple doesn't dare. Xianxia took a step back. There were only 2 chairs here. How could a commoner sit on equal footing with a member of the royal family? Not to mention, he was the 6th prince of Emperor Haoyan's direct bloodline. I'll let you sit. You don't have to be formal. The 6th prince patted Xianxia on the shoulder. Xianxia felt that there was an indescribable majestic yuan qi that forcefully pressed him onto the chair. This yuan qi's attribute was very special. It did not belong to the 5 elements, but contained a kind of oppressive power. Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he had offended the 6th prince quite a bit. He did not know that he would face such a difficult situation in the future. The 6th prince also sat down. He seemed to have seen through Xianxia's thoughts and smiled. I'm not as narrow-minded as you think. You don't have to be afraid. I know Tsayue's personality very well, and I'm sure you do. If she had me in her heart, even if 10,000 people stopped her, she wouldn't have refused my proposal. If Kaiwe and I are not fated, then that is also fate. It is not something you can control. That's true. Xianxia nodded. His favorable impression of the 6th prince multiplied. Not only did this person not look for trouble with him, he even took the initiative to enlighten him. The 6th prince picked up his teacup and smiled. You are the person Kaiwe valued. You know your master. Although she is smart, she is too straightforward and doesn't like to use her brain on human affairs. I hope you can take good care of your master and try not to let her suffer any grievances. Xianxia said, My own master, I will naturally show filial piety without any conditions. Yes. The 6th prince nodded and said, We're done talking about personal matters. Now let's talk about business. You must be very curious about what kind of secret mission it is for someone of my status to personally come to see you. Indeed, Xianxia was also curious about this. He knew that he was coming to the palace to take on a mission from the royal family, but what he had originally thought was that having the officials of the palace to receive him would be the end of it. Who knew that this would bring a famous 6th prince? It seems that this mission is not easy. The 6th prince's expression suddenly changed and became extremely serious. He looked into Xianxia's eyes and said, Before I tell you the mission, I have a very serious question to ask you. You must answer it honestly. Excuse me, Xianxia said. The 6th prince leaned forward and said in a deep voice, Xianxia, can I trust you? At that moment, Xianxia suddenly felt as if he had been thoroughly seen through by the sixth prince. This was an indescribable feeling. It was as if a person's gaze had drilled into your bones, into the depths of your soul, digging into your truest thoughts. Xianxia had never experienced such a feeling from anyone, not even the sect master of the profound sky sect in his previous life. Xianxia knew how important the word trust was to the members of the royal family. How many palaces were cheating, and how many princes were fighting between themselves. They were all saying the word trust. How important was it in the royal family? When Xianxia talked to the sixth prince, he was extra careful. He didn't know if the trust the sixth prince was talking about meant that he could be loyal to the Haoyan imperial clan, or if he could be loyal to the sixth prince himself. Sure, as a disciple of the Nature's Nature sect, I will naturally do my duty as a subject to the Haoyan Empire. Xianxia's answer was also very clever. Such ambiguity is not smart in politics. If you don't take a stand, you are courting death. But Xianxia had never thought of going into politics, nor did he intend to have too many close disputes with the royal family, so it didn't matter. The sixth prince nodded and did not comment on Xianxia's words. He took out the letter and said, "Elder Shi Beihong has already introduced you to me. Let's talk about your mission now. You know, the Heavenly Profound sect and the Flying Cloud sect are very powerful in the Nine Firmaments continent, which puts a lot of pressure on Zheshao Empire. Just a few months ago, the Nine Firmaments Empire sent out an envoy to convey to me Haoyan the intention to cooperate secretly. This is a good thing," Xianxia said. "Indeed," the sixth prince said. "With our help, Zheshao Empire can relieve the pressure brought by some sects, and the Haoyan Empire can also benefit a lot from it. Of course, this is not something you should care about. In order to express our sincerity, we are preparing to escort the ninth princess to the Zheshao Empire Imperial Clan. If we can get married, that would be the best. If not, it would at least show our stance. But for some reason, the Profound Sky Sect has found out about this matter. They will definitely secretly obstruct it. So your mission is to escort the ninth princess to the Nine Firmaments Empire safely." Hearing this, Xianxia's heart was very heavy. If it was any other mission, then forget it, but ninth princess. If something unexpected happened to the ninth princess, even the Haoran sect would be implicated. "I didn't get it," Xianxia muttered. "Since it's such an important matter, why do you need a small origin realm martial artist like me to escort you? Isn't it better to find some high realm martial artists?" The sixth prince smiled and said, "Do you think we don't have one? For the first time, we sent 5 Heaven Scryer realm martial artists to escort the ninth princess to the Nine Firmaments continent. The second time, 5 Fortune realm martial artists were dispatched to undertake this mission. But on both occasions, they were intercepted and killed by the people of the Profound Sky sect and the Flying Cloud sect. It was they who desperately protected the princess and sent her back. You know." The sixth prince crossed his hands and said seriously, "The higher a martial artist's cultivation, the easier it is to become a target, and the easier it is to be discovered. After 2 failures, we understand that having a high-level martial artist escort, the princess will become a living target for the Profound Sky sect. As for low-level martial artists like you, your success rate will increase instead. The enemies in the Origin Realm are always at the Origin Realm, and those in the Heaven Scryer Realm are mostly at the Heaven Scryer Realm. I understand this logic." Xianxia nodded. "Then, can I reject this mission?" Xianxia asked. The sixth prince smiled calmly and said, "You already know about this mission. Do you know who cannot reveal their secrets?" Xianxia sighed helplessly and said, "What should I do? Obviously, only the dead can keep a secret. It's easy to get on the ship, but hard to get off." The sixth prince said, "In order to hide the truth, the ninth princess has not lived in the imperial palace since 2 months ago. Later, I will send someone to bring you to see her. You must remember 2 things. First, from now on, the ninth princess is your immediate superior. Her words are orders. Second, your identity is too special. From now on, you are not Xianxia. Instead, you are a teacher who specializes in teaching princess knowledge. To put it bluntly, you should call yourself young master. To put it bluntly, you are a teacher. Originally, it was unwise to use you to protect us. We were worried that because of your personal grudge with the profound sky sect, you would be implicated in the princess. But based on your strength, we are still willing to take this risk. Disciple understands. Xianxia nodded. Young master is a very big official position. On top of that, there are Grand Master, Grand Tutor, Grand Protector, Young Master, and Young Master, as well as Young Master. Of course, this Young Master was a temporary position given to Xianxia by the sixth prince to conceal his identity. Then Xianxia hesitated for a moment. This time, he came mainly for the Howren Fire Lake. The sixth prince said, I know. You want to enter the Nature Fire Lake. The golden body you brought back is very important. But after all, this plan hasn't started yet. I can't give you a reward in advance. Originally, I was planning to let you escort the princess successfully. After returning, I will reward you to enter the fire lake to cultivate. But considering that improving your strength is the key to success in this trip, I can let you enter early to cultivate. That same sentence. I hope what I've done is worth it. Xianxia, can I trust you? Xianxia immediately stood up and bowed. Please rest assured. The sixth prince, Xianxia, will go through fire and water and die. The sixth prince stood up and patted Xianxia on the shoulder. The reason I trust you now is because of Kaiyue. But I hope that you can prove to me with your own actions that I didn't trust the wrong person. All right, there's already someone waiting for you outside. Follow him to contact the ninth princess. The ninth princess will arrange everything for you. After Xianxia left, he met a man wearing a white cloak outside Sunset Cloud Hall. This person should be a guard of the royal family, and his entire body emitted a sharp blade-like light. But that sharp light disappeared in a blink of an eye. Greetings, young Master Xiang. The man's eyes were like knives, and even the air was cut off. However, this was not a description. Young Master Xiang? Xianxia rubbed his nose and felt that it was interesting. He didn't expect that he would suddenly become such a high official. This is prepared for you by the sixth prince. The man gave Xianxia a few things. One was the crown prince's young master's token, which needed to be hung at his waist, and the other was a pass to the Howren Fire Pool. Apart from that, there was also a gorgeous set of clothes, and Xianxia's new identity was temporarily renamed Xiangru. The name sounds harmless to humans and animals. Young Master Xiang, please. The man called over a royal carriage and said, After meeting the ninth princess, you can follow me to the Howren Fire Lake. The two of them left the palace and ran towards the northwest. The northwest of Haojing was the residence of various ministers. There were also many wealthy people from the Haotian Empire who lived here. All of them were deep houses and courtyards. Compared to the bustling and lively Haotian city, this place was much quieter. The ninth princess lived in a large manor. The moment she entered, she saw a royal guard expert disguised as an ordinary slave worker. The front courtyard was a garden, and the back courtyard was also a garden. The manor was backed by a rockery. The scale of the rockery was amazing, and it was not inferior to a real green mountain. Along the way, everyone who saw the man bowed respectfully. Obviously, this man's identity was very extraordinary. As soon as Xianxia followed the man through the garden in the front yard, he heard the sound of weapons handing over. There were occasionally bronze bell-like women scolding. No, you can't do this. No, what kind of shitty kung fu are you? How can you afford to be a royal guard? In front of him was a girl dressed in a strong suit and at the 8th level of the Origin Return realm, practicing with 3 royal guards. The mysterious man stood beside Xianxia and whispered, That's the 9th princess. From today onwards, her name is Jiang Yen. She is the young miss of the Jiang family in Haojing. This time, she is in charge of discussing business cooperation in the 9 Firmaments continent. You can call her Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang seems to like martial arts very much, Xianxia said. The man looked at the back of the 9th princess with doting eyes and said, The princess has not been interested in her daughter's playthings since childhood. She is obsessed with martial arts. She likes everything related to martial arts. However, She is still young, and her temper is somewhat arrogant. Young Master Xiang needs to be more patient. Naturally, Xiangnan nodded and looked at the ninth princess with interest. Looking over from here, the ninth princess's face was covered in a black veil, disguised as a chivalrous woman. The prestige of the Haotian imperial clan was very great, especially Emperor Haotian, who was the #1 expert in the Blue Tide continent. Could be seen that the Haotian imperial clan's martial skills were all above average. However, although the ninth princess moves were beautiful, they were mostly tricks. They looked pleasing to the eye, and her combat ability was also very strong. However, compared to a true top-notch expert, they were a little pale. From this, it wasn't hard to see that the Haotian imperial clan didn't want the ninth princess to really learn martial arts. It just wanted her to play. Be careful. Look at the sword. The ninth princess's body soared into the air and spun several times in the air. The sharp sword in her hand stabbed repeatedly at a royal guard, shooting out a fan-shaped sword shadow. The royal guard couldn't retreat and fell to the ground. He hurriedly said, "Little one's skills are inferior to others. Miss, please show mercy." Xiangnan laughed in his heart. The royal guard clearly didn't dare to fight with the ninth princess. He was deliberately lowering his strength. To put it bluntly, he was just playing with the ninth princess. As long as he could make the ninth princess happy, it would be good. Chi! The ninth princess rolled over and landed on the ground. She carried her sharp sword behind her back and said disdainfully, "What kind of shitty kung fu are you doing? You still have the face to be a royal guard. This lowly person is too talented to be Mrs. Opponent." The royal guard made a look of shame. The ninth princess shook her head and sighed, "Forget it. I don't blame you. After all, I'm so proficient in martial arts. Other than Father Emperor and Sixth Brother, how many people in this world can pass 10 moves in my hands?" As she spoke, the ninth princess rolled her eyes and a rare look of admiration suddenly appeared. "That person is fine. I think he should be stronger than me. Unfortunately, Mr. Xiang is here." At this moment, the man saw that the battle was over and finally began to introduce Xiangnan. "You can't call him young Master Xiang at this time." Xiangnan took a step forward and cupped his fists at the ninth princess. "Miss Jiang, I am Xiang Ru, your attendant." Xiangnan was very modest and did not call himself a teacher. "Oh, this is Mr. Xiang." The ninth princess grabbed her sword and walked towards Xiangnan. However, when she saw Xiangnan's face, she was suddenly stunned. "Look at the sword." Then, the ninth princess suddenly thrust her sword towards Xiangnan, and the tip of the sword reached between Xiangnan's eyebrows. This sword strike was extremely aggressive, and its angle was extremely crafty. There were actually 12 kinds of transformation moves hidden within it. This sword move belonged to high-grade martial arts. However, the ultimate sword Dao stresses the unity of all techniques. When one reaches perfection, it is impossible for one to see the existence of a transformation technique. The Haotian imperial clan's martial skills are indeed formidable, but they didn't teach her the essence. Xiangnan shook his head and subconsciously wanted to break the ninth princess sword move. The man grabbed onto Xiangnan's wrist and reminded him with his eyes, "You are only a teacher now. You must not reveal your identity as a martial artist unless you have no other choice." "Miss, no." The man stood in front of Xiangnan and said, "Sixth young master personally chose this gentleman. You can't hurt him." The tip of the sword quickly stopped at the man's throat. The ninth princess said angrily, "Aya, Mr. Wu Chun, why are you protecting him? I just want to play with him." The man smiled indulgently and said, "Miss, your martial Dao has already reached the transformation realm. How can an ordinary person resist it? I'm afraid this sword strike will take Mr. Xiang's life. This subordinate will find it difficult to explain it to the sixth young master." The ninth princess said impatiently, Got it. Hurry up and leave. I have something to tell him. You, come in with me." The ninth princess pointed at Xiangnan's nose and walked towards the study. "Young Master Xiang." The man lowered his voice and said, "The princess's temper has become very fast. One idea after another, you just need to follow her." She is kind-hearted and probably won't make things difficult for you. I see. Xianxia nodded and followed the ninth princess into the study. Just as she entered the study, the ninth princess suddenly grabbed a teacup and smashed it towards Xianxia. Xianxia subconsciously dodged. The teacup actually smashed through the door and rushed into the garden with a whistling sound. Xianxia was shocked and said, "Why did you fight so easily when you met? And yet, with such a heavy hand, Yuan Qi actually condensed on that teacup." The ninth princess suddenly sneered. She lifted the black veil and said, "Look who I am. It's you." Xianxia was stunned. This ninth princess was clearly the man riding the triangular rhinoceros earlier. Aren't you a man?" Xianxia immediately reacted. It turned out that the ninth princess was too playful. She was actually disguised as a man and ran outside to play. No wonder, when he saw the handsome man at that time, he had never seen such a good-looking man in his life. He was actually the dignified ninth princess of the royal family. He was so unhappy with her in the street. Now that he looked at her again, he knew that this girl was so pretty. Her two big eyes blinked and blinked. Her small nose stuck out high. She had a small mouth and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. She was the cutest-looking woman Xianxia had ever seen. However, the eyes of the ninth princess were always filled with a strange and ancient spirit. "Ha! So you are the person's sixth brother told me to wait." The ninth princess's face turned cold as she sneered. "You let me make a fool of myself in public on the streets. Who would have thought that the path of my enemies would be narrow? You didn't expect to fall into my hands, did you?" Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. "Pick up the teacup for me," the ninth princess shouted. "Yes." Xianxia helplessly walked out of the room and went to the garden to pick up the teacups. The royal guards looked at Xianxia sympathetically. Some of them even shook their heads at Xianxia and whispered, "Endure, endure." Xianxia sent the teacup back to the study. The ninth princess threw the teacup at Xianxia's face. Xianxia tilted his head slightly. The teacup whistled through the windows and doors and entered the garden again. "Hey, I don't see how much ability you have. You're quite nimble in escaping." The ninth princess had a gloomy face and shouted, "Pick it up for me." Xianxia took a deep breath and could only go to the garden to pick it up. He had a very bad impression of the ninth princess. From the fact that she refused to apologize after bumping into someone, it was obvious that she had been spoiled because of her lack of upbringing since childhood. The ninth princess took the teacup and threw it at Xianxia's face for the third time. As a result, Xianxia dodged the teacup again. "Pick it up for me." The ninth princess stomped her feet angrily. "The teacup is already dirty, so you can't use it even if you pick it up." Xianxia finally couldn't help but reply coldly. "How dare you!" The ninth princess rushed forward and slapped him. Xianxia dodged and said, "Miss, please respect yourself. Men and women are not allowed to kiss each other. You dare to disobey my orders." The ninth princess was so angry that her cheeks bulged. She casually picked up the tables and chairs and smashed them towards Xianxia's face. She smashed whatever she caught and even threw out a screen. Xianxia dodged left and right as his anger grew. He said in a deep voice, "Is that enough? I came here to follow orders and impart knowledge to you, not to train with you. You actually dare to berate me?" The ninth princess's eyes were wide open, and her pitch-black eyes flashed with fierce anger. Xianxia clasped his fists and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "This subordinate obeys sixth young master's orders. I came here to do things impartially. If Miss Jiang is not satisfied with me, I will go back and find sixth young master to resign now." All right. What an impartial person. Use sixth brother to suppress me." When the ninth princess heard Xianxia mention the sixth prince, she knew that she could not continue. This Xiangru was a petty person, and he was reluctant to forgive him on the streets. Perhaps he would really go to sixth brother to sue him. The ninth princess nodded hatefully. "All right, if you want to do business, we will do it." She burst out with a large pile of sheepskin scrolls and said, "Here is the list of envoys from all over the world. Aren't you a teacher? Come and find me tonight and help me settle all of this. Yes. Xianxia nodded and turned to leave. Someone, clean up the study for me. In the study, the ninth princess cried out angrily. The royal guards hurriedly rushed into the study. Someone even gave Xianxia a thumbs up. You have the guts to even dare to contradict the princess. Someone took Xianxia to an elegant two-story wooden house located to the east of the garden. Young Master Xiang, please rest here. If you need anything, just call us. One of the royal guards bowed respectfully to Xianxia and slowly retreated. Young master, he. Xianxia shook his head. He didn't expect his status to suddenly become so high. However, how should he spend the night? The ninth princess was obviously a vindictive master, and she had left countless ideas to deal with him tonight. There were many kinds of tributes in the imperial palace. If she wanted to find something that could be used for shameless people, it would really be as easy as the palm of her hand. Judging from her personality, she must have brought quite a few of these things with her. For this reason, Xianxia felt a headache. He always felt that this trip to Haojing was the wrong one. In the evening, the middle-aged man came again and said, Young master, when will you go to the lightning lake to refine your body? Let's talk about it in 2 days. Xianxia waved his hand. This ninth princess had an irreconcilable look on her face. She was afraid that this marriage would be over. At that time, she would be dismissed without being able to escort the troops. She would also be embarrassed to lick her face and go to the Haoran Fire Lake. No matter what, he was a Haoran sect disciple, so he still had to have some backbone. At night, Xianxia had a headache. He rubbed his temples and went to the princess' study. He had already made several preparations to welcome the ninth princess Troubles. Before he could push the door open and enter the study, he heard the sound of gnashing his teeth. Xianxia used the 9 Purities Cosmos skill to increase his eyesight and hearing. Through the cracks in the windows and doors, he saw the ninth princess sitting behind the desk. Damn Xiangru, look! I won't kill you this time. You actually dare to make me lose all face in front of so many commoners. Wait for me. As long as you dare to come tonight, I will keep you from leaving this manor alive. Xianxia looked through the gap and saw that the buttons on the ninth princess collar had been unbuttoned. His heart sank abruptly. Shit, this stinking girl shouldn't be trying to frame me, right? When she suddenly tore her clothes and accused me of 1 offense or less, I wouldn't be able to cut off 10 heads. If word of this spread out, where would my Haoran sect's face and my master's face go? Seeing the ninth princess gnashing her teeth, Xianxia took 2 steps back and thought to himself, You want to mess with me? I'm not going in yet. Do what you like. I'm going out for a drink. Thinking of this, Xianxia swaggered out of the manor. Flowering Haojing, there were fresh things everywhere. Xianxia looked around and found a few places to drink 4 or 5 times before returning at dawn. However, he was also a little uneasy. In the end, he was guessing the ninth princess' intentions. She shouldn't be playing that big. She really wanted to frame him. On the contrary, he had left her hanging all night, not knowing what had happened to her now. However, after returning to the manor, Xianxia discovered that everything was as usual. He did not expect that the ninth princess would cause such a huge commotion here. What? Xianxia tentatively walked to the study door and gently pushed it open. The ninth princess was sitting behind her desk, next to a small mountain of sheepskin scrolls that had already been tidied up. Her eyes were also bloodshot, and her face was filled with exhaustion. Xianxia's heart trembled slightly. She actually worked here all night? When the ninth princess saw Xianxia enter, she drank an entire cup of herbal tea angrily and said, Xiangru, I know that there is some personal grudge between you and me, but please don't bring this grudge to work. Xianxia's heart had already softened by half. He immediately apologized. Sorry, I was slacking off. The ninth princess took a deep breath and waved her hand. Forget it. You can go back and rest. I finished sorting out the list. But I warn you, this is the only time. If I arrange business for you next time and you escape responsibility, don't blame me for doing business and changing your job. Yes. Xianxia left the room. He thought to himself that he had gone too far this time. Mr. Wu Chun had reminded himself that the princess' temper was changeable, but she was just a little playful. She would not really do anything to others. It seemed that her guard was too heavy, but she had kept herself busy all night. Now it seemed that although the 9th princess was unruly and playful, she was still a member of the royal family. At the very least, she knew the difference between public and private. This caused Xiang Nan's mind to fall to the ground. He weighed the clearance token of the Howren Fire Lake and thought to himself that he shouldn't be fired. Now that he went to the Howren Fire Lake to refine his body, his mind was much more stable. After Mr. Wu Chun arrived today, Xiang Nan put forward his own ideas. Without hesitation, Mr. Wu Chun immediately brought Xiang Nan to the Howren Fire Lake. The Howren Fire Lake was located at the Royal College, and the Royal College was truly the #1 sect on the Blue Tide continent. Because the officials were unwilling to allow all the martial artists' resources of the Haotian Empire to be controlled by the Howren sect, the Royal College was born at the historic moment. However, the Royal College did not recruit disciples from the outside world. It specifically targeted the Haotian imperial clan, as well as the officials and generals of Haojing. The reason why the Royal College was stronger than the Howren sect was because its backer was the imperial army. After Xiang Nan followed Mr. Wu Chun into the Royal College, he immediately saw a completely different kind of martial arts atmosphere from the Howren sect. Logically speaking, the disciples recruited by the Royal College were all from the 2nd generation of officials and the 2nd generation of rich people. The academy should be filled with a luxurious and loose atmosphere, but the situation was exactly the opposite. Every student Xiang Nan saw was in groups of 3 or 2, sitting around and discussing the martial skills he had just mastered. While leading Xiang Nan forward, Mr. Wu Chun explained the reason for this situation to him. He said, "Everyone who goes out here will shoulder the heavy responsibility of the country. If they are lagging behind in strength, they will be humiliated by their clan and will not be entrusted with the heavy responsibility by the empire. Young Master Xiang, please take a look. These disciples do not cultivate separately. What do you think of this?" Xiang Nan smiled and said, "The biggest difference between the sect and the military academy is that the martial arts sect pays more attention to individual combat strength, while the military academy pays more attention to group combat strength. In terms of individual battles, the academy's disciples are no match for the Howren sect's disciples. However, if it was a group battle, the Royal College would be 1 head higher than the Howren sect." Mr. Wu Chun nodded and smiled. Young Master Xiang is very young. He can clearly see the difference between them. "Mr. Wu Chun, you're here." 3 female disciples walked towards him. All 3 bowed respectfully to Mr. Wu Chun. Wherever the 2 of them passed, this situation was constantly happening. Almost all of the disciples respected and admired Mr. Wu Chun greatly. Xiang Nan secretly guessed in his heart what kind of person this Mr. Wu Chun was. But from the attitude of outsiders towards him, it was impossible to tell who he was. Of course, Xiang Nan did not ask, nor did he want to probe. Xiang Nan knew that the less he knew about the official situation, the better. Mr. Wu Chun said, "The Howren Fire Lake was jointly created by the great emperor and senior heavenly Tao back then. The fire lake introduced the essence of the dragon vein of the country and absorbed the mighty energy of heaven and earth. Ordinary people say that the dragon vein determines the prosperity of a country, but in reality, the dragon vein determines the density of a country's spiritual energy. If it is said that this dragon vein is related to the destiny of the country, it is not false." "Yes." Xiang Nan nodded. "Whether a country's spiritual energy is rich or not will largely affect the number of martial artists produced by this empire." Mr. Wu Chun said, "So you should know how precious this nature fire lake is. The dragon vein chi is very precious. It takes several decades for the dragon vein to recover after absorbing some of it. Therefore, the royal family has a strict screening system for the users of the Howren Fire Lake." Xiang Nan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you very much for the emperor's kindness in nurturing me." Mr. Wu Chun smiled and said meaningfully, "Young Master Xiang obtained all of this in exchange for merits. The implication behind that was that there must be a reward for merit, so if there was a mistake, he would also be punished. Xianxia did not comment. The Hao Ran fire pool was located at the back of the Royal College. This was also an artificial mountain built in the city. As for which building was the most solid in the entire the Haotian Empire, the first was the Imperial Palace, and the second was definitely the Imperial Academy. Every upper-middle-ranking official of the military was a temporary teacher at the Royal College. In fact, the dean of the Royal College was Emperor Haotian himself. Interestingly, the vice-dean was actually the head of the Haoran sect, Zhang Haoran. What Xianxia hadn't expected was that he had actually discovered some people from other countries in the Royal College. Some of them didn't even look like they belonged to the Blue Tide continent. Mr. Wu Chen explained. Young disciples from various empires from other continents had also come to the Royal College to study. They were here to learn powerful knowledge of war and the skills of military officers. When these people returned to their own countries, they would feel a kind of friendship towards the Royal College. This kind of friendship would bring great benefits to the Haotian Empire when cooperating with those countries. In front of us is the Hao Ran Fire Lake. Mr. Wu Chun pointed at the artificial mountain. There were a total of 9 mountains, arranged in a circular pattern. In the middle of the mountains, there was a giant tower that reached into the sky. This tower was called the Haotian Tower, and it was the only divine weapon in the entire Blue Tide continent. It was an elementary divine item. The purpose of this pagoda was to guard Haojing. It could resist invasion and expel evil spirits. It was the national treasure of the entire the Haotian Empire. The nature fire pool was located in the tower. To Xianxia's surprise, this treasure didn't have a single soldier on hand. Mr. Wu Chan seemed to see through Xianxia's doubts and smiled. How many soldiers are there? They are not as powerful as the tower itself. If you don't get a pass token, you won't be able to enter the tower. Young Master Xiang, the Haoran Fire Lake is located on the negative floor of the Haotian Tower. You must not go to the wrong place to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. I understand. Xianxia nodded and walked into the tower with the customs clearance token. The Haotian Tower was extremely dignified, giving off an extremely strange illusion. It was as if the heavens and the earth had just opened, and it had always stood here when the chaos was civilized. It was as if the heavens and earth had caved in, and when the void shattered, it would also stand there. As expected of a divine-grade weapon, it's truly amazing. Xianxia sighed as he walked into the pagoda. When he stepped inside, the Haotian pagoda suddenly emitted a faint light. When this faint light appeared, the token in Xianxia's hand also flashed, allowing Xianxia to successfully enter. After Xianxia entered, he discovered that the tower was indeed divided into a positive floor and a negative floor. The 2 stairs led to the upper floor and the lower floor respectively. Standing here, Xianxia could already feel a faint heat coming from the ground. I've finally come in. Xianxia touched his storage ring. Inside, there was his most precious lightning talisman. From the outside, the Haotian Tower was at most 300 meters in diameter, but its interior was a world of its own. Xianxia walked into the negative floor and discovered that there was an open world in front of him. He could not see the boundaries of this world. In this world, apart from some fire pools of different sizes, there was nothing else. These fire pools were strictly defined, ranging from the body-tempering fire pool, the Xiantian fire pool, the origin-returning fire pool, to the divine martial fire pool, the half-sacred fire pool, and even the heavenly tribulation fire pool. Xianxia approached the origin-returning fire pool and carefully sized it up. This fire pool was round, and there was a very strange type of flame inside. If it looked like it, it should be a kind of red liquid. However, Xianxia knew that these liquids were actually flames. What a skillful job! Xianxia looked at the fire pool and praised endlessly. He had good experience in his previous life and knew that when a high-level martial artist used the power of the heavens to compress air, he could compress the air into a liquid. However, this was the first time in his life that he had seen a flame turn into a liquid. He stretched out his hand to stroke the water in the pool, and immediately felt a special, spiritual energy that he had never felt before. This kind of spiritual energy even caused the dragon blood saber stored in his storage ring to vibrate faintly. Is this the chi of the dragon vein? Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. The dragon vein was just an adjective, not something left behind by a true dragon. Rather, it was said that the dragon vein determined the strength of the spiritual energy in a region, so it was not appropriate to hit the other side. It was the spring eye. When Xianxia touched the water in the origin fire lake, he felt that it was warm and suitable. When he touched the water in the origin fire lake, he felt that it was extremely hot. Perhaps, this is the only chance I have in my life to step into the nature fire lake. Since I have come, it would be too unfortunate to only cultivate in the origin fire lake. Playing with the small ones was a little too small. Xianxia gritted his teeth, took off his coat, and placed his eyes on the heavenly scryer pool. He grabbed a handful of fire water from the heaven scryer fire lake, and it didn't feel hot in his hands. This made him feel very strange, but when he took out his hand, his heart skipped a beat. The right hand he pulled back had actually melted to the point that only the bones of his hand were left. My God! Xianxia's eyes widened. I said, "Why don't you feel hot?" So this fire water melted my flesh and blood in an instant. Only then did a burst of heart-wrenching pain appear. Xianxia broke out in cold sweat as he hurriedly circulated the 9 purities universe technique to recover from his injuries. However, when the cultivation technique started to circulate, he suddenly discovered that the 9 fire pools were all starting to shine. Oh? I didn't expect that Master would still have a hand here. Xianxia asked curiously. He hurriedly used his left hand to retrieve the water in the fire pool. This time he felt a trace of warmth. He then pulled out his left hand. This time his left hand was not melted. He was excited and hurriedly went to retrieve the water from the good fortune fire pool. As expected, the temperature increased, but his right hand still did not melt. There are 9 fire pools here, and the 9 purities cosmos art has a total of 9 levels. Could it be that there is some sort of logic behind it? Xianxia's heart pounded. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and walked to the last heavenly tribulation fire pool. He gritted his teeth and extended his right hand into the heavenly tribulation fire lake. He felt an unbearable pain coming from his heart. The pain made Xianxia sweat profusely in an instant. He quickly pulled his right hand back, only to find that his right hand was still intact, only burned to a translucent color. This situation caused Xianxia's heart to surge. It seemed that everyone had their own selfishness, even their own master and Howren sect master. Who would have thought that practicing one more layer of the 9 purities cosmos skill would correspond to the endurance of a fire pool? In the entire history of the nature sect, only he and his master had cultivated the 9th level of the 9 purities cosmos skill. Doesn't that mean that he can directly enter the heavenly tribulation realm's fire lake to cultivate? Nothing to the tiger's den, nothing to the tiger. Success or failure depends on this. Either you die or you are strong. I will never allow myself to be mediocre in this life. Xianxia gritted his teeth and jumped into the heavenly tribulation fire lake. In an instant, endless pain assaulted Xianxia. That kind of pain made him feel as if he could not survive. The key was that this pain was not only from the burning pain but also from the extreme cold pain of the water veins, the suffocation pain of the earth veins, the exhaustion pain of the wood veins, and the cutting pain of the wind veins. At this moment he had an impulse to escape. Even before his mind could react, his body wanted to escape from the scene. No, hold on. Hold on. Xianxia forcefully controlled his instinctive reaction and forcefully suppressed himself in the heavenly tribulation fire pool. He had lived his entire life for revenge. If he couldn't avenge himself, then what was the point of living? If he didn't live, he would die. He definitely wouldn't be mediocre. Xianxia raised his head and roared angrily. The indescribable pain left him with no choice but to vent it in this way. The most shocking thing was when the fire water seeped into his skin, into his body, and even into his meridians and spiritual sea. The pool of fire water suddenly began to transform into a pool of lightning. The veins on Xianxia's forehead bulged in pain, but he couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. This nature fire lake actually changed its attributes according to a martial artist's innate talent. That pool of fire water actually turned into lightning? I can't take it anymore. Xianxia clenched his teeth and frantically circulated the 9 purities cosmos skill. Even so, the pain still darkened his eyes, and he felt that he could faint from the pain at any time. If he fainted in this fire pool, then he would truly die without a single life and would never be able to recover from his calamity. This was a fire pool cultivated by a heavenly tribulation realm martial artist. Even the 9 purities cosmos skill was almost unable to suppress the pain Xianxia was enduring. No, I have to hurry up and refine my body. Xianxia endured an unfathomable pain and immediately circulated his golden body's unbreakable incantation. The 6th level, the power of the ancient white tiger. The golden body unbreakable 6th layer's incantation, once circulated, slightly alleviated Xianxia's pain. It could be seen that this kind of martial skill was still effective. However, even though the pain had been alleviated, the remaining pain could still torture a person to madness. In Xianxia's mind, there was no longer any distracting thoughts. There was only one thought, and that was refining. Body refinement. Body refinement. He needed to increase his physical strength to alleviate the suffering he had to endure. The dragon vein chi contained in the heavenly tribulation fire lake was incomparable. In just 10 minutes, it had allowed Xianxia to refine his golden body to the 6th level. He had instantly obtained 7 times the strength of his physical body. At the instant the 6th layer succeeded, Xianxia almost fainted. However, the 7th layer began to circulate, reducing the pain he suffered by a bit. Just that bit of pain caused Xianxia to struggle back from the fainting line. 7th level, ancient black tortoise force. Continue refining. 20 minutes or so. The golden body could not break through the 7th layer, and he had succeeded. At this moment, Xianxia was about to faint from the fire pool. Thanks to the success of the 7th level, he had once again reduced his pain. The golden body cannot break through the 8th level. The power of the ancient azure dragon. Xianxia sat in the fire pool, his body completely transparent. His body was as translucent as crystal. He could even see his blood vessels, meridians, and even the spiritual sea floating quietly in his dantian from the outside. At this moment, with the naked eye, the lightning in the fire pool was swimming around his body. Xianxia's golden body could not break through the 8th level, and he had succeeded. He had obtained 9 times the strength of his physical body. This heavenly tribulation fire lake was simply too powerful. Even if Xianxia used the purest blood of an ancient demonic beast to refine his body in the Devil Sea, it would still take him at least several dozen hours to refine to the 6th level of the golden body. However, in the heavenly tribulation fire pool, he only took 10 minutes to reach the 6th layer and soared to the 9th layer. This Howran fire lake was indeed a sacred land of body refinement at the Zhen kingdom level. At this moment, although Xianxia still felt intense pain, it was not enough to make him unconscious. Continue, there is still one final stage, the 10th stage, the power of an ancient true dragon. Legend has it that, after the azure dragon passed through the heavenly tribulation, it turned into a true dragon. Could also be said to be a divine dragon, meaning the same thing. And this golden body that could not break through the so-called true dragon force was clearly just a description, but it could also show how shocking the power of the 10th level was. But strangely, no matter how hard Xianxia tried, he still couldn't cultivate the 10th layer at this moment. Time slowly passed. After a full 2 hours, his 10th layer true dragon force still didn't move at all. How could this be? Xianxia pondered for a moment and found a possibility. It was mentioned on the stone wall that cultivating a golden body was unbreakable, and one could use spiritual fire to refine one's body in the middle and late stages. However, in the end, one must borrow the power of divine lightning. Although the heavenly tribulation fire lake's dragon vein energy was incomparably strong, and the benefits it brought to humans far surpassed the benefits of spirit fire, its attributes were still different from those of divine lightning. The so-called divine lightning wasn't just a lightning bolt that was extremely powerful. It was just like the red demon blood lightning sealed within the dragon blood saber. The power of this divine lightning was rather ordinary. The most important thing about divine lightning was its attributes. Looks like I have to play big this time. Xiangnan raised his right hand and the white flame lightning talisman flew into the air with a whoosh. I originally thought that I would absorb the divine lightning after cultivating to the 9th level of the golden body. Looks like absorbing the divine lightning and body refining are going on at the same time. Xiangnan gritted his teeth. Even though he had never been afraid of lightning talismans, at this moment, his heart was still filled with reverence. Sure enough, he had come to this point. He stumbled along the way and finally reached the point where he wanted to absorb the divine lightning. The once arrogant heavenly lightning martial king had all died because he had fallen into a madness when absorbing the divine lightning. Whether he could do it or not, was the 9 transformations of thunder only a dream of the heavenly thunder martial king? Or could it really be realized? A feeling of nostalgia arose in Xiangnan's heart. He cupped his fists at the thunder talisman and gritted his teeth. Teacher is master. Since I have cultivated the divine thunder martial king's 9 transformations of thunder, I am considered a disciple you have never met before. Today, disciple Xiangnan will personally try to see if master can really succeed in your 9 transformations of thunder. May master bless you in heaven. At this point, a bright light flashed in Xiangnan's eyes. He resolutely stretched out his right hand towards the thunder talisman and shouted, 9 transformations of thunder, guide. In an instant, the lightning talisman suddenly trembled violently. The lightning wrapped around it surged towards Xiangnan in a cathartic manner. This time, Xiangnan wanted to absorb the entire white flame blazing lightning's true body. He had already prepared his consciousness that he was doomed to die, so he no longer feared it in his heart. Come on, come on. A large amount of white lightning was introduced into Xiangnan's body. He was frantically consuming the lightning and constantly increasing the power of attraction. As for the white lightning within the thunder talisman, it was sucked out by Xiangnan and began to bulge outwards. In the end, the thunder talisman itself let out a chi sound and was directly torn apart. As the lightning talisman was torn apart, a white lightning ball leapt into the air. The thunderball crackled and emitted an ancient aura, possessing destructive power. Oh, come on! Xiangnan raised his hands high and roared. Shocked! Thunder! 9! Change! As for the white flame lightning, it emitted a tremendous boom. Immediately after, the lightning ball began to slowly move towards Xiangnan. Every inch of the ball of lightning moved. Xiangnan felt that the threat of death he faced was even closer. Come on, Xiangnan, will definitely complete the feat that even the heavenly thunder martial king can't accomplish today. Whether the human body can absorb the lightning source of the divine lightning depends on whether it succeeds or fails. Come! Xiangnan shouted. The white flame lightning suddenly accelerated, and with a whoosh, it directly entered Xiangnan's spiritual sea. At this moment, Xiangnan's entire body was in a stalemate. He slowly lowered his head and looked at his completely transparent body. He discovered that the lightning ball was like a tyrant, rampaging through his body. Anything it encountered would be destroyed. Xiangnan's muscles, bones, meridians, and even his spiritual sea were all shattered by the lightning ball. Shit, could it be that I'm going to repeat the tragedy of the heavenly thunder martial king? Xiangnan could not even let out a miserable scream. His internal organs were completely destroyed, but the white flame lightning still refused to stop. It wants to destroy all creatures who dare to despise it. It wants to destroy this lowly human. Xiangnan's spiritual sea and meridians were all destroyed, and even the incantation of the 9 transformations of thunder could no longer operate. At this moment, the white flame lightning finally triggered Xiangnan's divine grade lightning meridian's talent. A strange attribute wrapped around Xiangnan, and when the divine lightning was rampaging through Xiangnan's body, it suddenly stiffened. Immediately after, a faint layer of lightning began to wrap around Xiangnan's limbs and bones towards the divine lightning. The divine lightning became even more irritable. It crazily wanted to rush out of Xiangnan's body, but was enveloped by that soft layer of lightning. It was like a thin film, preventing the divine lightning from breaking out of the encirclement. Xiangnan's eyes were closed. He didn't know if he was alive or dead. sober or dreaming. He could only feel his mind wandering between heaven and earth, and he could no longer feel the existence of his physical body. Only that unprecedented divine talent continued to help him contend against the divine lightning. Gradually, Xianxia felt that his cultivation base had begun to rise. Late 8th stage origin return, late great stage origin return divine grade talent and divine lightning were still attacking and occupying each other's sovereignty. And Xianxia's realm was still rising. Mid-stage, late stage of the 9th level of origin return, 1st level of heaven breakthrough. Xianxia's consciousness suddenly flew back to his body, and he quickly lowered his head to look. At this sight, a strange scene appeared in his eyes. Everything in Xianxia's body that had been destroyed was being crazily rebuilt. His spirit sea fragments quickly gathered together and began to unbelievably piece together. His meridians were also being reshaped, and broken meridians flickered with lightning as they slowly connected into threads. The most terrifying thing was that Xianxia's realm was still rising. Middle Heavenly Yuan First Layer, Late Heavenly Yuan First Layer, Late Great Heavenly Yuan Second Layer. It was still rising. The resistance of the white flame blazing lightning continued to shrink. Gradually, a divine talent gained the upper hand. At this moment, even Xianxia's bones and flesh began to be rebuilt. His realm was still rising rapidly. Middle Tianyuan Second Layer Late Second Heavenly Yuan Stage. Not enough. Not enough. Xianxia let out an earth-shattering roar. This was not what he wanted. This was far from enough. Keep going. Late Second Heavenly Yuan Stage. 3rd Heavenly Yuan Stage. Breakthrough again. Ah! 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 Xianxia stood up from the fire pool. All the muscles in his body tensed up, becoming as firm as a rock. His long, black hair had also turned into silver threads. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and white lightning kept moving. Baiyan lightning, ah! Xianxia raised his right hand, and the lightning in his hand was 100 feet tall. The struggle of the white flame blazing lightning grew weaker and weaker. Gradually, it began to be subdued by the divine talent. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the white ball of lightning gradually quieted down and merged into Xianxia's spiritual sea. The lightning ball collided with the spiritual sea, destroying 1/3 of the outer wall of the spiritual sea in an instant. But then, the spiritual sea crazily broke through and stood up, continuously reconstructing itself. The divine lightning was already 1/5 the size of a spiritual sea. Xianxia continued to use the 9 transformations of thunder, and his success was imminent. What was shocking was that his realm had begun to rise again. Middle Tianyuan 3rd Layer, Late Tianyuan 3rd Layer, Late Great Tianyuan 4th Layer. Come on! Come on! The more the better! Xianxia shouted as the lightning in the fire pond swiftly entered his body. The early, middle, late, and late stages of the 4th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. Tianyuan 5th Layer. Ah! Xianxia's silver hair instantly stood upright, and even white lightning began to appear between the threads of his hair. Baiyan flaming lightning finally drilled into Xianxia's spiritual sea. At this moment, the white flame lightning finally calmed down. It turned into a small ball of lightning the size of a grape. It was slowly coiling around Xianxia's territorial sea with the strange tricks of the stars. Success. He actually succeeded. He had used the 9 transformations of thunder to accomplish a feat that even the heavenly thunder martial king himself had not accomplished. He actually sucked a divine lightning into his body. At this moment, Xianxia's martial arts realm suddenly dropped from the 5th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm to the 2nd level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. Ha! Xianxia's heart suddenly trembled as he thought to himself, how could this be? He had clearly succeeded in absorbing the white flame lightning, but why did he regress his cultivation? However, what was different was that he felt a sense of touch in his spiritual sea. If he used an analogy, it would be like a 6th finger growing out of his hand. That's divine lightning. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He could already feel the existence of the white flame blazing lightning. He could even use the power of the white flame lightning at will. Then can I fully utilize the power of divine lightning now? Xianxia muttered to himself. He raised his right hand. With a movement of his consciousness, the white flame blazing lightning in the spiritual sea immediately became irritable, and a large amount of lightning-burning power quickly poured into Xiangnan's 8 meridians. A white ball of lightning condensed in his palm. At the same time, what was even stranger was that his realm had also started to rise rapidly, from the 2nd level of the heavenly Yuan realm to the 3rd and 4th levels. The more Xiangnan used the power of Baiyan lightning, the more his cultivation base increased. When he gathered the most complete power of the white flame blazing lightning, the ball of lightning floating above his palm had already reached a terrifying diameter of 10 meters. His realm had also returned to the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. So it's like this. Xiangnan heaved a sigh of relief. The lightning ball in his palm quickly dissipated, and his cultivation base returned to the 2nd level of the heavenly Yuan realm. It turned out that Xiangnan possessed the 3rd level of the hidden realm. This 3rd level did not exist when Bai Yanliang was asleep. When Xiangnan awakened the white flame burning lightning, the hidden 3rd level would return to Xiangnan's true body. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Xiangnan was overjoyed. He raised both of his hands high and enjoyed the benefits that Baiyan lightning had brought him. At that moment, his entire body was filled with dense white lightning, making him look like a real thunder god. The white lightning shot everywhere, slowly spreading out and even filling the entire tower floor. This is... Suddenly, Xiangnan felt his Yuan Qi being sucked away at a terrifying speed. As for the Yuan Qi, it did not dissipate outside, but returned to the spiritual sea and was absorbed by the white flame lightning. When Xiangnan reacted, he found that all of his Yuan Qi had been absorbed. As for his cultivation, he had fallen back to the 2nd level of the heavenly Yuan realm. He hastily activated the heavenly lightning to replenish his essence. After completing the replenishment, he went to use the power of the white flame lightning. Sure enough, he discovered that his essence had been absorbed by the white flame lightning crazily. Within a short minute, his Yuan Qi had been drained again. How could this be? Xiangnan frowned and muttered to himself. I used the lightning of the white flame blazing lightning, and the lightning of the white flame blazing lightning should be inexhaustible. Very quickly, he understood the crux of the problem. Absorbing white flames and lightning was like raising a pet, but it could be compared to a lion. Originally, this lion was wild. It would feed itself in the wild, but if you kept it in captivity, you would have to feed it every day. This was the same principle. Bai Yanliang Lei would absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but after Xiangnan put it into his body, it was Xiangnan's pet. Under normal circumstances, Bai Yan lightning was in a deep sleep in Xiangnan's spiritual sea, and he didn't need to consume anything. However, once Xiangnan awakened it, it would have to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, there was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Xiangnan's body. There was only Yuan Qi, so Yuan Qi became its food. That's why. Xiangnan nodded silently and smiled bitterly in his heart. Perhaps even the heavenly thunder martial king himself wasn't concerned about this situation. Otherwise, there should be a solution to the situation in the 9 transformations of thundershocking art. However, this was not bad. Using the rapid consumption of Yuan Qi to exchange for the explosive realm of the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm was something that everyone dreamed of, but could not find. Very good, very powerful. Xiangnan took a deep breath and felt extremely satisfied. He had originally thought that after absorbing the lightning burning innate, it would be amazing to increase his cultivation by 2 to 3 levels. Who would have thought that this upgrade would be at the 6th level? Let him go from the 8th level of origin return to the 5th level of heavenly origin. Such a terrifying increase was rare throughout the entire history of martial arts. At least, it had never been seen in any literature. Finally, Xiangnan was already extremely tired. He slowly lay in the lightning pool. The golden impregnable chant also began to circulate. In the blink of an eye, Xiangnan didn't even know that his golden body, which couldn't break through the 9th layer, had already been slowly refined. When he woke up and discovered this, he was incomparably surprised. Am I getting taller? After he jumped out of the fire pool, he was surprised to discover that his line of sight was slightly higher than usual. He took out his dragon blood saber and measured his height. He discovered that he had actually grown to 2 meters. My God! Am I already this tall? Xianxia himself was dumbfounded. Obviously, he did not expect this. He clenched his fists and found that his body was filled with almost boundless power. The golden body is indestructible, the power of an ancient true dragon. Xianxia exerted all his strength and found that his strength was as vast as an endless ocean. The power of an ancient true dragon was 10 times stronger than his physical body. Xianxia raised his dragon blood saber and slashed down on his left arm. The blade landed on his skin and burst into flames. It was as if 2 weapons were fighting. Ha! This feeling is truly incomparably peculiar. Xianxia took 3 deep breaths in a row. He discovered that his golden body could not break through the first few layers. Every time he completed the training, he had an impulse not to roar and not to be happy. He wished he could release all the strength in his body to destroy everything. However, after reaching the 10th level, he discovered that his heart was extremely calm. In comparison, the first 8 levels were like turning Xianxia into a bandit. He had many brothers under him, so Xianxia was showing off everywhere, wishing he could find some enemies to fight against. After practicing the 9th layer, he was more like a sovereign who controlled the power of a country. Instead, he became quiet. He could talk and laugh with other sovereigns at the negotiation table, even if he had millions of troops under him. This is the unbreakable golden body. Is it the 9th great perfection? It's truly a miraculous martial skill. Xianxia casually put away the lightning talismans scattered on the ground and destroyed them into ashes with a wisp of lightning before leaving the Haoyin Tower with satisfaction. This time, Xianxia was extremely satisfied with the results of his body refinement. When he entered, he was still at the 8th level of the Origin Realm, but when he left, he was at the 5th level of the Origin Realm. Such a terrifying increase in Cultivation Realm was not in vain for Xianxia's greatest hopes for the 9 transformations of thunder. Have you finished training? Mr. Wuxia greeted him, and then a strange color flashed in his eyes. You actually reached the 2nd level of the Heavenly Yuan Realm? Yes, thanks to the Haoyin Fire Lake. Xianxia smiled. He didn't dare to say that if the Imperial clan knew that he had absorbed so much dragon vein energy when he cultivated in the Heavenly Tribulation Fire Lake, he didn't know if they would regret it. Young Master Xiang is indeed astonishingly talented. Although the Haoyin Fire Lake is formidable, it is not enough for a martial artist to jump 3 levels in a row. I am truly an eye-opener, said Mr. Wuxia with a grave expression. Jing Mao? So his name was Jing Wuxia. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he said, Mr. Wuxia, when are we leaving with our own team? He couldn't wait to complete this secret mission. After sending the princess to the 9 Firmaments continent, if his marriage failed, he would have to send her back. It would take a lot of time to arrive and leave. I hope that the sex battle will not be delayed. Jing Wuxia smiled and said, The day of departure is up to the princess to decide. Young Master Xiang, personally go talk to the princess about this. At this point, I have already completed my mission. The next step will be up to young Master Xiang. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, I have troubled Mr. Wuxia for the past few days. Thank you for taking care of me. After thanking them, even though the 2 of them were separated, Xianxia rented a carriage and rushed back to the manor. Bang, bang, bang. Come in. The princess's voice came from the study. Xianxia pushed open the door and entered. He found that the 9th princess was still immersed in sorting out her papers. Xianxia sighed in his heart. The people of the royal family were indeed tired. The 9th princess was about to go to the 9 Firmaments continent to get married, but she was still dealing with business every day. Where did you run off to? The 9th princess raised her head, her eyes bloodshot, and said, Why do you disappear every time I give you a job? Could it be that you... How did you grow taller? Oh, this subordinate has received great love from the royal family. He went to the Haoyin Fire Lake to cultivate once. Xianxia said. The 9th princess opened her eyes wide. With just you? What realm do you have to go to the Nature Fire Lake? I haven't even been there before. No. I'm gonna find sixth brother to judge. Why can't you enter? I can't even enter. Ah, Miss Jiang. Xiangnan hurriedly stopped the princess and said, When are we leaving? The ninth princess coldly glanced at Xiangnan and said, Are you in a hurry? This subordinate is only thinking of a mission. He wants to send the princess to the Nine Firmaments Empire as soon as possible. The ninth princess was so angry that her face turned red. She angrily said, Follow me. After saying that, she didn't care whether Xiangnan agreed or not. So she pulled Xiangnan towards the palace quickly. Outside Sunset Cloud Hall, Xiangnan stood alone outside the palace and waited. Inside, the ninth princess was quarreling with the sixth prince. Occasionally, the sound of a teacup breaking could be heard. How long are you going to make trouble? The sixth prince was clearly suppressing his anger. You should have left 3 days ago, but you've been dragging it out until now. The ninth princess was also very angry. When do I want to leave? That's my business. If you're in a hurry, you can marry the prince of Zhouxiao Empire yourself. You, the sixth prince said angrily, I really spoiled you. With a loud noise, the wooden door of Sunset Cloud Hall was kicked to pieces. The ninth princess angrily strode out and glared fiercely at Xiangnan. What are you looking at? Follow me. Xiangnan frowned, wondering why the ninth princess was like a madman. Afterwards, the sixth prince also walked out. He looked deeply at Xiangnan with a hesitant expression. In the end, he only let out a long sigh and left with a stroke of his sleeve. The way the sixth prince looked at Xiangnan was very strange, making Xiangnan a little confused. On the way back to the manor, the ninth princess did not say a word. Her expression was extremely gloomy, as if she wanted to eat people. No one dared to touch her eyebrows. The coachmen and guards lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. After returning to the manor, the ninth princess strode back to her dormitory. Xiangnan didn't know what to do. The ninth princess had asked him to follow her just now. But what about now? Do you still want to follow him? This girl's temper was very strange. What if she left tactfully and became her trump card, saying that she didn't listen to her orders? Xiangnan was helpless and could only wait outside the bedroom door. However, after a while, the ninth princess's sobbing voice came from inside. At this moment, a maid carried the food and carefully walked in. In the end, within a minute, she was blasted out by the ninth princess. The maidservant also had 2 slap marks on her face, and it was obvious that she had been slapped twice. Xiangnan looked at the maidservant in a sorry state and couldn't bear it. However, this was not something he could manage, so he could only shake his head and return to his own residence. As the sky darkened, the ninth princess kicked open the door of Xiangnan's residence and shouted, Xiangru, Mississippi. Xiangnan walked out and said, Do you want to handle official business? This time, I will definitely do my duty faithfully. Yes, I have to deal with official business. The ninth princess's eyes flashed with cunning as she said, But it's not to handle the paperwork. Today, I'm going to receive the envoys of the Tianluo kingdom. Come with me. Remember, you should be careful on the wine table. You should say what you want to say. Don't say anything else that you shouldn't say. Don't lose the Haotian Empire's face. This subordinate has his own limits. Xiangnan nodded. Tianluo country was a small country, located in the gap between Haotian and the south of the western regions. Its status was neither light nor heavy. Under the escort of a group of guards, the 2 of them arrived at the famous Dengxian Pavilion in Haojing. Xiangnan was puzzled. How could he receive foreign envoys in a place of folk entertainment? Shouldn't it be in the inner courtyard of the imperial palace? At the very least, they should go to the official institutions. What was even stranger was that as soon as the ninth princess arrived at the Immortal Ascending Pavilion, she immediately dispersed all the guards and ordered them to return to the manor. The guards naturally refused, but in the end, the princess scolded them. In the end, the guards returned with their heads bowed. Follow me. The ninth princess glanced at Xiangnan and brought him into the Immortal Ascending Pavilion. The Immortal Ascending Pavilion had a total of 156 floors. each of which was 20 meters tall. At the top of the Immortal ascending pavilion, it had already pierced through the clouds. On the top floor of the Celestial Ascension Pavilion, the 9th princess took Xianxia to a private room. The interior of the private room was gorgeously decorated, so there was naturally no need to say anything else. Xianxia saw a familiar sign here, clover. So this is the property of the Wampoa aristocrat clan. Xianxia was speechless. This Dengxian pavilion that passed through Haojing was actually from the Wampoa aristocrat clan. You know quite a bit. The 9th princess glanced at Xianxia and said, "This private room is full of descendants of high officials and noble people. Be careful what you say. If you cause trouble for yourself, I won't help you." The 9th princess pushed open the door and entered. There were already quite a few young people sitting in the private room. "Ha, princess, you're here." A few young men with distinguished backgrounds immediately stood up to greet him. The 9th princess casually waved her hand. "Don't call me princess, just call me Miss Jiang. Be careful of your status. Come, Xiangru, let me introduce you. This is the 5th grandson of the current Prime Minister, Zhang Zhuoran. This is..." Hearing the princess's introduction, Xianxia nodded to the crowd. The people here were truly people with prominent identities. They were all great figures who could make the Haoyan Empire tremble with a stomp of their feet. It seemed that the princess was still very close to them. This is the 17th prince of the Tianluo kingdom. The princess introduced a man with a straight nose and sunken eyes to Xianxia. In the end, the princess introduced Xianxia and said in a playful tone, "This is my attendant, Mr. Xiangru and young Master Xiang." Oh roar! So it's young Master Xiang. Everyone cupped their fists and cupped their hands at Xianxia. The princess added, "An expert among experts." Hearing this, Xianxia knew that it was going to be bad. Was this princess holding back some bad idea to deal with him this time? An expert among experts. The Prime Minister's grandson's eyes lit up as he circled around Xianxia several times and said, "May I know where young Master Xiang inherited his master? Looks like your cultivation is only at the 3rd level of origin return." The golden body unbreakable great perfection had another advantage, that was, it could suppress one's cultivation realm, making it impossible for outsiders to easily detect it. Of course, this kind of suppression was not perfect. If the other party forcefully probed Xianxia's yuan qi, it would be obvious. Not bad either. The Prince of Tianluo didn't know why, so he smiled and said, "Judging from young Master Xiang's age, he's only around 18. It's rare for him to reach the 3rd level of origin return at this age." Xianxia noticed strangely that the Prince of the Tianluo kingdom was actually wearing a black robe, and beside his seat was a 3-meter-tall saber. When the princess saw this, she immediately smiled and said, "What? Does the 17th prince also like Xianxia of the Haoyan Empire?" The 17th prince spoke with a strong foreign accent and said happily, "Who among the younger generation doesn't admire Xianxia now? That's a hero who rushed into the western regions alone. Our Tianluo kingdom is adjacent to the western regions. This matter has long been spread. Come, quickly tell me how much you know about Xianxia. Everyone sit down." As soon as the 9th princess mentioned Xianxia, she became interested and hurriedly invited everyone to sit down. However, it was embarrassing that no seats were prepared for Xianxia. Xianxia could only stand there with a bitter smile and listen to them talk about himself. As soon as they talked about Xianxia, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became fiery. Even the younger generations of those high officials and nobles were so excited that their eyes turned red. Young people are like this. It is easy to blindly worship experts, especially those of the same age. Obviously, the matter of Xianxia creating the western regions, being surrounded by black and white, and escaping safely in the end had already become their greatest excitement. However, to Xianxia, that great escape was a difficult period of history, but to them it was a grand feat that was extremely impressive and enviable. I wonder how Dream Butterfly is now. Standing at the door, Xianxia lowered his head and began to miss Dream Butterfly. Perhaps at some unknown time, Dream Butterfly's figure had already been deeply planted in Xiangxia's heart. "Ah, you don't look like that either. On the wine table, the ninth princess suddenly raised her voice. She grabbed the prince's huge saber and said, Xianxia used an ancient black saber, but your saber is so fancy and carved with dragon scale. It's a bit flashy. Yes, Xianxia is a fierce person. How could he use such a fancy weapon? The other prominent young men echoed. The 17th prince was quite pleased. You don't know that. Xianxia had already changed his weapon earlier. I heard that his new weapon is also a 3-meter-tall saber. But there is a dragon lying on the back of the saber. What? Is this true? The ninth princess's eyes lit up and she said happily, I don't even know. You actually know. Tell me, what else do you know? Ah, a military commander's grandson waved his hand. Gong, Miss Jiang, if you really want to see Xianxia so much, then we can just invite him over from the Howren sect. The ninth princess instantly hesitated. Her face slightly flushed red. What excuse can I use? I can't say that I want to know him, right? It's not proper for me to do such a thing. That's true. How about I invite him in my personal capacity? That brat chuckled. The ninth princess was obviously tempted. She said, then, send a message, not to mention that I'm looking for it. Holy shit! Xianxia thought to himself, this is bad. If the messenger order they threw out falls directly into my hands, it will make a big fuss. At that time, not only would his identity be exposed, he would not even have the qualifications to do secret missions. However, he suddenly remembered that these people did not have their own messenger orders, so he felt much more at ease. I know Luo Fei, the commander's grandson said happily. I heard that Luo Fei and Xianxia have a good relationship, so I will send a message to Luo Fei to let him personally go. After saying that, the commander's grandson actually sent a message out of the window. Xianxia was puzzled. This ninth princess was looking for him for something? The princess was extremely happy, but then her eyes rolled and she said to Xianxia at the door, Xiangru, why hasn't the 9 flowers chicken I want to come up yet? It's not good to neglect the prince. Go and urge it. Yes. When did she order the 9 flowers chicken? Xianxia turned around and walked out of the corridor. Thinking of this, the powerful 9 purities cosmos skill made Xianxia suddenly hear the 9th princess speaking in a low voice in the private room. This Xiangru opposes me everywhere. I'm very unhappy. Everyone, cooperate with me and play along with him. Don't worry, Miss Jiang. We all remember the purpose of our visit. Don't worry, Xiangru doesn't look like a good person. This time we will help you treat him properly. He won't be able to take care of him. The 9th princess spoke with an aura of rivers and lakes. How could she be like a princess? However, Xiangxia's heart trembled as he thought to himself, could it be that the 9th princess wanted to harm him again? Xianxia couldn't help but be furious when he thought of this. What does your quarrel with the 6th prince have to do with me? Xianxia went to the hall. Although the 9th princess did not order the 9 flowers chicken, she had to have some eyesight. After returning, Xianxia already had a seat on the table. Come, Xiangru, sit down. The 9th princess smiled and offered her seat to Xianxia. Xianxia was a little more cautious. Just as he sat down, everyone took turns to propose a toast. I heard that young Master Xiang is very knowledgeable. We admire him very much. Here, let's toast to you. That's right, since young Master Xiang can be a public servant, Miss Zhang's attendant must be a rich student. Here, a toast to you. Everyone pushed their cups and exchanged glasses. Xianxia was always paying attention to the 9th princess movements. When the 9th princess found an opportunity, she took advantage of Xianxia to exchange her wine cup with Xianxia. How could this small gesture escape Xianxia's detection? Xianxia even noticed that the 9th princess had lost a pale gray pill in her own wine cup. The pill dissipated into the water and instantly dissipated into nothingness. This kind of pill was clearly poisonous. The anger in Xianxia's heart is almost uncontrollable. I'm just a student accompanying you. Can you commit such a crime against me? The poison in the hands of the imperial clan was definitely not trivial. Even if Xianxia had the 9 purities cosmos skill, he might not be able to cure this poison. A dignified martial artist of his didn't die at the hands of his enemies. Yet today he was going to die on a glass of poisonous wine? Come, Xianru, it's been hard on you these past few days. Let me propose a toast to you. Sure enough, the 9th princess picked up her glass and deliberately acted friendly. Xiangnan deliberately pretended to be drunk. He staggered to his feet and accidentally fell to the ground. Ah, young Master Xiang. Everyone hurriedly went to help. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiangnan gently hooked his right hand. The 2 wine glasses were silently switched back by the flower-picking finger, and the poisonous wine returned to the princess. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm a little dizzy. Xiangnan shook his head and stood up. On the other hand, the princess sneered with disdain. Xiangru, can't you hold on to this little bit of alcohol? Xiangnan shook his head in shame and said, Miss, don't drink this glass of wine. After Xiangnan switched glasses, he regretted it. What if he really poisoned the princess? At the same time, Xiangnan is also giving the 9th princess a chance. If you are soft-hearted and willing to let me go now, it is equivalent to letting yourself go. No, you must drink it. The 9th princess refused to let go. Xiangnan took a deep breath and said, This subordinate has just arrived in Haojing. There are many rules that I don't understand. I hope that Miss can forgive me. If you offended me earlier, Xiangru will apologize to Mississippi. Xiangnan's words were very sincere. Unexpectedly, the 9th princess's expression did not even change. She continued to laugh and said, Then this cup of wine should be drunk even more. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. I've already said this kind of thing, but you still won't let me go? I don't think I should drink anymore. If I drink anymore, I'll really be drunk. Xiangnan pressed his elbow against the table. The table was immediately overturned, and the entire table was spilled with wine and vegetables. The 9th princess quickly grabbed the glass in front of Xiangnan and handed it to Xiangnan. Here, let me toast first. After saying that, the 9th princess drank the poisonous wine in one gulp. Xiangnan's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, You! The 9th princess revealed a vicious smile. I drank all of it. Do you dare not drink it? All right, I'll drink. Xiangnan's anger also rose. He drank a mouthful of wine and showed the empty glass to everyone. Good. Young Master Xiang has a good tolerance for alcohol. Everyone applauded and applauded. But there was clearly a sinister smile on the faces of those young men who had succeeded in their trickery. Xiangnan took a deep breath and said with a calm face, I can't win the wine. Goodbye. I'll go with you. The 9th princess cupped her fists at everyone and said, Everyone, disperse as well. Wait for my good news tomorrow. Xiangnan was even more annoyed by what he said. Come, Xiangru, I have other things to do tonight. Come with me. The 9th princess boarded a carriage of the Immortal ascending pavilion and let Xiangnan trot under the carriage. The carriage was pulled by 2 road-type demonic beasts. Its speed was as fast as flying, and it turned into a shadow of coppage on the streets as it rapidly headed east. Gradually, the carriage left Haojing and continued to run wildly into the wilderness. Xiangnan's heart grew more and more angry. He was going to dump my corpse in the wilderness. The most irritating thing is that I have to run by myself. The carriage continued to run thousands of miles away from Haojing before stopping. You guys go back. Leave me a demonic beast. The princess drove the coachman away, leaving behind only a group of road-type demonic beasts. Xiangnan looked around and found that this place was deserted and there was a faint sea breeze blowing over. This place was almost on the edge of the East China Sea. Xiangru. The 9th princess's face was no longer as friendly as before. Instead, she had a faint expression. Do you know how you offended me? Xiangru shook his head. This subordinate doesn't know. The princess said, First of all, you shouldn't have contradicted me. You dared to hide from my teacup the first day you came looking for me. Second, you shouldn't have entered the Hao Ran Fire Lake. How can someone like you go there? Third, this third. The 9th princess did not say what the third was, but she had been paying attention to Xiangnan's expression. Princess, what's wrong? Xianxia knew that she was curious as to why he deliberately asked before he died of the poison. The ninth princess had a strange expression on her face as she said, Do you feel uncomfortable? Xianxia shook his head. No. The ninth princess's cute little face became more and more puzzled, and she muttered to herself, How could it be? Normally speaking, you already have poisonous hair. I mean, you're already drunk. Xianxia sneered. Did you slip your mouth? The princess suddenly shuddered and said sternly, What kind of tone do you use to talk to me? Impudent. Xianxia chuckled coldly. Princess, the glass of poisonous wine you gave me has been exchanged by me. What you drink is the poisonous wine. What? The ninth princess was shocked. Xianxia said, Before you die of poison, let me send you back to the imperial palace. Shut up. Damn thief. You actually dare to plot against me. The ninth princess's face was ashen. She drew out 2 sharp daggers and pounced towards Xianxia. Xianxia dodged and said, You don't know whether to die or not. You still want to kill me now? Quickly let me send you back. Don't. The ninth princess suddenly covered her stomach and said, Don't send me back. If you dare to send me back, I'll kill you. Ayuyo. No, no, no. Get lost. With that, the ninth princess covered her stomach and ran into the weeds. Princess. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was a little flustered. He hurriedly chased after the ninth princess. As the ninth princess ran, she screamed miserably, Gun gun. Don't follow me. Princess, quickly ask me to send you back. Otherwise it will be too late. Xianxia's heart was filled with anger and hatred. How did things end up like this? For good reason, why would she insist on poisoning me to death? But if she dies from poisoning, how can I explain to the royal family and the Howren sect? No! Xianxia gritted his teeth and said angrily, No matter what, I will send you back to the palace today. Even if I use force, I will not hesitate. You idiot! The ninth princess tightened her legs and stomped her feet angrily. Get lost! I'm not giving you poisonous wine. I'm giving you laxatives. Do you want to see me go to the bathroom? Get lost. The ninth princess's face flushed red and she was about to cry. However, Xianxia followed her all the way, causing her lungs to explode with anger. A laxative? Xianxia was stunned for a moment and hastily stopped. Then, hurry up and find a place to solve this problem. Nonsense. Follow me, how am I going to deal with this? Xiangru, you bastard. You. My stomach. I won't forgive you. Xianxia hurriedly flew back 100 meters. He was both angry and amused, but it was finally a stone that landed on the ground. Turns out that she didn't want to kill me, but judging from the color of the pill, it was probably refined from the blood of some kind of demonic beast. Even if it was a laxative, it must be quite extraordinary. Xiangru. The princess's voice came from afar. This subordinate is here. Xianxia hurriedly replied. You can still hear my voice. Hurry up and go further. The princess was so anxious that she cried. Good. This subordinate will leave now. Xianxia hurriedly retreated a few hundred meters. However, he didn't dare to go too far. Those terrifying, powerful laxatives would probably make one's entire body weak. If the princess were to be eaten by some idle demonic beast, it would really be a big joke. Unfortunately, Xianxia's hearing was too good. That made him hear many voices that he shouldn't have heard. Xianxia instantly felt his face turn red, and he thought in his heart, What is this? After a full 15 minutes, the princess walked over angrily. Xiangru, my stomach, Gulu. Before the princess could reach Xianxia, she covered her stomach and hurriedly ran away. 10 minutes later, the princess walked out of the weeds and said weakly, Don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, I'll pull your tendons and skin you. If you dare to embarrass me, running away again. The princess came and went a dozen times. When she returned this time, her face was so pale that she couldn't see the slightest bit of blood, and she even staggered along. Princess, hurry up and let me help you transport your Yuan Qi. Xianxia frowned. If she continued to diarrhea like this, she might really lose her life. The princess lay on a desolate tree and said angrily, "Don't come near. I, Gulu." The princess was already crying until it rained. She wiped her tears randomly and stumbled back into the bushes. Half an hour later, the princess did not come back. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately rushed over and found that the princess had already collapsed into a pile of withered grass and was already unconscious. "It's really harmful. You can't blame me anymore." Xiangnan shook his head and squatted down, using the 9 Purities Universe technique to restore the princess' strength. However, the 9 Purities Cosmos skill was used in principle to heal her injuries. The princess was not injured. Xiangnan could only expel the remaining toxins from her body, and her own deficient stamina and energy could only be recovered slowly. After all, this cultivation technique was practiced by Xiangnan himself, not by her. If we bring her back to the manor, once the royal physician finds out about this, she will definitely be ashamed and angry to death. I'd better find an inn to secretly visit her and get her some supplements. Xiangnan said to himself that he wanted to help the 9th princess. But then he encountered another problem. I wonder, did she wipe it after she went to the bathroom? My God, Xiangnan looked up inside, rubbing his temples hard. A ray of sunlight shone on the soft bed through the luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows. The 9th princess gasped weakly and slowly opened her eyes. She stared blankly at the window for a while. Then, as if she remembered something, she immediately lifted the quilt. "Princess, you're awake." Beside the bed, Xiangnan stayed by the side all night. Seeing the princess wake up, he wanted to go up and greet her. The princess put down the blanket as if she had been struck by lightning. A moment later, the scream of the 9th princess piercing through the clouds came from the luxurious inn. "Xiangru, I'll kill you." The 9th princess did not know where the strength came from, but she suddenly pounced on Xiangnan from the bed. She didn't have a weapon in her hand, so she opened her mouth to bite it, wherever she caught it. "Princess, listen to me," Xiangnan hurriedly argued. "I didn't take off your clothes. It really wasn't me. It's not who you are. I must kill you." The 9th princess didn't listen at all. At this moment, the door was pushed open. The little maid who had been attending to the princess hurriedly rushed in with a wooden basin. "Princess, you're awake." The 9th princess was stunned and said, "Xiaohuan? Why did you change my clothes for me?" The maid said worriedly, "It's me. Young Master Xiang quietly brought me out last night. How is your health? What kind of serious injury did you suffer? How could your expression be so ugly?" At this point, the little maidservant was about to cry. Instead, the 9th princess felt relieved and waved her hand to the maidservant. "Go back quickly. If others ask, they will say that I will take my friends to Haojing. I will return to the manor tomorrow. Hurry up and go." The maidservant was a bit late and didn't dare to disobey the order. She could only leave. "You sit down." The 9th princess pointed at Xiangnan and said sternly. Xiangnan did not sit down. He picked up a bowl of soup from the nearby table and said, "Princess, drink it." "No, I won't drink your dirt." The 9th princess knocked over the medicine bowl. Xiangnan put his right hand in his pocket, grabbed the bowl of medicine, and perfectly caught the spilled medicine. He angrily said, "Since when is it still noisy? Drink." Xiangnan's patience had reached its limit. He had never seen such a difficult-to-serve crazy girl. The 9th princess jumped up, hugged Xiangnan's arm, and bit him. Are you a dog?" Xiangnan was furious. He pinched open the 9th princess' mouth with his left hand and forcefully poured medicine into her with the bowl in his right hand. The 9th princess was like a little madman. While being forcefully injected with medicine, she continuously kicked Xiangnan in the stomach with her feet. "Pa!" He slapped the 9th princess on the butt. The 9th princess was shocked. Xiangnan was also shocked. Done. Something big really happened this time. This slap was enough to annihilate the 9 races. The 9th princess looked at Xiangnan in shock. Xiangnan suddenly turned to Dan Bianshang and shouted, "Drink or not? If you don't drink, I'll beat you." Anyway, he had already accomplished this step. What was there to be afraid of? Forgive her for not daring to tell the world about such a thing. The ninth princess's tears fell down as she choked. From childhood until now, not even a single finger of my father's has touched me. How dare you? Xianxia raised his right hand. I drink, I drink. The ninth princess hurriedly whispered, and even took the initiative to take over the medicine bowl.